Entertainment. Jewels up in you. Yellow Vega. More Kingston. Mobile. Westmoreland. Portland. Me can't find a money campaign. $1 trillion me no want chunk change. How much you no think for a diamond chain? $3 billion for a new jet plane. I fi make money but still have shame. I nah get fishy like me a sand grain. Cause I no crime, no champagne. Everybody don't know when me done name. So me big up every youth when me know from Spain. Tell Cali 9 say I saw we want fame. Life another the house and no ring game. Want check money so till me and pain. Lift up money till me need them spraying. Then I when you do me a fi send for the crane. Pick up every hustler a tell a queen. If we not have money, how we fi maintain? So I be a money plan for moving on me brain. Speedometer bono, speedometer bono. Oh, you are the baby, what's up? Speedometer bono, speedometer bono, speedometer bono, speedometer bono. Oh, you are the baby, what's up? Speedometer bono. Can't find a money profile. I fi make money like me a sell aisle. $1 million me a get to each child. With a white windscreen in a 3 mile. Be a share of the youth them a freestyle. When we a look for cars and not to smile. Tell a Vega we blood never stop while. Palm in a house with Italian tile. Pool pan it don't stop near River Nile. When you put in at the pool, 2 dozen crocodile. Every fish can in a exile. Falkland you them down in the aisle. So we go a OG, we go link up a child. Speedometer bono, speedometer bono. Oh, you are the what's up? Speedometer bono, speedometer bono, speedometer bono, speedometer bono. Oh, you are the what's up? Speedometer bono. We can't run a money campaign. $1 trillion we no want chunk change. How much you think for a diamond chain? $3 billion for a new jet plane. I fi make money but still have shame. I nah get fishy like me a sand grain. Cause I no crime, no champagne. Everybody don't know when we done name. So we pick up every youth when we know from Spain. Tell Cali 9 say I saw we want fame. Life another the house and no ring game. Want check money so till me and pain. Live up money till me need them screen. Then I will do me a fi send for the crane. Pick up every hustler a de la queen. If we not have money, how we fi maintain? So I be a money plan for I'm up in my brain. Speedometer bono, speedometer bono. Oh, you are the baby, what's up? Speedometer bono, speedometer bono, speedometer bono, bono.
Come on, speedometer bono. Now we do that, sir. Come on. G-block in this bitch. Now we do. Yeah, man. We got a double question today, B. We're gonna start off with this the question on the credit ratings, postcode, and race. Is that linked up, related? Like I'm saying that you can have a good credit rating in a bad postcode. So yeah, I'm sort of against that one there still. Yeah, I'm against that one there still. In my eyes, if you've got the right credit rating, then you can get the loan, innit? Yeah. Come on, G-blocker in this bitch. You know how we do. Come on. The unholy trinity. The word boss. Hot skull and black rhino, you see? AKA Velly Ocean James. Jeez. Come on. Yeah, let me send that link, man. Yeah, B. So, let's have a chat, man. And also carrying on from, yeah, when you're to carry on a bit of talk yesterday's show. Gonna come with like I'm saying, is asking questions or awkward questions. Is that hating? Okay, coming like
Nope.
Yeah, coming like every time man them are asking questions, or anyone that doesn't believe or rate the things asking questions, brothers just saying, oh, well, he's a hater. So that automatically means that you don't have to answer.
Nope. The answer to your question, Veli, is nope. Nope.
Nope and nope. You get me?
Yep. Nope. Nope and nope. And this is the thing, Veli. If you notice there, what I've found is when someone gets asked hard questions, right? I feel like what I'm witnessing online, especially, is that people just break down. Like you just think to just like look. If somebody says ultra, what's this like something in some insane math question, and I don't know it, I'm just gonna hold my hands up and say, listen, I don't know. I'm not a mathematician. Math isn't my strong subject. And even if math was my strong subject, bro, the brightest minds in the world are still trying to work out the fucking hard questions. The brightest minds are still trying to work out the hardest questions. They don't know. So it's okay if you don't know. It's okay. So if we don't ask hard questions, how can we grow? How can you grow if you don't ask hard questions? Now, I won't lie to you. If you look at my response in the chat is how I feel. If somebody asks you a question and your psychology determines that this person is quote unquote hating, then you're a fucking snowflake. You're a fucking snowflake. And that's the long and short of it.
I'll tell you why I said that, yeah? Because basically, James SC is asking hard questions. Yeah, but people are saying, "Oh, James is Islamophobe because he ain't read the Quran and he's just against Islam." You know what I'm saying?
I think, Veli, you're going through a tunnel or you're somewhere with no signal. The last thing I heard was James, Islamophobe, not read the Quran. I'm not going to lie to you, bro. I'm not changing my answer. If somebody asks you a question and you immediately jump to this person's hating, this person's being disrespectful because of your own little dirty psychology, then you're a fucking snowflake. Like, fix up. Like, what? This is the thing. Snowflakes are everywhere. Just snowflakes everywhere. Everyone's a fucking crybaby.
Yo, can you hear me? Yeah.
No, we can hear you now, bro. We can hear you now. You through the tunnel now, yeah?
Nah.
All right.
No, I'm not even at the tunnel yet, still, man.
Oh shit. Okay. I need to duck out myself, bro. I need to get out of this bathroom. Yeah. So what was you saying, bro? The last thing I heard you say was James FC, Islamophobe, not read the Quran.
Yeah. So James SC, whenever he has his critiques or asks his questions about Islam or whatever he's asking about, yeah, he does the research on the thing that he wants to critique, yeah, and then brings the actual hadith and so and says, right, this one is a Sahih hadith, blah blah blah, and it says this. What do you think of this? Is that right? Is that wrong? Blah 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 blah. Yeah. So man is saying that he can't ask no questions about Islam because he ain't read the whole Quran. Oh shit. Yeah, he ain't read the whole Quran, yeah. Number one, I'm like, man.
Yeah.
Half of the Muslims ain't Muslims then, because they ain't read the whole Quran.
Bro, this is the thing, bro. It's cognitive dissonance, bro. Like, and the thing is, it ain't just the Muslims, bro. Listen, bring a nasty verse from the Bible to a Christian, bro, and he's gonna lose his shit. I'm telling you, this is the problem with dogma. this is the problem with dogma. Dogmatic, sycophantic, brain-dead morons. If there's a verse in the Bible or in the Quran or in whatever holy scripture, and you know it's fuckery by today's standards, yeah, and you can't let it go because, oh, you know, you're not allowed to, or I don't want to upset the sky daddy, then you're a brain dead moron. Like in the Bible, in the Quran, there's clear verses about slavery. Listen to what I'm saying, right? I'm not gonna lie. I feel like I'm being a little bit of a hypocrite. But 2,000 years ago, when this shit was cracking, maybe that was the norm then. Maybe it was, right? And I don't want to, but for the sake of this argument, I'm gonna give it all a squeeze. I'm gonna let it go, right? But if you try to apply some of those things today, you'll be arrested for crimes against humanity. Let it go. Throwing rocks at somebody until they are dead is barbaric. It's fuckery. Let it go. It's madness. And then if you don't want to hear it, then you're a snowflake. You're a snowflake. Oh, wait, Bubba, how do you turn this on? Michelle, can you grab this baby, please? I need to get out of this toilet. Please. He's got the tablet. Yeah, sorry, Benny. Yeah, like I said, the problem with religious people is that they pretend that their shit is the ultimate thing and it's great and it's wonderful and nothing can touch it. But the minute you ask a question, they lose their shit like fucking babies. It's madness. Like, Belly, listen to what I'm saying. You see, if I have the formula for turning lead into gold, right? Do you think, if I have the formula and it works, do you think somebody saying, Ultra, you're an ugly fat black bastard and everything you say is nonsense and I hate you and you've got a 2-inch penis and like you don't have an anus and you've got 11 toes on each foot, like, bro, that doesn't take away from the fact that I have the formula for turning lead into gold. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's like, well, all right, I get that you're upset with me and I hear the ad hominems and I can feel the frustration, but I still got the formula for turning lead into gold. Like, nothing you say affects that. So, you know,
even if it's true, even if all the rumors that he's saying against you are true,
yes,
what you're saying is fact, yeah. If what you're saying is fact, then it's still a fact, and it don't really take away from the point. It's a fact.
Yeah, even if I do have 11 toes on each foot, a 2-inch penis, fat and ugly and stupid and black and ignorant and a car thief or whatever the fucking stereotypes are for blacks these days, drug dealer, knife wielding maniac, even if those things were true, I still got the formula for turning lead into gold, and nothing you say can change that. And that's what I'll be leaning on. But I'm hearing God, man, all the time saying, my thing's the best. We're the most righteous people on the planet. My thing's the best. My sky daddy's the best. My holy book is the best. And da-da-da-da-da. But you ask a hard question and they fall to fucking pieces. Or, yes, tell them. Did they fall to pieces, Bubba? Yes. They fall to pieces, don't they? Yes. Yes, they do. They fall to pieces. Like big babies. Tell them they're big babies.
Yo.
Tell them. Say big babies.
Now, I was the Ultra. And in the comments are asking you for the little.
On what?
What do you mean?
Babe, please take this child. I need to go, babe, please.
You're still in there.
I need to go. Take him. Get out.
How can you ask for the little on an opinion? He didn't make a quote on anything, man. He didn't quote anything, man. He was just saying about the man asking questions. Is the man entitled to ask questions? Or if the man is telling the truth, is he entitled to relay that as the truth, even if he's against your thing? That's what it is. Because
Wait, no, wait. If he wants, fucking Delil on proof of what I'm saying, or you need an example, look at any conversation that's transpired between Samaya and Shia Isa for information about somebody talking against somebody's team, and then the resultant reaction and response. Yeah, cool. Let that sink in.
Nah, the honey conversation was mad. Remember the honey one?
Bro, I was there. I was on the panel. Them man was ready to fucking punch each other's throats out because of fucking honey, man. What's happening? Do you know what I mean? Oh, come on. Behave yourselves, man. Fuck's sake. Belly, listen. Give me 5 minutes. I need to jump in the car.
Say that, brother. Yeah,
All right.
Yeah. Bruh. Yo, Marshall, you're thinking like servitude and slavery. Like any one of them are a good thing. But they're both, man. You get me? Well, man ain't scared to fun things, yeah? What if mine said I thought it was good and I don't want it? Right. Get me? You said it. What did he say within the crowd? What did he say? What did I say with it? I don't know. I know what he's doing. Actually, then let me know what that 10 seconds late in the please no comment on what I said. So you might type it stuff after I've already said it. Be it 10 seconds later, I did a comment at the same time. For that to let.
Yes, big up, bro. What's on?
Boy. Yeah, man. What about you?
Yeah. I was just about to head out. And I've blooming just quickly logged on, and all I hear is your blasted flipping atheist co-signing whatever bloody run. lying on me, you know.
Oh, you say that you and Rashford on the same side today, yeah?
Who? What? Who said that? Why?
Yeah, cause I'm saying this what I'm saying, yeah.
Yeah.
Like I listen to it. Obviously, I can't go word for word or whatever. Yeah, I didn't listen to the whole show, innit? But I listened to a couple of hours of Rashford show yesterday, and my brother was on there, innit? Yeah, and they were speaking about James SC, innit? And they were basically saying, because James hasn't read the Quran, he's not qualified to ask any questions on Islam. Even if he's quoting a Sahih hadith and blah, 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 blah. He's like not qualified, he's just a hater, blah, 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 this, that, and that. Yeah, that's why I've come up with the second question. Is asking questions being a hater.
Oh, I see. No, but how did this get onto flipping Sumaya and me in relation to honey? Like, you're funny, like.
No, we were just saying, no, because we were saying, he was giving that as an example of, say, two people, obviously both of you are Muslim, but you disagree on different points, and then how much you are going to argue between each other about the different points that you disagree on.
Nah, but this is what I'm saying. Remember, Ultra's like a little sneaky dog in this year, because Ultra was the one that asked. Listen, he's the one that asked the question. I said the Quran shows that Aisha is the enemy of Allah, yeah, and he's like, wait, no, you have to show me. Remember, yeah, right. So I'm saying he's the specific one, and then he's talking about us arguing because I showed it, the verse. Sumaya thought she was brave enough to come on. Remember, she hadn't studied it. She's just reading from the commentary. Now, because I done studied their commentary, our commentary, and all the rest of it, she come on and look stupid, just like bloody M Stinky. You get me? So they're all looking stupid. So my point is, remember Shakara got on, yeah? And Shakara said that what I said in regards to the honey only refers to verses 1 and 2, but 3 and 4 definitely can't refer to honey. That's when Sumaya ducked out, because Sumaya knows she's been refuted by not only me, but Shakara and everyone else, because her talk was stupid, and this is the point. Do you get me?
Let me say another thing as well, yeah? Because you see around here, yeah, no caping ain't going, yeah? No one say everything's going to get put on the fire and tested. You get me? There's going to be no caping for nothing around here. Yeah? Everything's going to be questioned. Yeah? So that's why I put my own self up. Like, yeah. But yeah, but in other places, yeah, man are caping for your team, TYO. Over here, man ain't caping for the team. If man needs to ask a question about it, man's going to ask a question about it. That's the guy it's going to be. It's not going to be man ain't trying to diss no one for no entertainment and that. Because that's the whole point where man is saying that, rah, man ain't going to make it. Man ain't going to make it a thing of where people with this guy and that personality, you're going to be going on point, mate. So,
no, but the problem is, to be honest, a lot of you lot do go by personality because there's a lot of hypocrisy, right? Where James Speaker's Corner, bruv, has got more knowledge than everyone in Gang on Islam, on Sunnism. Trust me. James Speaker's Corner is a researcher and a half, fam. You get what I'm saying?
Well, hold on. Just stick on that point there, yeah. Just stick a pin on that point right there, yeah. So, my brother was talking to Rasmus yesterday, yeah, and the basis of the argument was that James is not entitled to be asking questions about Islam because he don't like it. So all the research he's doing is only research to go against, not because he's asking fair questions or whatever. A man is saying that, boom, a man that hates your team is gonna come with questions that, if as long as you got the right answers to, yeah, that will make your team look solid.
Exactly.
Get me? So,
bloody hell. That's the dumbest thing ever.
Wait, listen to this point.
Yes,
listen to this point, yeah. Man was saying that, bruh, man ain't read the Quran or whatever, yeah. Man ain't read the Quran and all that as well, yeah. And I'm like, yo, how many Muslims have read the Quran? That any Muslim that hasn't read the Quran can't call themselves Muslim then by your standards. If you're gonna say you have to read the Quran.
That's bad.
Any Muslim that hasn't read the Quran or hasn't read any hadith, yeah, you ain't a Muslim, because you ain't read the whole literature before you've made the decision. So it's like, yeah, man, I got like double-sided rules on how things are judged.
Bruv, because it's weak, and this is what I'm warning you lot about, bruv. Anyone that is hoodwinked into defending these bloody lying Sunni pagans, bruv, you're gonna get refuted and look stupid. And that's what you have to remember is James, bruv. Trust me, this guy, like the stuff he comes up with, is proper. Like he goes further. You know, like Shamsi goes into the scholars and Sunni scholars. This is what James does. He goes in. I don't know where he's getting his research from, bro. I think this guy buys Sunni books to refute them. Yeah, I wouldn't spend a penny. Generally,
he come up with a quote, yeah, that was Sahih, yeah, and M Stacks, and I think it was Sheikh One, yeah, was saying that the thing. No, M Stacks was saying it's not Sahih, that the quote's not Sahih. Sheikh One said he never heard it before, yeah, but M Stacks was saying no, the quote's not Sahih, and then he was saying that, and then my brother said, what if you click the page and on the actual sunnah.com or whatever, it says Sahih underneath it. Does that mean that the quote Sahih? And he said no. And I was like, right. So how do you know whether it's Sahih or not?
All right. Well, he might be kind of correct, because one Sunni scholar.
I'm about to go for a tunnel, yes, but carry on the explanation, innit?
Yeah. Okay. So what it is, you might have a situation where one Sunni scholar says it's authentic, and another Sunni scholar says it's not authentic. Do you understand? So you generally can't necessarily broad brush, or what's the word, broad stroke everyone in saying it's authentic. However, if it's from Sahih Bukhari, that generally does set a precedent for whether it is or not. Do you get what I'm saying? So yeah, I mean, my brother, yeah, oi, ultra atheist. Where is it? Ultra stinky. Where are you? Get in here, brother. Ultra godless. Ultra G block. What are you saying? Yeah, you stay on mute, bro. I only comment about me.
I'm just brushing my teeth.
Yeah, you better brush them lies out of your mouth. Brush them dirty lies. You're gonna need more than 2 minutes for you to brush them dirty, slanderous lies out of your mouth. Big up Ultra, brother. I'm delayed again. Oh my gosh. I've literally got to carry out a bag. I wonder if I could do this. Let me see if I could change. Oh, let me see if I could change my device while I carry this stuff, man. Hold on. Let me. Where's my other device, man? Shit, there it is. Right. With name G. Marshall Ayub, you claim I was refuted way back. Can you please tell me when this was, so that I can assist your obviously low intellect in understanding how that's not the case? But I understand. I mean, if you think people screaming and shouting means that I was refuted, fair enough. But please let me know when this was, because the Black Telek, as you know, refutes all opponents that come against what he teaches. So what's your name? Marshall Ayub. Yes, please type in what the debate was that you claim I was refuted in. Thank you very much. No response from Marshall Ayub. Enjoy the convo. Yes, bro. Yeah, Overkill, aka Truth. Big up, brother. Yeah, man, that was an interesting convo. Like, yeah, we have a lot in common in regards to the ruling elite and stuff. I just find it problematic. It's like it looks so big. Like, what can we do? Because the people we're talking to, they're not listening. Do you get what I'm saying? So I'm not sure what we could do. Like, Marshall Ayub, you claim I was refuted by Shamsi. Do you know what the subject was, Mr. Marshall Ayub, for you to claim I was refuted? Shamsi refuted himself in the debate. So unfortunately, Marshall Ayub, you clearly don't have much of a intellect. Yes, big up Aiel, my brother, paternal Caribbean Israelite. Big up. Yeah, so
Grand Risings, Mr. Rub Me Out.
Welcome, sister. Big up. How you doing? What's happening?
Yeah, I'm still here, man. Don't worry.
Yeah, I saw you in the comments yesterday, but you weren't happy about certain coons, but I hope you weren't getting at me, because all I did, I jumped on to clarify what you were saying, and obviously the issue that I said to you was, what's the solution? And that was it. That's
I didn't say that. I don't remember. In the comments, what did I write in the comments?
Something about bloody. You were saying about men.
Oh,
you know, yeah, men.
No, that weren't you. No, that weren't you, man.
No, I'm not saying. I didn't think it was after I read it and looked and listened to what was said. But I'm just saying that when I commented, when I joined it, when I jumped in, it was specifically to address that point. You get me? Yeah. So remember, I had to school on my hangouts, Marshall Ayub, and you were shouting over me. Got me emotional. Oh, I don't. This guy's weird, man. Marshall Ayub.
Intellect, yeah. You know, there's over or at least 4,200 religions, yeah.
Okay.
And obviously, all of them claim to be the correct one, and all of them claim to be the true path. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Does that concern you at all?
No, not at all. Because at the end of the day, when you're saying that, it's very easy for you to go for the process of elimination. Like,
okay, hold on. All right, I know. So basically, what you're saying is that only one of those 4,200 is the correct one. Is that what you're saying, or could it be a possibility that there's a few that are correct?
No, there's only one. Right, you have to remember there's different things that when it got regards to these what you call religions. Number one, there's religions that could be pure but outdated. So, for instance, let's say Moses is true teaching.
According to who? Outdated.
According to logic, because I'm saying if your religion only teaches. Yeah, go on.
I'm sorry to cut you.
Yeah, go on.
Because I'm running my shower. But you see, according to logic. Yeah. To me, that's sort of I don't know the correct word. Is it paradox? That's not logic and God. Listen.
Let me give it to you. And
wait. Logic. Listen to me, intellect. Logic and God do not go together, Bab.
They do. In your head, they
don't.
Of course they do.
No, they don't. They don't. Because at the end of the day, listen, I believe in the Most High. You know what I'm saying to you? But at the end of the day, I know that it's a belief and faith, and it's not. You can't prove it.
Yes, you can.
You know what I'm saying to you?
Yes, you can.
You can't. Go on, prove God. Go on.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to prove it. So, based upon logic, everything that the human beings has seen has a cause. Okay, and therefore, if you take that through a regressive going backwards, all that we're seeing in creation must have a cause. So that's where you get to the idea of a one source in cause we call God. That's the most basic way of proving that God exists. But then the nature of God is that the nature of God becomes
How
a
have you?
harder question.
You've not. No, Babu. That doesn't prove that God exists. Come on, man.
Listen, you did because you
you
didn't
could
understand the
call-
sentence.
Listen,
Yeah, go on.
why did it? Because I don't agree. I didn't understand.
Right,
All
listen
right,
to what I'm
say it
saying.
again. So that I
Right,
fully
this is what I'm
understand.
saying.
Go on, Babu.
In the human brain, yeah.
I got GCSEs. Go on.
Shut up. GCSEs. It's not really, even if you didn't have GCSEs, you can think for yourself, and that's the main point. So what I'm saying is, you and me, we function our daily life based upon cause and effect. So for instance, if you left your TV on where it is on the shelf or cabinet or whatever, and you came home and it was moved to the floor, you would only assume that a human being, a physical reality, moved it from A to B. That's because of the nature of your perception of cause and effect. If we lived in a juju world where things just magically move and jinn and fairies and whatever, then you might look to something else. But if in your world, you would first be thinking, was that my husband? Was that the kids? You get me? If it was placed nicely, not fall over, you get me? If it fell over, you'd think what wind or whatever caused it to fall. But I'm saying if it's placed out of where it was, logic dictates that someone moved it. So there's a cause and effect. Likewise, I'm saying that dictates the whole of our life. When you're pressing a button on your computer, the cause of the effect is you pressing the button or the screen, and the effect is something coming up on the screen. Me talking through the microphone, the electricity that goes through it, these are all cause and effects. So I'm saying when we take the most natural basic cause and effect for, let's say, the fruit of a tree in relation to the branches and so on, to the stalk, the trunk of the tree, to the roots, we see cause and effect. Likewise, all the way to the source of creation, we also see cause and effect. So we're saying the original cause we call God. That's all logic, all of it.
But okay then, so then God could be anything then.
Hold on, stop. This is now that's the hold on. You said prove God exists. So I'm saying that's the first step. Now you're going into what's the nature of God.
Really prove that he's existed, babe. All you've really said to me is that everything has cause and effect, which I'm not going to disagree with, but you are trying to now logically hold on, man. You are now trying to, this is what I'm saying, you can't, God and logic don't go together, because you're trying to logically wait, man. You're trying to
I'm agreeing with you.
God's existence. You're basically trying to prove God's existence. It could be argued via sort of like, I don't want to say scientific theories, but cause and effect. That's just like, that's sort of scientific, isn't it? It's not godly. It's not godly, isn't it? It's not supernatural, is it? It's just
hold on.
it's cause and effect, isn't it?
Now you've just demonstrated
that a God exists. All that proves is that.
But
in this world,
you're superimposing. You're now superimposing your Christian religious views of a separation between science, logic, and God. Where the hell did you get that from? Where did that come from? This spiritual.
Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. So God is.
Oh God.
So God is also So God is scientific then as well, yeah?
No. In the human mind, from the human mind. From the human perspective,
exactly what I'm doing is what you're doing, Isa.
No. I'm a demonstration.
God through science. They found Ramsey's body in the Dead Sea. They found Ramsey's dead body.
Hey! Wait! You wait. Sit down. Hear what I'm saying.
Of course you would, scattered.
Ali, we both have. Me and sister have to go. Yeah. So Ali, big up my brother. Just wait a minute, please. So what I'm saying to you, sister, yeah. The scientific mind is the human's natural mind, right? When you're cooking, you're doing science, okay?
You see, and that's why I say I am a goddess, my brother. It's better we just say we are gods and goddesses.
That's fine.
Then the argument done, innit?
Stop it. Let me finish what I'm saying. Stop that. Let me finish. Let me finish. How many times you tell me shush? Let me finish.
Right.
Hold on.
We are gods,
Hold on.
All right.
Velly, stop it. Listen to what I'm saying, sis. When you're cooking your food, you've learned through your logic.
Jedediah. Hold on, cause man just send shot in it. Yo, my brethren. This 9 for goddess don't need airbrush, brethren. You understand? Nobody with that. Yeah, that's all 9 for naturally.
I got. Let me just
Yeah.
say this thing, yeah.
Stick with your sisters and you'll see that all day long. Don't try it, brother. I don't do
Right.
airbrush, my brother. Not me,
Let
my brother.
me just finish
Yeah.
the thing.
All
So when
there
you're
is
cooking, yeah.
there, Chilluminati, you understand, is lipstick. Yeah? Little eyeliner and little mascara. And the rest is natural naive for goddess
Melanin.
being.
Melanin,
No bother with
yeah,
that. But tell
melanated.
some other girl that, my brethren, about airbrush. Over and go with that. Yeah, go, my bed. Yeah, go on that internet.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is when you're cooking, yeah,
when
you're cooking.
Oh, God. All right.
You can be distracted hard, isn't it? You can be distracted
yeah,
hard.
because man's trying to, you get me?
Look,
That's what I'm saying, man. Them don't have to put
he's
some
trolling, isn't it?
respect
He's
on the
trolling.
man's name, baby.
He's trolling. Yeah, for real.
I know, but I can troll back in it. What? Me can't talk.
Hold on, man. We're discussing something important. We're discussing something very important. I actually thought that he meant I was airbrushing what I was saying about God. To be honest, that's what I thought he was talking about. But anyway, so because he didn't mention,
he saw something on the screen that made him smile, innit? And he couldn't understand. Wow, am I really smiling at 9 Oh my God!
He's seen that days ago.
Oh, you have to say there's some airbrush thing going on.
Hold on, let me just finish my thing. Hear what I'm saying? I'm saying when you cook, yeah, you're making sure that fire's not too hot to burn your food. You pay for your food. You spent time cooking it, whether it be the curry thing, the curry goat, chicken, whatever it is, or the rice. You spent money to deal with this food, right? And therefore, you're making sure that the fire's not too hot, and therefore you're cooking it, right? Cause and effect.
But yeah, all right, man. Happy new decade, new settings. No problem, my brethren. No problem. Go on the internet. I'm listening. Yeah. Don't worry, man.
Okay. So what I'm saying is,
female at once, me.
Okay, multitasker. Okay, good. So what I'm saying is, right, that things are proven by logic, reason, and rationality. Simple as that. When you're proving anything at all, the thing that is engaged is logic, reason, and rationality. So I'm saying to you, this is the most basic thing. The same way how you give birth to children, when we see a child, we have to assume there's a mother. Likewise, how is it some big scientific step or logical step for you to say, well, there must be a source to the universe? It's just common sense. Do you understand? It's just logic, basic logic. Do you see what I'm saying, sis? That's it. That's how you prove it.
Yeah, but that's babe. Listen to me. Listen. Telling me at the end of the day, sis, it's just basic logic. It's not proving a God, my brother.
Oh
you get me?
No. He's not saying no. Wait, Nanifa. He's not saying God. He's saying that when you see a child, we assume that there's a mother, and because the universe exists in its form, his rationale leads him to believe that there's a creator. Now, Nanifa, let's suppose, for the sake of argument, that Shia Isa is right. You see where he fucks up is when he says this source created the universe and then sent a book.
Bruv, no, we ain't got that far yet. Chill, bruv. What I could do with you on that?
No, I skipped over all the fuckery and got straight to the conclusion, bro.
Hold on, no,
it's
stop,
madness.
Stop.
No, it's madness. It's madness.
You missed another fuck up. You missed another fuck up, bruv. Yeah, because he said in order, because he saw that there must be a creator, that means there's a source to the creator. So that means that source must have a creator. Also, there must be a creator to that source. So that source must have another creator. So there's another creator.
That's
to that
not true.
Source, and it's everlasting, like a Russian egg.
Right. No, but that's the thing, Bigavelli. What they do is they employ special pleading and say, no, our thing was the first. Just so they can get over the infinite regression. It's madness.
Exactly. There you go. Hold on. Listen to this, Veli, yeah? The bit you missed, Veli, was something they call infinite regression. Meaning, if you keep going back and back, if there's no beginning, brother, then there will be no creation. So there has to be a point that one is the original source. Because if you keep going back and back, there's never going to be a creation. Do you get me? So there has to be a starting point, which is called the beginning.
Why does there have to be? Why does there have to be?
I'm saying based upon logic. Bro, are you deaf? Everything in this conversation is within the framework of logic. Is within
but the thing is, though, Isa, though. The thing is, though, okay, there could have been a beginning, but then again, it could have been. So, are you saying at the beginning, it would have been started by some kind of cause and effect, yes? Because even to have a God, something must have caused there to be a God, right?
No, that's what I just said. You have to have one uncaused causer. That's how it works.
You see? Special pleading. There it is. Special pleading. There it is.
Well, I'm using logic. Sure. One at a time.
That's what I'm saying. There has to be a magic ending. There has to be a magic ending.
Veli.
It goes on forever and ever and ever and ever.
Hey, you need to understand something.
No, you need to understand.
Oh, no, stop. Don't interrupt. What I'm saying to you all is very simple, okay? With my level of understanding and the supreme wisdom of the Quran, okay?
With your level,
even the people that have... Let me finish.
So you're understanding.
What the hell? I'm talking.
So how does the Quran say that it's talking? I know, babe, but all right, go on, Bab.
Right. So as I'm saying that when we're talking about the devices that we're on, right? I guarantee you that none of you can explain the natural workings of the subatomic particle world, the atomic world, and the molecular world like I can. So when we're getting into this thing of science, hold on, brother. When we're getting into the let me bloody finish. Jeez, I'm telling you this, and it's a fact.
He's gonna get fun up. Let him finish,
bruv. Bad up where? Anyway, as I was saying, none of you can explain like I can, and the workings of nature holistically like I can. So I'm saying when it comes to the very nature of this thing, even your Western scientists that have produced the devices that we're using, even they have had to agree there's some sort of source that's going on in regards to what we're seeing. It's just part of nature.
Bro, you're just making claims.
Wait. Hold on.
That's what science is about.
Let me say something. Yeah, because...
Hold on, Veli, I have to go out. Let me back in. I'm going on the next device, right? So let me back in. Wait there.
We're not going nowhere. I start work at 10, so you got until 10.
Stay there.
You're gonna get that work.
Hey, Veli, do you see the fucking fallacy? Oh,
yeah, but by Isha's logic, any man that's read the Quran must know how the earth has started and must know about all this science stuff that he just mentioned about particles and so on. So where's Ali? We want to see if Ali, he's read the Quran, and we want to see if Ali knows all the stuff that he said he knows just because he read the Quran. Yeah.
We want
another Muslim. I was gonna say this. Yeah, we want another Muslim. Come on, that's just read the Quran only. Tell us how the world works, quarks and particles and all this bullshit. Yeah.
You can't read. You have to study, bruv. Study.
These people. You didn't say that. You didn't say that. You said from your understanding and because you read the Quran. Yeah. That was the main thing. Because you read the Quran.
No. Bruv.
That's what you said, though.
Now watch. He's going to move the goalpost. He's going to move the goalpost. Watch.
Let Nine speak and then let Issa move the goalpost.
Issa, let me just quickly ask you something. How does the Quran say that the world started and all that? How does God, introduce himself into the Quran? How does you get me? How does that go, Bab? Like I know in the Bible it says, and in the beginning there was. In the beginning there was, and in the beginning there was. How does it go again?
God created the heaven and the earth.
There was void.
Hold on.
In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, and the earth was void and without form and blah blah blah. Come on, this is what I'm saying. You aren't ready for this thing. You aren't ready for this thing.
So how does? Oh gosh, Issa, don't get hot, man. So in the beginning, God created. Yeah. So as soon as the book started, He created. Yeah. All right, cool. How does the Quran start?
It says Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, with the name of Allah, the Compassionate, the Merciful. That's what it starts with.
Wait. Hold on a second. How does God describe Himself? Like, does God say, it's madness, man. Come on, stop it.
All right, look. Listen. I know it's with you lot. Wait, stop. This is what happens. As I'm refuting one point, someone else jumps in and you go left.
You're right. You're right. I'm sorry. No, that was my bad. I agree, and I'm sorry. Yeah, no. Issa, let me ask you a question. Where in the Quran does it say, I'm God, I'm everlasting, like I'm the beginning, there's nothing before me, nothing after me, rare. And then, once you show me where it says that, how do we go about proving that it's true?
Okay. Well, the proof might take a while.
No. You go to
and
the proof. Forget the proof. That's the letter.
Okay.
Tell me where it says.
So you want me? So you want me to go inside, go on my computer, and get those verses? Are you serious?
I don't mind where you get them from.
Hold on,
No, I'm in the car, bro. I'm driving. I'm in the car.
I'm looking now, bro. All right, come on. All right, let me just see if I can quickly. One sec. Hold on. So you want to see the verses which specifically say?
Yeah, I want to see in the Quran where it says, "I'm God. I'm the greatest thing. I'm the only thing."
No.
And then
you said eternal. You said something like that. Let me see.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's Ayatul Kursi. You know, is it that one?
And then I'm the source of this universe. Yeah.
Oh, for flip's sake, bro. Listen, I ain't got all day to spend on this thing.
You have, bro.
Searching a whole.
You have, bro.
I'm literally working right now. I had to put down my thing. Right, so I'm sure it's Ayatul Kursi.
Yeah, but don't worry. Like I said, look, we know it's in there somewhere. Just take your time, innit? Like no rush, no pressure. Yeah, because this ain't black to let. This ain't the thing where I'm trying to fuck you up. It's just a thing where I want to know, like the reason behind your thinking. I'm not saying you're wrong and all this fuckery. I'm just saying, like for me, it's just like religious people say shit, and I'm just like, to be honest, it don't make no sense to me. So show me where in your thing it says X, Y, and Z, and then we can unpick it. It's not a thing where I say, "Oh, you say you're wrong. I'm trying to bust up your thing." No. That's not what it is. Yeah.
Well, let's just say you might be driving, but I'm working where I have to lift up things and so on. So I haven't got that privilege.
All right, yeah.
So basically, if we go to Ayatul Kursi, which is chapter 2, verse 255. So it says, Allah, He is the ever-living, the one who sustains and protects all that exists. Neither slumber nor sleep overtakes Him. To Him belongs whatever is in the heavens and the earth. Who is He that can intercede with Him except by His permission? He knows what happens to them before them in this world and what will happen to them in the hereafter. And they will never encompass anything of His knowledge except that which He wills. His throne or footstool extends over the heavens and the earth, and He feels no fatigue in guarding and preserving them.
What does that mean?
Let me finish the thing and we get back to it. He feels no fatigue in guarding and preserving them, and He's the Most High, the Great. So when you say His throne extends over the heaven and the earth, again, the throne is something which you have to go in and research. I'm saying these are things which are all scientific.
Oh, it's just basically symbolic. It's symbolic, basically.
It's a lot more than
you can start. The thing. Wait, Issa, hold on a second. I'm not gonna lie, because the problem is I can't write it down like to remember the points, and my memory's like a goldfish. I can't remember shit, right? And I need to write this down because you're making points and like describing attributes using like basic human understanding to explain something that's supernatural, right? And then I'm saying, okay, where does it say Allah and like wait before we get there, is Allah God's name or does Allah mean God?
No, that is a name and it is a description. Just like like a noun adjective. Like in a lot of names, in a lot of traditions, it's not just a name like, in English, you give a name which sounds good or something you like.
Yeah,
but in most of the languages, the meaning related to something. So, this is the savior of our nation or something. You see what I'm saying? Or He's going to be the...
So likewise, Allah's a name then?
It's a name as well as. It means it has... So what I'm saying to you, my brother, is you lot are asking the right questions. That's why I like atheists, because you go to others and they're just like, well, my scholar said, and that's it. And then when you start to argue with them, they'll say to you, where have you studied? I'm saying, well, haven't you got a brain for yourself? You get me? So,
I hear that. Yeah, because like I'm not gonna lie, Issa. You read some things and you read some attributes that I'm gonna say your creator has, right? But like they're kind of vague and they're kind of just like human attributes. We're using human understanding to understand something that's beyond comprehension. Like, do we not see a flaw in that reasoning?
Why that is? Just use your brain. Why do you think that is?
Because we're dickheads. And the God that created you knows that we're dickheads, and he knows that we're fucking morons, brain dead, and we're gonna fall for anything.
Okay, but I mean, here's the point, Ultra. What you have to remember, even though that most humans, let's say, especially, all right, let's just say let's say 1 billion Sunnis on the planet, right? So
A billion what?
At least say that 1 billion Sunnis on the planet, yeah? So we can at least agree with you in relation to the majority of Sunnis being like that, and that's fine. But what I'm saying to you, you have other people, and all the anti-blacks as well, they fall into that category as well. But what my point is to you is that you haven't done much thinking yourself. When I just said to you, think about it, your only response was that, but you didn't give another option, which shows that you're stuck.
Wait, no, it doesn't show that. It just shows that I was able to pull up one response. Let me pull up another response. Wait. I can give you other answers. No, Issa, I can give you other answers. Okay. But that was my initial knee-jerk response because, right, the people writing this book down knows that we're fucking morons. My second answer, it could be, it's the same answer but slightly different reasons. Because we're morons and what we're trying to believe in is incomprehensible to the human mind, right? They have to break it down and treat us like we're dumb so that we can have some fucking understanding of what we're dealing with. There's a second answer. Okay. Although both answers encompass that we're morons as a species.
Yeah, let me put, boy, you're in trouble. You just smashed yourself to pieces. Ultra Funky, please tell the black to them. How would you, Mr. Ultra Funky,
listen, I haven't smashed myself since high school, okay? I don't do them things.
Listen, we know about it. Anyway, never mind. What was I saying? Shit. Yeah, so how would you, Mr. Ultra Funky, through looking at nature, come to just nature, that's it. You have no books to read. You have no videos or whatever else. How would you conclude about, let's say, the quantum field and quantum physics? Tell me how you, Ultra Funky, would conclude those things just from nature.
To be honest with you, I can't. And if I'm honest with you, I'm the type of mind where the only thing that matters to me is here and now. So, like, what I mean by that is priority one, raise the children, maintain the woman. Like metaphysics, quantum physics, like none of that stuff means shit to me. It's beyond my fucking realm of understanding. I leave it to better men and women.
Okay. So when you're talking about Allah and these things, it's not that this thing is for lower minds. You get me? It's just that your mind, what it is with you. Let me just give you a psychoanalysis breakdown of yourself. You're a person that wants to be free to do what you want, which is most human beings in general. However, you're finding it that, you know what, there might be a God, there might be a heaven, there might be a hellfire. Therefore, just in case, and to make you feel good for your daily life, you want to keep smashing and refuting the people that are proponents of the concept of God and the heaven and hell. If there was no heaven and hell in this thing, you wouldn't care. So it's just the fact for you to be sane and continue your life, you're focused on this issue. That's the psychoanalytical breakdown of Ultra Funky by the black to let I
don't know. I don't know what you think you proved, right? Because I won't lie to you, Issa. The truth is, I'm really on this religion thing unless I'm on Hangouts. Like I said to you, for me, priority one is to fucking raise the children and maintain the woman. Like, I don't need your thing or anyone's thing. And then, but I hear you saying, oh, my thing's the greatest. I'm going to ask you questions. Simple.
No. Listen to what I'm saying, right? Despite you saying your priority is one thing or the other. Please, hold on, this thing might drop. Yeah, anyway, despite you saying you're not interested in these various things, it's normal for any human mind to be concerned about whether a God exists, whether there's heaven, whether there's hell, etc. These things are just normal because they're part of the unknown. You get what I'm saying? So all the questions you're coming up with show that you're using mental energy to draw conclusions about whether they exist or not. You get what I'm saying? And that's why you're still in the realm and the box of agnostic.
No. Hear what I'm saying, Issa. This is what I'm saying. Remember, I don't make any positive claims. It's you, man, that are making all these claims, and you still got it all yet to prove. And I'm saying,
Bruv, but
this. No, wait. Listen
you
to
don't-
what I'm saying. No, wait. Hold on. Remember. Wait, hold on. All I'm saying is, you see, all the Sky Daddy, man. All I'm saying is, this is what I'm saying. Hear me good now. I'm never ever gonna come out and say you man are wrong. I mean, I think you are, but like the reason why I say that is because until you come to me with something substantive, something concrete, other than speculation and conjecture, and a book, you're gonna have to do something else, bro. Like, hear what I'm saying? No, I'm just not prepared to bend over like that and accept this madness, because that's what it is, madness. And I promise you, Issa, you know what the wickedest thing is? The problem is when you're like steeped in it and it's everything to you, like it's hard for you to understand where others are coming from. Or no, in fact, no, I won't even say that about you, because I've spoken to you and asked you questions before, and you seem to understand the logic of some of the questions that I asked. Oh shit, you can't hear me, no? Oh, Issa dropped off. Oh, yeah. No, because this is my thing is this, right?
But carry on your point anyway.
Yeah. Like, if your thing brings you joy and you think it's true and you believe it's true and you want it to be true, fine. But every single one of you, man, making that God claim have still got it all yet to prove. And as soon as you do objective research, not confirmation biased, objective research, you realize after a while it falls apart. If we're intellectually honest, it falls apart. But remember, all these fucking religious systems have got their defense mechanisms built in. And then you've got professional apologists, right, that have got fucking ways to dance around and skate around, and like all the fucking the questions that they know modern day fucking people with access to the internet are gonna ask. And it's difficult for them, because who wants to hear who wants to hear that their religion is not true or garbage or trash or they've been mistaken? Bro, people dedicated their whole fucking life, people built their lives around this shit. Yeah, and who wants to hear, boy, I don't believe you, or there's a possibility you could be wrong? Right? They don't want to hear it, and they won't hear it, which is why the 9 times out of 10 religious people just get defensive, and you reach for ad hominems. They just get yes, my brother. What are you saying? Dobja? Yeah.
That goes, mate.
And then on top of that, I'm saying I don't believe you. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I don't believe you. Yeah. So, sort your shit out. Come to me on a level that is my level. Like, for instance, to become a teacher, you need to go through various stages of education that end in university, A levels, and all the rest of it. Now, if you're a teacher and you go to teach a primary school, can you teach those primary school kids on the level of a fucking master's degree? No. So I'm saying this is the thing, people. Adjust your approach. Yeah. If you're unable to adapt, then you'll die. I'm not saying I'll kill you, but I'm saying adjust, adapt, or die. Just adjust, adapt, or die. Or, do you know what? Stay steeped in your 3,000-year-old nonsense where none of it mentions the internet. All of it can be refuted by the internet. or just adapt. Adapt and adjust, man. Fucking grow up and stop nonsense.
Imagine if the Bible predicted the invention of the internet and said something like, in 2,000 years, the internet will be created and the internet will debunk this book.
Exactly. Bro, listen, for me, it's nonsense.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's just not, and remember, it's just mad. And this is the thing, people just make dumb, like far-reaching, desperate fucking attempts to try and make their shit true. The tallest building will fall. Really? Bro, the tallest fucking building is probably a 2-story house made of fucking straw when that was written.
Yeah, I wonder how many...
Do you understand what I'm saying? A 2-story house made of fucking straw, and all it needed was a strong fucking wind, and the house was going to fall.
Man ain't gonna front you. Man probably have big buildings, yeah, but it weren't bigger than, obviously, the taller buildings that you could build at this time, isn't it? Do you get me? So,
even if you're gonna be fair and say, all right, man had decent construction, yeah, in the imaginary time. If it's an imaginary area, then there's got to be good people making buildings and shit. You know what I'm saying? That then, you know what I'm saying? That shit.
I just imagine that out of all the tallest buildings that have been throughout the thousands of years we've existed, the whatever was the tallest building at any particular point, I bet that building has fallen down multiple times. So
and that's my point, bro. Think about it. 3,000 years ago, right? Let's be real. All right, apart from the Egyptians, and there are a few fucking obvious examples where they've made monolithic structures that haven't been able to be replicated today, and you know they're still alive today. However, let's be honest, bro. Like desert dwelling nomads, do you know what I mean? They'll put up a fucking tent where the slightest wind, or if you fart in the wrong direction, the thing was gonna fall down. Like it's just nonsense.
Hey, sir.
Like, and then
yeah, it's definitely Easter class. Even your phone's got a fucking the carb on it, yeah.
Oh shit.
Whenever I hear people talking about science and the Quran, I just have to like roll my eyes, because there is literally in any religious text there's no science in any of it. It's religion.
No, there is. Like in all of the holy books, it's got water, like access to water culture, agriculture, horticulture, internet, fiber optic, fucking fucking hematology, fucking neurology. Come on, bro, behave yourself, Lister. You know all of that stuff's in all those holy books. Behave yourself.
Yeah, sorry, I misspoke.
Is this Lister from the what?
Lister. Hey, yo, wait. Let me shout out Lister though, yeah. Let me get everyone in the chat, yeah. Make sure you subscribe to Lister's channel. You get me? He's putting in work on white supremacists out there. He's putting in work on brown white supremacists as well. This man,
hold on. Hold on. Who's Lister? Isn't that the guy that had the beef with the police the other day?
Yeah.
No?
Yeah.
The tall, chubby white guy, yeah?
No, the pirate guy.
Nah, yeah.
Huh?
Jack Sparrow.
Oh, you're the pirate. Okay. So you're the other guy. I thought because it said Lister or something gets turfed out the park or something. So I thought that was, okay. So you're the pirate. Okay, no problem.
Yeah, they kicked me out at the same time.
No, I saw that. Everyone started laughing when you seemed to be happy when he was getting kicked.
That policeman was having a fucking bad day.
Don't blame him. I don't know, man. But to be honest, this is why I don't go in winter, bro, because it gets frustrating. You're already frustrated with the dumb people you're debating, but then it's frustrating that you're cold. It's frustrating that you're flicking hungry. It makes it worse. Hello?
Yo, intellect. Listen.
Oh,
you know before
it's Black Tillich. Thank you.
See, I was trying to put some respect on your name and give you the intellect, but all right, Black Tillich, no problem.
No, so, Black Tillich, that's even. No.
Before the concept of God, yeah.
Yes.
What were the people's beliefs into?
You find no people not believing in a God, really.
Whoa.
Go ahead. Go ahead with something else.
Is that true? So you're saying that from the very beginning, the people were conceptualizing in a God of a spirit form, this, that, and the other. That's what you're saying, yeah?
Even rudimentary or whatever, yeah. They generally have some, whether they call it Sky Mother or whatever, or Sky Father, whatever, you know what I mean? However they symbolized it, there was some conceptualization.
How far are you going back?
That's what I'm going to say. And because I was going to say, are you equating... Go on, man.
Yeah, so I'm saying to the oldest cave paintings, which however they represent it, because I mean, generally the oldest representations you would find is either the sun or the circle and a dot You get me? So the circle and the dot. Yeah. What you say? What you say? Come on.
No. So
Remember, I got
I'm
this on
saying. So I'm just saying that prior to the actual concept of God, before that they were looking at you know, the sun, the moon, the stars, the water, and whatever, because they used to call it idol worshipping, is it not? Before.
No. These are symbols. That's what I'm saying. So they would in ancient
symbols.
In ancient,
hold on.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
go on. They're symbols. I understand that. Yeah.
So they're not actually worshipping the sun. They're not worshipping the sun itself. They're dealing with the symbols that symbolize a source. So, for instance, on planet Earth, obviously we can see that in the sky, the vegetation that we depend upon is dependent upon the sunlight. Yeah. So the light that we need in a daylight to see and move around, etc. We're dependent on this sun. So it's basically saying that the sun is not dependent on us, but we're dependent on it. So that is a major. There's so many major attributes that we got with the sun that relates to the source of the sun itself. Do you get what I'm saying?
When are you going? How many thousands of years back are you going to?
I mean, to the oldest, like 50,000 years. I mean, I could go to Kemet and just leave it there. I mean, because Kemet basically represents the majority of black nations before it. Do you get what I'm saying?
Okay, because I've got a bit of a different understanding of where religion and a belief in God came from.
Okay, let's hear that.
So there was a book written by a guy called Julian Jaynes called The Origin of Consciousness and the Breakdown of the Bicameral Mind, and it suggests that it suggests that when language was created, so we're obviously, there's no farming yet, we're just running through the jungle, like trying to hunt animals and things, and if we see 3 animals, they'd put 3 fingers up to say there's 3 of them there. So that is how our first language was created, with a bit of like sign language. And then once we started creating sounds to replace that sign language, so we'd start with like naming people and counting in real simple language.
Are you saying we use signs first and sounds came afterwards? Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, it was probably together, but it's exactly. Kind of irrelevant. It's irrelevant at that point. But the first gods that were created were the ancestors of the people that we just named. So as this language is created in our head, we've got our instinct, which we just act instinctively without thinking, and then we've got our like rational side of the brain where we analyze things and we talk it through. So as that talking through language was created, then it became like a schizophrenic type of behavior from everyone. So we'd have these voices in our heads that we weren't in control of, and then we'd have our rational voice in our head where we're like thinking things through slowly and trying to analyze things. And that instinctive voice in our head, when this language was created, was attributed to our ancestors, to the dead, and they'd think that their mum and dad or their grandparents were talking to them, and that is where these gods were created. and how in ancient religions we have multiple gods because we had multiple ancestors dying, and then it got down to the religious wars, and we needed to organize society and to get everyone under one rule and to make it simple. We need the concept of one God, so then we don't have gods warring against each other and using the people below them to fight those wars. So that's my understanding of where religion, what was the book? The idea of God comes from.
What was the book you mentioned?
The Origin of Consciousness and the Breakdown
and the Bicameral Mind. Yeah. And I mean, I come across that book years ago. A lot of this is like people that are not qualified to speak on the subject. Generally, when you're talking about so-called polytheistic religions, you always find the concept of one God existing alongside it. Do you get me? So it doesn't make sense. In ancient Kemet, all the way back, there's a concept of one God. In all the ancient religions, so-called polytheistic religions, there's always one major God above the others that may manifest through them or whatever else. So all of that whole book is just refuted just from basic observation.
Okay,
and this is what I'm saying.
We don't have history, like recorded history from like 10,000 years ago. So I'm not sure that's true.
Listen to what I'm saying. We do actually, because we have, what was it they found? I think it was 14,000 BC, and it's in Nubia, and you have a kind of pharaonic system like ancient Kemet in Nubia, which we know precedes Kemet. Now there is the same structure, so the same way how the pharaoh is the one head of the whole of his people, etc. He is supposed to be the medium between his people and the one God, and the one God manifested. This was the concept. Do you get me? And these others are supposed to be like angels or whatever alongside. You know what I mean? So, Veli, let me back in, Veli. I have to quickly come out, carry these things to the vehicle, and then I'll be back. Give me about 60 seconds. 1 sec.
Okay, so I don't know much about Kemet, but it says that Kemet's a like resurgence of ancient religions. So it's like an ancient religion that's died off, an ancient Egyptian religion that's died off, and it's been brought back recently. The religion had its roots and branches in Egypt's prehistory and lasted for more than 3,000 years. When did this start? Hello?
Whoops. What's going on here? All right, whilst we're waiting for Big Age and whomever to come back, let's do a little roll call as he would do. Big up yourself, Halima Boss, Akara Sidfire, big up yourself, sis. Mr. Alio. Ooh, Hola Isu. Okay. We got Mr. Caribbean Israelite, big up yourself, young man. Overcool, aka Truth, out here gambling on the 999. Don't blame your son, don't blame ya. Scattered, there was no atheistic society that I know of. Well, the thing is, you know, all our information and knowledge only goes back a certain way in it. So unfortunately, we don't really, no one can confirm what was going on in the beginning. You get me? Yeah, which is why I say that believing in a God or believing in God, the Most High, whatever you want to call it, Allah, whatever, that's if indeed everyone is worshipping the same person, but that's another story again. But yeah, man, it can't be proved, man. Do you know what I mean? Ultimately, it comes down to faith. You get me? And when my man's trying to say, logic, I don't even know why you would try to bring in logic into a conversation about God, to be honest, man, because like I said, ultimately it comes down to faith and belief because it can't be proven. Yeah, if it could have been proven, we wouldn't even be having all of these debates, this, that, and the other, and all the, you get me, the whole nine. So if it was such a logical and easy thing, you get me. And the mere fact that there's like nearly or over 4,200 religions, I mean, what does that say about the thing? Is that logical? You know what I mean? Shouldn't there just be like a one dialing to the Most High and the story done lesser? Why all the confusion? Why all the death, man? Do we really think that the Most High that we all claim that we love and behold this, that, and the other, do you really think he's about us being down here killing each other over him or them or her? Yeah? It's madness, man. But anyway, let me not go on. But sure. It's me, you know, sir. Already, you know. Let's see. Religion and God, here we go, are not one of the same, sis. Okay, pray tell, pray tell. He was trying to prove God with logic, not religion. But that's what I'm saying, Scattered. It's my humble opinion that you can't really prove God with logic. Because if you could, you wouldn't have atheists, this, that, and you know what I mean? Everyone would just know so there's a God in it. So I don't know, Bab. Like I said, you know I believe in the Most High, but at the end of the day, ultimately, I know it comes down to my faith and my belief. And if anything, myself, because like I said in it, ye are gods, man. We are the close anyway. And you can start get the people them upset. But if we just stick with ye are gods and goddesses, man, you get me? Stick to loving your neighbor and all that. Just be nice, do the right thing. Everything could be cool, you know. You know what I mean? The 12 commandments or whatever it is. You don't even need nothing else after that. You know what I mean? All the rest is just stories and lines, man. Get me? If everyone just stuck to their own commandments, you telling me we need more than that? I'm telling you, man. 4,200 religions. Let that sink in. And they all profess to be the right one. Yeah? They all profess to be the right one. Yeah? Even within Islam, I've got to learn and understand there's 72 sects. You understand? And all of them, come on, family, man. We need to keep this thing simple, man. Yeah, see it there? Love your neighbor, yes. That's it. You know what I mean? Love your neighbor as you would love yourself. You're not going to harm your neighbor, so you're not going to harm yourself. You see what I'm saying to you? Trust me, man. We just need to get, you know what I mean? Keep it simple, man. Get back to basics, man. Get back to basics, man. Serious. Love yourself. Ye are gods. My belief is if we was all walking around knowing that we're gods and goddesses, you know what I mean? Half the fuckeries that people are going on, we wouldn't do it, man. You know what I mean? But because people are walking around out there not knowing who the fuck they are, what the fuck they are, you know what I mean? Anything can happen, man. Oh dear. Right, I hope someone comes because you know my settings are ready. Okay. Anyway, today, what is it today? It's 10/12. It's the what of January? Kind of already the 8th. Yeah, time to move on, man. Move on. Well, there you go. Look, Halima Boss says 72 sects, but only one going to heaven. The one who followed the Quran and the Sunnah correctly. That's what I'm saying, sis. But I'm not being funny. I mean, what's that? So, as a Muslim, you've got what, a 1 in 72 chance of going to heaven? Is that what we're saying? It's madness, man. I'm not gonna lie, it's a madness, man. It's all madness, man. You know what I mean? Let me see what else we got. 90 for who you got, Stormzy or Wiley? You're funny. Well, I don't even know too much about them people there now. All I know is that yesterday Stormzy went to the BBC to do a interview in these slippers. You know what I mean? I'll tell you what though, just to big up as we are on the YouTube, and I don't know, some of us might be, well, not myself, but all I'm saying is there's a guy called Oozing Expressions, a Tottenham fan, and he was on Sky Sports, I think it's yesterday on their transfer daily thing, doing his thing. So big up yourself, Oozing, just in case you're listening, man. Carl, that's a good look still, you know what I mean? You know, went into the Sky studio and remained himself. You get me? So that was good still, man. That's definitely progress, man. So gang to oozing for real. And I think his brother, what's his brother called? Rants. He's going to be on it again, I think on Thursday. Because I think this week on their transfer daily thing, they're having like social commentators. That's what they're calling them anyway. On. So like I said, I think that's good, man. Because obviously that's a good look for, you know what I mean, people with YouTube channels and whatever to, you know what I mean, get bigger, I suppose, or get exposure at least. There must have been one good person each sex, so why delete others? Well said, Hola. You see what I'm saying to you? That's what I'm saying. And that's what I'm saying. When you start using logic, that's what I'm saying. The last thing you should have used in this situation is logic, because logically now there's 4,200 religions. Yeah, within Islam there's 72 sects. Within Christianity, I don't even know how many types of Christianities there are, you understand? So it's a madness, man. And this anyway, I don't even want to start because people say I'm blaspheming, man. But you understand me? Come on, people, man. If you're going to use logic, then apply logic in it. Because right now a lot of this is just emotional. Use your all right, let me see what's going on here. Let me see what's going on here. You better yourself and try to improve and increase your knowledge. Genesis. And God said, "So no one shall bear their son indeed, and thou shalt call his name Isaac and all such." Of course, Genesis 61, 6:28. We are gods and goddesses. It's not that messy, my girl. We are gods and goddesses, period, man. That's what I'm saying. Go and do your thing after that. But that's what I'm saying, man. The thing got contaminated, man. You understand? Even if the book them I tried to give a story, man contaminated that thing there 100% and put his ego in it and all them thing there and start twist up the thing from the beginning. And logic will show you that. Everyone has a chance to get to Jannah so long as they live the most truthful life. But then that's not true though, Halima. That's not true, because you're saying that, you see, that's what I'm saying. That's not logical. Yeah? Everyone has a chance to get to Jannah so long as they live the most truthful life. Okay then. Now, the way in which I look at it, that would be true. But as a Muslim, that can't be true, because within your thing, it's only one sect going. So that's what I'm saying. You understand? So that's not true, sis. I'm sorry. Many hadiths is false. Use logic. Okay, Halima, I see. Hold on. Thanks for being so clear. Okay. Abrahamic religions believe the earth is only 6,000 years old and it's millions of years old, scientifically proven. So Islam, Judaism, and Christianity dance. I agree. You see what I'm saying to you? I can't disagree with that particular, and that's what I'm saying. You get me? I definitely believe in the Most High, but these religion things, you can't use logic with them ones. So let me just repeat that. Abrahamic religions believe the earth is only 6,000 years old and it's millions of years old, scientifically proven. So Islam, Judaism, and Christianity dance done. And this is what I'm saying, man. Even when certain things are staring, this is why I know that these books they're powerful, man. Real powerful. Real powerful. But like I say, religion is a poor man's education. Paula said 4,200 religion and one of each is good, so why send them to hell? Logic before religion. Come on, Hola, come on, man. Doesn't end at the other school function. Children, if it's a race, another religion. People. Night Ether is race, another religion people are dying over. Is race another religion that people are dying over? Is race another religion that people are dying over? Is race? Oh no, I'm just trying to penny that. Is race another religion that people are dying over? Is race? Gosh, that's a mad question, man. Unless I'm understanding it wrong. Is race another is what? Okay. No, you have to break that down to Illuminati, man. Is race a religion? I didn't know that race was a religion. It's race, another religion people are dying over. Break that down a bit to me, babe. I don't know if it's too early and I haven't really, but I don't want to answer wrongly in it. Is race another religion? Because I don't think that race is a religion. So break that down to me, please, bab. Break that down. I believe in hadith, but the most authentic ones I'll find that the hadith I mentioned to see. Okay, so you see, Halima, that's what I'm saying. It's picking and choosing. I can't really work with that, to be fair. Paternal Caribbean says 9 ether Israelites only. See, there you go. Another one, another system that excludes everyone else, but apparently there's one God. So you understand? It's mad, man. Yeah, our God means you are godly. It doesn't mean you're literally a god. Abbas Abad, ye are gods means you are godly. It doesn't mean you're literally a god. Oh dear. Oh, these books, man, these books that man contaminated it, so they don't say it's a true religion. 9 ether, not Adam's other. Oh, here we go. 9 ether, not Adam's other people. See? Oh dear. Woo. Islam, Christianity, and Judaism is pure BS and against science. You seen any flying horses around? Boogie says, lol, people remixing religion. Well, you don't know, Boogie. I tell this a long time. I tell the people them say, holy for remixing and remasking. Oh, Houston. It's people who, well, of course, that's why they said, seek and you shall find. But that, see, Halima, you see, even with that statement, yeah, that's supposed to make certain things about religion look shirky, not even shirky, but look a bit odd, you know? God is everything, and everyone, God is a beast. Fair play. Let me in. If people want to get in. It's clear as day that all three Abrahamic religions condemn you to hellfire if you don't believe, follow them. Say no more. My brother J. Boogie, say no more. The Black Tenet. Rubbish. Islam does not say that 9 ether. Just show that you're pseudo and follow hearsay, shaking my head. What am I talking? What was rubbish? What I said there, intellect, about the 72 sects. All right. Let me know about Islam doesn't believe in 6,000-year-old Earth. Oh, okay. So someone come and tell me something else then. But science and the talk of the moon orbit, etc., is in the Quran well before what we know today as science. Not sure about that, Brad, because I know there's that's not true anyways. That's not true anyway. There's people before that were depicting the sun and the moon and all that, so that's not true, man. I'm a god and birth for gods. You don't wait. Come on, tell them, my sister. Is it? Get me.
I'm coming.
You're applying a Christian. I'm not a Christian, Abbas. I'm not a Christian, my bad. I'm not. And misconceptions of all religions, which is just unjust. Oh dear, you see that? When I apply a logic, man. When I apply logic, the man's saying that. Go on, Bab.
But you don't know what. But the thing is, somebody mentioned in the comment, Abrahamic faith believes that Earth is 1,000 years old, and you went off on that retarded comment and pretended when you don't know. Islam don't say that. Christians might say that.
Whoa! Hold on a minute. We know that in Christianity, yeah, it goes back what is it, 5,000 or 6,000 years? Yeah, and then that's where they believe it started. So what are you talking about?
Right. So I say again, I'm telling you what I'm talking about.
If you can hear me, bro, there's people in the back door waiting to get on. Sorry, guys.
Bloody hell. Yeah. So as I was saying, yes, very simply, you're talking about the Bible, or should I say Christianity, right? And they said Abrahamic faiths, right? Abrahamic faiths is what they said, and you try to include Islam in that. That's not happening. Okay, nowhere in Islam does it say 6,000 years. The Quran nor the Bible teach that. So it shows, Nani, for you just go off by hearsay, and that's it, which ain't worth nothing.
Right.
Hearsay
So
ain't worth nothing,
hold on. No, hold on a minute. So I'm going off here to say, yeah, okay.
Yes.
Are there any Christians in the building? Because and I know Ultra used to be in it, but the way in which I understood it, you understand what I'm saying to you, is that they started it from the time of Adam, yes, which is before Christ and all these things, and now we are in AD and all of that, and isn't that like 6,000 years or whatever, or 5,000 or 6,000 years? Isn't that how it goes?
That everything was created. The earth and mankind. No, that's not how it goes either, and that's my point.
All right,
when you said Abrahamic faith, right?
Tell
so
me
in
how
the Abraham.
All right, tell me how Christianity professes it. Then go on, Bob.
Hold on. You said Christianity. There are Christians that say that, and there are Christians that don't say that. My point is, the whole point I'm making is you went off a comment that someone made, saying that all Abrahamic faiths. So my point is, you're showing that you just go by hearsay and then start talking and talking. My point is,
hold on, what did I say? Okay, what did I say?
See, these religions, blah blah blah. The earth is supposed to be this.
Whoa, not blah blah blah. What did I say?
Oh, I'll tell you. Listen, you're not that important for me to remember every single word you're saying. Get what I'm saying? You're not a teacher.
No, that's a stupid thing to say, though, brother.
No, but listen,
because you just accused me. No, you just accused me of something. Yeah, you said I said whatever and went off and then blah blah blah. I'm asking you what the blah 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 is, and then you're gonna say to me that it's not even that important that I know what it is. Yo, stop.
No, I'm getting.
I need that. I need something that. I'm not on that right now. Trust me.
So
today's not the day.
As I was saying, you said I went on to after.
You know what, man? Boom, boom, boom. You can't then say to me, what you said is not important. I don't need to remember, and then that's what you're trying to have me up on.
I'm getting to the point. You said that after the years, and then you tried to say we're going with this 6. That's the point. That's the point which I'm getting at. This bit here, very simply, this bit here where you said the person said the earth is 1,000,000-something years old, and we're saying it's 6,000 years old. So that's the point that I'm making. What you said before that is not the relevant point, because you said other things which are irrelevant. The relevant point was you talking about we know the earth is 1,000,000-something years old, right? And we're saying it's 6,000 years old. That's the important point I'm getting to. And I'm saying, where did you get anything from Islam, which you lot consider Abrahamic faith? Where did you get that from? You listened to somebody in the comments, yeah? And then you followed what they said in the comments. And when I'm saying your words are not that important, let me just clarify as well. When I say your words, I'm not trying to offend you. When I say like your words are not that point, I'm saying obviously your head is not a recorder, my head is not a recorder. So therefore, I'm picking up the main points of what you said, which is what I disagree with. So if there's things you've said which are not really relevant, that's why I would say blah blah, and then get to the important point. So don't take it disrespectful when I say that, because I'm not offending you. I'm just making that point. Yeah.
All right. Let's reset and come again. Then, yeah. You see, in Islam. So I've told you what I believe the case is for Christianity. Yeah, in terms of how they think the Earth is, according to their scriptures, this, that, and the other. Yeah. According to your scriptures, how does it give an age to the Earth? Does it say how long Allah took to? You get me? What does it say?
Right. It doesn't give no specific age in relation to billions of years, but we know in relation to the time frame where you can say in one verse it says the command descends to the heaven. Allah differentiates the command from heaven to earth, and it returns to him in 1,000 years of your liking. So this relates to the creation of various things, whatever he commands. But let me deal with the Bible first, because you're talking about Christianity, and then we get to Islam. So what I'm saying is, even in the Bible, where you're talking about Adam, you might say Adam was 6,000 years ago in the Bible, but that doesn't mean the earth is 6,000 years ago. That's what you lot keep getting confused about. When Adam was made is not when the earth was created. So the earth is there way before Adam. The sun, moon, and stars are created on so many different days. And remember, it says this, that know this, beloved, that the day is 1,000 years with the Lord and 1,000 years one day. Right? So I'm saying, if you were to take the 6 days of creation or whatever you want to say, that's at least another 5. So that would be at least 12, 13,000 years if you took each one of those days as 1,000 years. So even that commentary there through Christianity is wrong again. Do you get what I'm saying? So that's the problem with these commentaries that people have got. There are Christians in history that have said that the earth is thousands and thousands or even millions of years. Do you get me? So there's Christians around today, as you may know. I think they call them creationists. And they're saying, they're agreeing with it being millions of years old. So this whole idea where people are saying that doesn't make sense. You can't just follow, well, the Christians say that. Them Christians could be wrong. You get what I'm saying? This is why I say you have to study the book for yourself.
Exactly.
And then you'll come to...
Well, there you go again. Because you're saying that them Christians could be wrong. And I got no problem with that. And that's why I'm saying the whole thing's a myth. Because right now, we got 4,200 sets of religions or whatever to believe to be me. So...
Where do you get this from? This 4,000? You keep repeating that. Where did you get this from?
How many do you think there are?
Well, I mean, main religions, obviously, there ain't that many, is it? Main religions, is it? If you think about it, there can't be that many. Because look how many people come under the banner of Buddhists, Muslims. If you think how many people are on the planet, yeah? I think there's like 7 billion, yeah? So if you've got 1.something billion Hindus, you've got 1.something billion Muslims, you've got something billion Chinese, whatever, then you go to Korea. Like, it's very easy because, like, the majority in Africa is what? They're not they're either Jew, Christian, or they're Christian and Muslim, innit? So it's very easy to calculate that the majority of religions are going to be Hinduism, Judaism, Buddhism, Christianity, Islam, and what's the other one? Communism, and a few atheistic religions. Do you know what I mean? So, to be honest, I don't know where you're getting that statement from, but let's just say there's no more than 50. Simple. There's no more major religions than 50. There you go. Simple as that. There you go, 94.
No, what you want to consider as religions, man.
Well, come with it then. Bring something up to that.
The main ones, yeah, were the main ones were Christian, Catholicism, Sunni Islam. Yeah, because they broke it down, and your Shia thing was very, very small, Virgin. Very small.
No, it's not. No, it's not. But go ahead. Nice try, but go ahead.
I mean, I'm just telling you the breakdown that this thing gave it. I've done it on my show, innit? Ultra's back to take over. Huh? So
hold on. Let me get this correct. You actually have a website that says there's 4,000 something religions.
So my personal website, Virgin.
Yeah. No, I mean, you have access to one. Like, you found a website that says that, yeah?
Yeah.
Get a chance, please. Can you post it in the back chat? Because I want to see that. This might be a funny thing still. Like, this would be interesting. In fact, I'll just Google it. Don't worry. Don't.
There you go.
Yeah, I know. That's simple. Don't worry. I'll Google it.
Exactly.
Save your time. Yeah, true. Everyone's been. You know what? I'm working at the moment. Where's what's your name again? Ultra Funkhead. What you saying? Where you at? See, brother Hola Isu. Salam alaikum, brother. What's going on? Brother Hola.
He asked a question. I don't know if you can see it in the chat. I don't know. One of you look at it and see if you can answer it, because.
What did it say?
He said it was something about race. Hold on a second. I don't know if it's still there.
Oh, the race thing. I heard it, but I didn't see it. Let's see. Do you know who it was that posted it?
Yeah, it was Chulam. It was Jedi. It was a bit of a mad one. Can someone sort of not even repost, but just type again what he wrote? I can remember, because I can't go back that far. Something about race.
Look at. Big up at Abbas Abad. Big up Ayo. Big up Salam alaikum Abbas Abad. Yeah, that's it. It's not there.
Race being the new.
I mean, it's yeah. I guess because if you think of it, a lot of the time, race and religion have gone together in it. So that's been a fact.
Salam alaikum. Just give me like 20 seconds. I'll join you right now.
All right, brother. Yeah, my signal might go out because I'm going away from.
Race and religion has gone hand in hand. Race and religion has gone hand in hand. What do you mean?
Well, generally, if you took Judaism in particular, but it used to definitely be like that, innit? Back in the day.
Well,
tribal
so what?
religions
So
were always...
what? So okay. So what religion is for our race?
Huh?
What religion is for our race?
Race. Well, this is what I'm saying. We've got to. You could say, for instance, you can't say the black race because we had so many different ones in it. So it's more tribal rather than race. You know what I'm saying? So Cotton Socks C says race. What race? Race can't be a religion, but it can be a cult. Bible said.
So before.
So what religion is
Sister,
for people
I
like
wanted
me and you then, intellect? Because I think we're over. Oh.
What was that? What?
Yes, I was asking you what religion is for persons like me and you, because we're probably of a similar tribe, as you don't want to use the word race. So what religion?
Right. So basically, it's like this. Hold on. You see you? Right. So what I'm saying, sister, is this.
Nothing, so I don't know. Are you a boss shot already? Because I ain't said nothing. But go on, I'm listening.
I said, what I'm saying is this. I'm laughing because I. Right, so listen to what I'm saying.
I know you're laughing, babe.
Right, so what I'm saying is the reason for the last and final revelation being the Quran for mankind is so that is because human beings will become intertwined like we are today. Do you get what I'm saying? So obviously we've moved beyond these little tribal cults that we used to have, village thing.
Yo, my tribesman, I didn't hear nothing you said, man. The Most High did not want us to hear you say that, but say it again.
No, I switched up. You can hear me now, though, yeah? You can hear me now, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so as I was saying, previously, you generally had tribal cults or tribal religions amongst people, yeah? Then they would be incorporated into a bigger empire, whoever conquered them. So when you look at ancient Egypt, although people talk about the religion of ancient Egypt, they had hundreds of different tribal and cult-like religions amongst them. Same way in India, same way in China. But then somebody might come along and say, nah. All of this thing is there's going to be one religion and everyone has to be under that. Or at the very least, there's going to be one predominant ideology and even your little cults have to subscribe to that. Do you get what I'm saying? So you could say Akhenaton maybe was kind of trying to do that thing there. But basically, because mankind is sort of kind of intermixed so much now, this is why the Islam or the Quran is the supreme ideology, because it can teach you how to follow a system of life, a scientific system of life without God.
I want to talk about this. I want to talk about the 72. Wa alaikum assalam. Sister, I'm sorry to cut you off. I want to hear from Black Tillet what he thinks about the hadith that says 72, 73 sects.
Yeah, it's garbage. It's a Sunni. It's a Sunni made up hadith. It's absolute garbage because it says in there the one at the end of it. It says they say which path is the right path, and then the Prophet allegedly says the one which me and my companions are on today. Now, if he was talking to the companions, he would have said the one which me and you are on today, right? So we know that they made up the hadith just to try and fit the companions to be the ones we're supposed to follow in the lying, stinking, dirty kuffar religion of Sunnism, the imperialist, anti-black slave religion of Sunnism, which we should never ever follow or take heed in the black community or any community.
All right, before you go off on one, wait, hold on.
Yeah,
no, wait, because I know you're still gonna go off on one, but I have to.
No, I have to go. But go ahead.
Sorry, but I have to reply. I have to go too, but I have to reply to my my tribal brother. You get me? Because you said to bring it down to tribe, and I'm saying, boy, me and you are probably of a similar tribe because I know you're from Barbados, in the islands, etc., etc. You see it, and then what you proceeded to do is tell me the history of Islam.
No, listen to what I said. Listen to what I'm saying. I said in the past.
Tell me what. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, but you just went on a rant. I'd asked you a very specific question.
No, because you
said race, religion.
Right. So in the past, that's how religion was. No, because you didn't. Listen to what I'm saying. In the past.
But you're not answering the question. I asked you a question. Yeah.
Islam.
Of the tribe that we are of.
Yes, I said Islam is for that. I just said that.
but Islam. But wait. When did Islam get to Barbados?
I mean, when did Islam get to Barbados? I don't know when it got there. I don't know. Recently. What's the point? I don't
So
get
then
your point.
how could it have been of our tribe then if it's got there recently?
Right, I'm saying it's for mankind.
Exactly. Religion ain't got nothing to do with tribes. Religion is for everybody. If you want to take it, you take it. If you don't want to take it, that's up to you.
Hold on, bro.
But he said that race and religion go hand in hand.
No, I said they used to.
All right, used to. Race.
Used to, not now. This what I said in the past. How many times I have to say this? In the past, religion and tribe used to go hand in hand. So generally, they would follow the tribal customs.
Okay, then. So in the past, all right, then, fair enough, cool. So in the past, the past, are you trying to tell me that mine and yours tribal religion was Islam?
No, it was a form of Islam, not the Islam of the Quran, but another form. So you could say the original voodoo, not the contaminated voodoo today. That would be what we call Islam. You understand?
But would you not
are there
say
any
that
Islamic words in you know what? That's nonsense. You're talking nonsense, right?
Would you not say that what I described earlier?
Nonsense talking here.
Would you not say that? Would you not say what I described earlier? Black Select, would you not say what I described earlier with people using the deaths of their ancestors and the voices in their head and ascribing that to gods? Would you not see how that is a better explanation for the differences in religions between different tribes?
I would definitely say no, because that is a no offense, but that is a Eurocentric way of looking at black people's systems. They're much more superior than the whisperous ideas in your head. You get me? They tried to look at it as primitive.
No, I'm not.
I'm saying the feud with which the author wrote the thing.
Why do you have to bring black people into it?
Because I'm saying to you that when the oldest religions on the planet were of black people, in relation to the evolution story, they're trying to say that the further back you go, it's black people that had it, and they were primitive. So they're saying, well, these are whisperings in their head. And I'm saying whisperings in your head would not allow you to construct the great civilizations that we constructed. So it can't be whisperings in your head.
No, but what I'm talking about is going back like 50, 60,000 years, or possibly 100,000 years, like to when like the first like cave paintings were being drawn, literally when there was no language. So
who says there was no language?
We don't just get from like no language to religion. There's like thousands of years in between those three points.
Are you listening? Where did you get the idea there was no language? Where were you getting that from?
Exactly.
There had to have been at one point a time where language didn't exist. Do you agree?
So really? Hold on, one sec, brother. One sec, hold on. Do you agree? What's your name, Mr. Pirate? Do you agree that humans evolved?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you agree that the creatures that they evolved from had some form of rudimentary language?
Okay. So do you think ants have
yes
language?
Or no? Hold on, answer the question, please.
It's a yes and no. I'm talking about spoken language and written language.
Oh, no, bro. We're dealing with hold on, spoken language. Hold on, bro. This is what listen to what I'm saying. We're doing one at a time. You said they didn't have a spoken language before, but you're claiming that the previous animals that they came from somehow use sounds to communicate information, which is a spoken language. It may not be as articulated as ours, but it's something that they use in their mouth to communicate certain sounds. Yes, just like when I hear a Chinese person speaking, it means no more to me than monkeys cackling.
I agree. Does that mean all animals have religion?
Well, they might have a religion, but I don't really communicate with them. The cat just bloody meows, the dog barks and growls.
How are you trying to tell me if you
language restricted to speaking only?
How can you tell me that humans before proper language and we just had rudimentary language? Can you tell me for a fact that we had religion then?
How have you jumped from speech to hand signs we're all over the place. Stick to what are you saying?
What
I was addressing you on language, and now you've jumped.
Hold on, I'll explain. You brought up earlier that the different tribes and different races of people had different races, and I was trying to say that my
religions, different religions,
different religions, So what I was trying to say earlier, a better explanation for why those different tribes and races had different religions was because of the way that they were separated, and when language was created or found, whatever you want to describe it as, like not rudimentary language, but literal language that we can describe things with, and not just like make sounds and kind of hope that they understand what I'm on about. It's a better description of what possibly happened if language is the driver of religion. When we attribute gods, our ancestors, our dead ancestors, to gods, that would create different religions through different tribes, right?
Have you ever seen a pack of dogs, wolves, or hyenas attack prey? Have you ever seen that?
Have I ever seen animals attack prey?
Ye are gods. Ye are gods. Ye are gods.
All of you children of the Most High God. Don't forget the rest of it, Nanifa. But anyway, as I was saying to the young man here, so what?
Goddess, you get me? And I create life, baby.
No. You just help evolve it. But anyway, as I was saying to this gentleman here, in relation to what you said, sir, if you agree,
so I don't give life. So hold on. So I don't give life.
What the heck? What's going on there? How many different? Why is it when I'm making a point?
No, you just said no, you don't. You just help evolve it.
Exactly.
Is that what you said?
Because otherwise you would. That's right. Because you do not give life. You are given life because the creator of the sperm and the egg, which you didn't create, you didn't fashion it, you didn't design it, you didn't think about it. It just grew according to a design that was there before you ever existed. You're not even conscious of it.
I don't give life.
I just said you.
When a woman has a baby, she's not giving life.
She's not giving. No, you can't give life, and you can't. No, otherwise, what you could do with these poor women that give birth to babies that die in the womb, they could give it life, innit? Clearly, you don't give life. That's what I'm saying. That's clear as hell. There's a lot of women that have miscarriages and whatever else. You know, I'm not trying to be rude or disrespectful to any women out there, but I'm just saying. Clearly, you can't. Human beings in general cannot give life. That's clear. What happens is there is a process of growth.
Listen. You cut out again. You cut out. Seemingly,
all right, sorry.
When you talk nonsense, you cut out.
All right, look. Let me stay still.
That's why I know you're talking nonsense because you're cutting out.
Because I'm busy.
Yeah.
Because I'm busy. I was
cutting you out because he knows you're chatting nonsense.
Let's see. So let's people listen carefully. If a woman gives life, when there are miscarriages, they'll be able to give that baby life. You get me? I'm not being rude, but I'm just saying, you know what I mean? Obviously, we know these things happen. So the poor women who are unfortunate to have miscarriages, they can't give that baby life.
What about doctors who resuscitate
Does that make sense to you, man?
Of course, because I'm saying you don't give it life. The sperm meets the egg, then it evolves. As simple as that. You don't give it life.
Okay, so when people are pronounced dead,
how the hell are we from the subject of hyenas and dogs?
So when doctors pronounce someone dead, but then they miraculously come back to life through like a resuscitation of some sort, then that doctor has given life or? Black Select? Hello?
Okay. Yeah. Hello?
Yo.
Okay.
Who's that?
You were saying something earlier about languages, and I was trying to tell you, language is not based on just verbal, like just speaking. You could paint a picture and then it could mean something to a lot of people. You could do sign languages. You could do a whole language basically is communication, so it doesn't have to be verbal.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Right. So that's what I'm just trying to that's the point I was just trying to make about language. And the sister said something about giving life. Um, it's two ways. Yes, you can give life if you have a permission from the Most High. But when you say give life, according
Listen,
to
man.
what
Listen, man.
according to what Issa's
Yeah?
talking about, you can only
Look.
you can
You
only
can't
make
prove
babies, but
God.
you don't give
Yeah?
life. Like,
You cannot prove God. You understand? You cannot prove God. Yeah? So all that is just, it's mumbo jumbo, blood. Like, seriously, in a real life. And I believe in the Most High. And that's what I'm saying to you. But at the end of the day, are you saying that you're, look, man, you're getting me frustrated now. Seriously. Someone
hold
said
on,
something in the comments. I mean, it's not even you know, it's because I've got to go in it. And I always get rushed, man. But hold on a second.
okay, but
So I do
you said
apologize.
you believe
Like,
you said you
my
believe in the
brother.
Most High.
I wasn't.
You said you believe in the Most High, but you can't prove the existence of God.
That's correct. That's absolutely
So how
correct.
do yeah?
The
Why
most
do
that I
you
can
believe in the
prove,
Most High then?
is that I am the Most High's representation here on earth. You see it? But I can't prove God. You can't prove God. Intellect, no one can prove God. Yeah? It's down to faith and belief. But what I can definitely do, what I can definitely do is give life. Yeah? That's something that we can factually prove.
Just because
Men and women.
you can't prove,
Yeah?
you
Someone
can't
said
give
in the
no life.
comments,
You can't give life. It's rubbish.
What?
You can't give
All
life.
right, then
Where you
prove. Okay,
getting this
then
from?
I can't give life. Cool. Prove how God gives life.
Big up.
But Jesus gave life though.
Hold on,
Jesus
Prove
gave
how
life.
God gives life. Prove it.
In the Quran, Jesus was given the permission to give life.
You've proven it already.
Prove it.
What do you mean prove it? It's
Outside
there.
of the Quran, prove it.
Forget.
Outside of your book, prove it.
Yeah. We have done. It's there. You observe it. There you go. When you look at the baby, it comes out alive. What do you mean how? You see it alive.
That's
this
not
is a joke,
proof,
like
man.
seriously.
That's not proof.
All right,
no, it's not a joke. It's not a joke. It's not a joke.
Watch this.
Yeah.
Wait, Raheem, wait. Simple question, Nanifa.
Hold on, brother. You taking over, bro. Let someone else.
Bro, stop talking rubbish, bro. Bun that, bro.
Nanifa,
simple thing.
It's the truth, bro.
Yeah, whatever, bro.
Literally taking over.
It wasn't taking over. We're having a conversation.
Not getting through to the sister, so let someone else try.
That's fine.
Prince, you just came in, so let him speak, and then you could get the next point.
Bro. The thing is, I have to go as well as Nanifa. So I'm saying, Nanifa, you keep saying about proof. So in your day time, think about what proof is and how you prove something. Because I guarantee, Nanifa, if I ask you right now, what's the step-by-step process of proving something to be true? What's your answer, Nanifa?
Wait, can I come back?
Wait, no, wait, blood. Nanifa, what's your step-by-step process of proving something to be true? Nanifa.
Exactly. Yeah, what's my step? I couldn't answer that straight away. Hold on, wait, my brother. Hold on. All I'm saying is, believing in a God, comes down essentially to faith and belief. Because it cannot be
in your head. In your head.
Well,
but you don't know if it's proven or not.
However you say. Yes, of course, in my head.
Hold on.
It's a subjective thing, is it not?
Right,
otherwise, you wouldn't have atheists.
No, it's not.
Otherwise, you wouldn't have atheists.
That's not true.
Do you understand?
That's not true. Rubbish. Because atheists.
Of course. So how can you have
disbelieve in things that are facts? I'll tell you how. Because the human mind has the capability to disbelieve in truth and facts. You can tell somebody something that's a fact in relation to yourself. Somebody could be doubting where you've been, what you've done, and you could be talking facts, and they still doubt it because they haven't got enough proof for themselves. Right.
Raheem, you can tell someone bullshit, and they can believe that too.
Indeed, you can. All right, Raheem Prince.
Both ways.
Right, I'm muting up. See you later. I've got work. See you later.
Right, I just want to come in.
Hold on, Lister. Hold on, man. Hold on. Wait, Lister. Wait.
Lister, let him speak.
Wait. So, sis, Nanifa, I get your point. However, what you're saying isn't true from the fact that the woman does not cause a child's heart to beat. So therefore, you don't give life, you give birth. A child's heart can start to beat if it's in a test tube or the womb. It doesn't matter.
So therefore, you don't give life. You
So
bring
we don't give
forth.
birth to life then, no?
No, you give birth to life.
So
That's
what
not
do we
bringing
do
life.
then, Raheem? What do we
Sister,
do
hold
then?
on.
What do
You give birth.
what,
You give
what
birth.
do pe- yeah?
You give birth.
We
So
just
therefore,
so are
there's
we
a
not giving
difference.
birth to life?
Yes, but that's not
There's
life.
a difference.
That's not creating life. There's a huge difference in that.
I didn't say I create life. I said I give birth. Hold on.
Or give life. You don't give life either.
Do you give life?
No, I don't. No human being can give life.
This is just semantics and wordplay. I don't think it really means much.
You lot are mad. You're crazy, man. Who gives life? If it's not man and woman, who gives life?
The Creator. Did Jesus Christ give life?
So hold on a minute. Can God impregnate me?
No.
What he impregnated
so
Mary?
So what are you talking about then?
That is not.
You lot. That's saying you lot on your books. You lot all messed up, blood.
Hold on. Is a plant alive?
A plant is alive, yes.
So therefore, the whole thing of a woman giving birth to a woman giving life is not the same. You don't give life.
So now you're comparing us to a fucking plant.
No.
Now you're comparing fucking. You're comparing us to plants.
All living. It's not
all living. You lot, this is what I'm saying.
When you talk about life,
there's something wrong with you.
When you talk about life, we have animals, we have plants, and then we have human beings. It's all living things.
That is living, whatever the right
answer, yes, it has life.
It's meaningless.
It lives and it dies.
Whatever the correct answer to this is meaningless to this conversation.
It's meaningless to you, Lister.
Hold on, me and Nynefa are similar in more ways that we both accept that God is probably more likely than not, but we're saying that it can't be proven by just words in a book.
In
fact,
I can agree with that. The book is put there as guidance.
The book does more to disprove God than it does to prove it.
How? No, I don't know.
Okay, so
let's talk about DNA. Is DNA a fact or a fiction?
So let's talk about the creation story. What did God create first in the creation story?
Himself.
Okay, and then after that,
the earth.
Light.
No, yeah.
He created light.
No. He created the water. Then he said, "Let there be light."
Okay, so let there be light.
You just say God created himself.
Hold on.
Exactly.
Hold on. So he created light. Where does light come from?
From its source.
Where is the source of light?
It depends on what context you're looking at. Is in this time.
In the context of the universe. In the context of the universe, where does light come from? The sun.
Talking about the sun.
And on what day did God create the stars and the sun?
I believe it was the first.
No,
even if it was the third, even if it was the last. What point you're trying to make?
He created light before the place that light comes from. If God is a scientist, then he just failed his science test.
How?
Because how can you create light and then, 3 or 4 days later, create the stars where light comes from? Where was the light coming from that he created?
The stars. Well, as I said, it depends on the context you look at it in. Exactly. If you take light has several meanings within the Christian context.
Oh, it just so happens that now that God has been disproved by science, that we're going to change the meaning of the words.
Lister, listen. For one, science does not disprove God. Science is God, and God is science. Even in the root of the meaning of the word. Yeah, even in the meaning of the word. If you break down the meaning of the words, you'd understand that. But you're not disagreeing, so we don't have to go down that path. In terms of the meaning of light, in the Bible, there are several meanings for the word light. Light is either physical light, light is either the ability to see, or light is your spiritual orientation. All of these three things have a duality to them.
So when you actually read the Bible, it's light created and divided from darkness. That is the light that we're talking about within
So
the
if that is,
creation
then
story.
that's the mindset. If that's the verse, I'm not looking at the Bible and at the moment, so I can't quote correctly. But if this is the thing where you're talking about let there be light, and the light was separated from the darkness, that's God creating the duality in mindset.
I mean, so he created light, then darkness on day one. He created the atmosphere and divided the atmosphere from oceans. Then he created land. So we had water and atmosphere there. So we're talking about physical things here that he's creating in the universe, and it just so happens that the Bible thinks that God created light before he created the things that light comes from. I'm sorry,
So hold
but if
on,
you
let me
want to
bring
take
up
any other
the actual
way,
Genesis
then,
story.
huh?
So then I can argue. I said, let me bring up the Genesis story, and then I can argue this properly. No, continue. You don't have to sit there in silence. Continue. Don't
No,
stop on my behalf.
I mean, yeah, like this is the order from my understanding. He created light and darkness, and he's creating day two is atmosphere and oceans. So we've got like a ball of water with an atmosphere around it. Then he put land there and divided that from the water and created plants and things. Day four, it was then the sun, moon, and stars to fill the sky. So he's already got light here to see himself doing this, but then he creates.
Okay, so no.
Creates the light.
So so looking at it, it goes, in the beginning there was God. God created the heaven and the earth, and the earth was without form and void and darkness upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved on the face of the waters. And God said, let there be light. There was light, and there was light. And God saw the light, and it was good. And God divided the light from the darkness. Now, as I said, we're talking about mindset here. Earth is not a physical earth. Earth is a people and is a person's, if you understand that in terms of the spiritual realm. Continue your point.
Okay, so how can he create a mindset if he hasn't even created man yet? He hasn't created the mind.
Mindset is nothing to do with man. Mindset is nothing to do with a physical being. We only contemplate that because we are the physical beings.
So
mindset
okay, what is
you're either on one end of the spectrum or the other.
Who owns a mindset?
It's dropped into us from our understanding. However, God has a mindset.
So it's dropped. So he created all these mindsets. That was the first thing he created.
He created a mindset. The mindset is good and evil, separating light from dark.
I mean, that's a stretch if you ask me.
Why is it a stretch?
Because everything else he's talking about physical things, and he hasn't created man yet.
It's actually not all physical.
He creates man on the sixth day.
Is heaven physical?
I mean, is heaven like?
Is heaven physical?
I
is
mean,
darkness physical?
Is anything really physical? Science.
Yes,
science,
anything that you can touch is
physical.
physical.
We're all energy.
That's the definition of physical.
We're all energy. So if you're talking about definitions, there's many definitions of physical. Like, yes, it looks physical to me now, but when you look to the quantum level, it's not physical. It's all energy and moving and just things that are moving. In fact, they're not even things. It's just energy moving.
So physical is an adjective. This is the dictionary definition. Physical adjective, relating to the body as opposed to the mind. Relating to things perceived through senses as opposed to the mind. Tangible or concrete. Is heaven concrete? Tangible? Can heaven be touched or experienced through any of our known five senses? Sorry.
I mean, I imagine when I die, and if I was to go to heaven, then yes, it would seem physical to me then.
No, because in terms of that, you wouldn't be a physical being.
Would I not be able to touch things? Would people be able to touch me in heaven?
Depends on how you look at it.
Well, then, if exactly. So there's a kind of like physical, like what is physical? Maybe we're in heaven now.
I've given you the dictionary definition of physical.
Yeah, no, but you can't answer the. But I just told you. I just asked you. Would people be able to touch me physically in heaven?
It depends. As I said, it depends on how you look at it.
Exactly. You can't answer it. It depends how you look at it.
No. I can, but I would only answer it from my opinion. Everyone would answer it from an opinion state, not a factual state.
Yeah.
So it depends on how you look at it.
That's what we're getting at. Everything's an opinion here. There's no factual.
No. Certain things are
God
concrete.
or heaven.
Physical is concrete. Yes. What we're talking, where you said that God was in creating physical things in the Bible, I have explained to you there are things where He has created which are not physical and cannot be known because we do not have the capacity to it.
Well, light isn't
there are
actually
things
physical.
which can and which we do know and do have capacity to understand.
Light in itself isn't physical. It's an energy, like I was saying.
Light is physical.
It's not. It's energy.
Light is physical.
You can't
by the
touch
dictionary
light.
definition, yes, but you can use your senses to show how tangible it is. You cannot do the same thing with heaven or hell.
Okay, I agree with that at the moment.
So therefore, light is physical by definition.
No, it's still not physical.
So what? Light is spiritual.
No, light is energy.
And what is energy? Energy is physical. What is the study of energy? Physics.
No, energy is not physical. Energy doesn't.
Energy is physical. Energy can be substantiated through some form of the five senses. As I explained to you, the dictionary definition relating to things perceived through the senses as opposed to the mind, tangible or concrete.
Okay,
so therefore you have to use one of your five senses in order to understand that. Therefore, it is physical.
Let me give you the science answer of what energy is. There is no physical essence of energy, and no such thing as pure energy. Energy is always carried by something, usually in the form of movement. So the faster I move, the more
that's kinetic energy. That's a specific type of energy. Through movement is kinetic energy. The law of thermodynamics states that energy cannot be created nor destroyed, but only transformed. That's the law of thermodynamics.
That's in a vacuum. That's in a vacuum. That's in a vacuum. But let me just say this in relation to what you said about it. It's what you said, Lister. It's basically like this: energy is a potential something. So generally, it would be seen as a conception.
Okay, I've just googled it.
Realization, right?
Scientists say yes, light is definitely a physical object. So yeah, I'll agree. Life is a physical object.
Life, I would say energy is a concept.
Light
energy is a concept. Well, all right, she's saying life. I don't know where that comes from, but yeah. So energy
isn't a concept. Energy is not a concept. Where did you get that from?
Right. Listen to what I said. Energy is the capacity, the potentiality, and the capability to do work. True or false?
Say that again. It's the capacity and potential to do what?
Is the capability, potentiality to do work. Yes or no?
No, it's not.
No?
No.
Really?
To do work.
Okay, what's the definition? Type it in.
The definition of energy.
I mean, that we're going back to kinetic energy. Anyway, hold
on. Energy, the strength or vitality required. Hold on, there's different meanings. 1 second.
In
terms of physics, which is a science, it is the property of matter and radiation in which manifests as a capacity to perform work as causing motion or the interaction of molecules, a degree or level of energy possessed by something or acquired by a process. So there's more than one in terms of science.
To do work. So it's a potential. It's the measuring of something.
No. You've taken 4 words out of a probably 20-word sentence and then used that as what it is.
Bro, you got examples. We're talking about energy itself. We didn't talk about the examples. Just look up the definition of energy. Just what is energy? Simple as that.
I've literally read it out for you. in terms
No.
of physics.
You gave the examples where it's used thermal. Bruv.
No. I've read out the actual dictionary definition according to Oxford.
I'll just read it. I'll read it for you. Doing work. Then it goes on to elaborate. It may exist in potential kinetic, thermal, electrical, chemical, nuclear, and other various forms. These are further explanations. The definition ends with a full stop. Energy in physics, the capacity for doing work. That's what it is, right? So everything else relates to where you can find it, where you can measure it, what types of energy. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about energy specifically. Simple as that. So it is the potential and the capacity for doing work. So it's a conceptualization where you're measuring what work can be done by these things.
So where is this source? Sorry, where are you reading this from?
Right. So you just put in energy definition.
I've literally done that, and I read the example to you. I've given you the example, and you turn around.
You read the example.
You've added potential in there. It doesn't mention potential when you do that.
No, but I'm saying potential because capacity and potential are synonyms. Do you not agree?
No, not really, but okay.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
In this regard, all right, capacity is the capability, correct? Yes?
Say that again, sorry. Say that again. Hold on, I'm Googling synonyms of capacity, just so that we can see if anything you're saying is correct. I'm not going to take what you say. I'm not going to take what you say.
No, you shouldn't. You should know this already. Exactly. It's not take what I say. You should know this already. Lie, Manik.
All right, go on. Go on.
I'm saying to you, do you agree that the word capacity relates to the capability of doing something? Yes or no?
Depends on the context.
2 minutes, I'll be back.
Right, if I say you're capable of lifting 20 kilos, is it not the capacity within you? It has to be in you, the capacitance, yes, to do it. Yes?
Agreed. That means I have the capacity and I'm capable of doing that by your opinion, yes. But
the direct connection
isn't only just that, is it?
No, I didn't say it is. We're talking specifically about the subject of energy. Why would you go anywhere else? Anyway, so we're saying now, do you not agree also that would be the potential? So you also have the potential to lift it if you have that inside of you. Yes?
In your example, yes.
Exactly. So why are you bloody arguing something which you agree with? So anyway, my whole point
I'm not, because I don't agree with what you're saying. It's your example. I'm agreeing with your example. It doesn't mean I agree with what you have said.
All right, so show me energy.
What you have said and I have said are two different things.
Okay. So show us energy as a physical thing. Show it separate from capability and capacity. Anywhere.
Electricity. That's it.
Yeah,
that's an energy that is not.
Are you serious?
Potential energy. That is an energy that moves around, has different attributes depending on what it's used for, alternating or direct. They're two different things.
No, electricity is the movement of electrons. I don't know where you're getting
everything is the movement of electrons. Everything is the movement of electrons.
No. Listen to what I said. You said electricity. So forget about everything. We're talking specifically about what you said, electricity. Electricity is
you've given the answer. Hold on. Isa, you've given the answer as it's the movement of electrons. That's a false flag. Everything is the movement of electrons. From us blinking to us breathing to electricity. It's all the movement of electrons and atoms.
Hold on. Listen to what you just said. So if I ask you about nuclear energy from the nuclear, what's that got to do with electrons?
That's the movement and collision of electrons, neutrons, positrons, all of that. That's what that is.
No. Listen to the question. Okay, so the nuclear force is produced by what? The strong nuclear force. What is that? Electricity?
No, it's produced
exactly. So not everything then. So not everything. So not everything then. Yes.
Hold on. If you have energy, hold on. By your definition, that means that there are things out there that do not have atoms, electrons, and whatever in them.
You said electrons. Now you're adding atoms. I'm sticking to what you said.
All of them, they're all the same thing. They're all intertwined.
That's why they've got different names. Hold on, stop.
Oh, they're all intertwined. You cannot have one without the other.
That's fine.
Name an electron without an atom.
Hold on. Do you not know that protons are being beamed from space to Earth? Do you not know that? Are you serious?
I do know that.
Right then. So what do you mean you can't have one without the other? There's blooming protons coming here without being part of an atom. Bro, stop.
How are they not? Okay.
Oh, bruv, I'm saying you can bounce electrons. Flipping out. Anyway, as I was saying, yeah, very simply, electricity is the movement of electrons. The measuring of the energy based upon what? The current, ampage, and these various things, correct? Voltage. That's when it comes to what energy is in the movement of electrons. So that's what I'm saying. It's electricity is not an energy. Do you get what I'm saying? So I've only come back harsh because you came out harsh at me, bro. I'm just saying. I came into humbly just saying.
I'm not taking anything that you said harsh at all.
Okay, that's good.
I'm just taking it as not actually making sense to me. But go on.
Are you, bro? You've ended up agreeing with what I'm saying. But anyway, my whole point is, bro.
I haven't agreed with what you said. Literally, I've agreed with what your examples are. It doesn't mean I agree with what you're saying. Otherwise, I wouldn't. Have a rebuttal towards it.
Okay, so what is your rebuttal towards me saying that energy? And when I said give an example of energy, you gave an example of electricity, which is actually the movement.
Which is a form of energy.
No, which describes electricity describes the movement of electrons. You didn't say everything's electrons. I didn't prove that's not true, and so on and so forth. So now we're going to the measurement of the movement of electrons, how fast, how powerful, etc., relates to the energy, how much work it can do. That's why they produce things called batteries that fit devices in the exact proper way, and so on and so forth. That's why you have the devices, because of the way we know energy as a potential and capacity to do work. Very simple, very straightforward.
So anyway. In terms of but hold on, using that example, talking about capacity and batteries for using electricity, that is not the capacity in terms of your ability to do that or the potential to do that. That is the storage of the capacity of. So that's different.
No, you didn't get the example. Because of the knowledge of how energy works, they can relate it between the battery and the device. So if you put a battery where it's too low, it will either drain straight out or it won't work. If you put one that's too high, it probably burn out the circuit.
It doesn't have the capacity to expel what is in it.
Well, it's not just that.
You
but that's
literally even said it yourself. It's too low.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But the potential is there. In other words, if you put it in another device, that doesn't mean it doesn't have the capacity and potentiality to do work. It still has it, but not the work required by this. If I get a flipping battery for my phone and put it on my car, do you think it's going to work? There you go.
No, of course
exactly.
But that's why you have. What do you have? But for those situations, you have a what?
I have a car battery or a vehicle battery.
No, you can use it. You just would require a transformer that is powerful enough to increase the amperage.
I think somebody would be a bit retarded to use a phone battery and a transformer to power their car, so I wouldn't mention it. But
I know these are all things that you have to look at the whole picture as a whole, Isa. Like, you can't just say because that is one thing. You have the capability to do that using technology that is out there. Using a transformer, you could power a car using a phone battery, if you so choose to.
But it's still the potential.
No one does so.
But the potential is still there in the flipping phone, so it hasn't changed anything to the argument. It's very simple. That's what energy is. I mean, all right, I don't know if you've got a new definition. You said energy is physical. I don't know where you're getting that from. It's the measurement
energy is physical.
Huh? You're still saying energy is physical?
Of course it is physical.
Are you serious?
To bring this back,
when can you not use any of your five senses to understand, to perceive energy?
To bring this back to how
I'll tell you how, because you're calculating energy. That's all you can do. You're measuring it. You're putting numbers against time and space and weight and gravity and stuff like that. That's what you're doing. All you're doing is
see the effects of energy.
I agree.
I agree
to see the effects. I agree you can observe the effects, but you're not actually experiencing energy like you're saying. But anyway, you
can't go on. That's fine.
Yeah. Sorry, let me get back to work. You lot go ahead.
To bring this back to how this started, I can't find any religious person who's trying to interpret this creation story as you did. I mean, I see a lot of explanations like, oh, God created light and then he hid it. And then when he created the sun and the stars, then he released the light and put it in all its like proper orbits and things. It's like, what are you talking about? Like, there's no one saying what you said, Raheem.
Which is fine. That doesn't mean it's wrong.
I know it doesn't mean it's wrong, but if people are trying to tell me that the religious texts prove God's like science credentials, Like, it doesn't make any sense because the text proves, to me, does more to prove that he doesn't understand science than otherwise.
Is it, or is it
I'm
that someone who he's explained it to didn't understand it and wrote it in the best way that they could?
Yeah, but then,
these are all things that you can use as an argument. Now, I'm not religious in any shape or form, but that's an argument to combat what you're saying.
But then if God's all-powerful and all-knowing, 2,000 years down the line, he has to realize that we're going to have the understanding to read that book again and think, yeah, that looks wrong. That looks bafflingly wrong.
Depends. The Bible says that God is not a God of confusion, and knowledge shall be known of its children. Right? So using those two things, if you have an understanding, you would be able to see the bullshit through it. No?
I'm not sure I understand your point.
So if you have an understanding of what's being said in there, like it's like that saying you can't see the woods from the trees. The forest. Is it the woods from the trees or the woods from the forest?
The woods for the trees, yeah.
Woods through the trees. But there are people who can see the woods through the trees, right? If you look at it that way, the Bible is the trees. There are those who can see the woods, and there are those who can't. Does that make sense now?
That sounds like a very cultish thing to say. It's like you either get it or you don't, mate.
Well, that's the whole point of spirituality. There are those who will not get it, and there are those who will.
No, but
there are those who will follow blindly, and there are those who won't.
Yeah, that's a better way to put it. There are those who will believe it, and there are those that won't. I wouldn't say there are those that get it, and there are those that don't, because.
Well, why would there not be those who get it?
No, but to describe it as get it, it kind of assumes that there definitely is something to get.
Well, it's not for everybody. No, not all religions are for everybody, and that's why there are so many. Because one has to relate to a people.
I just think it's better to understand religion as something that is evolutionarily necessary for our survival and existence. And now that we've managed to create a society that has surpassed religion, then I don't think it's as essential and especially evolutionarily essential as it was previously.
So for me, religion is a control stipulant. As I said, it's not for everybody. It's made in so many fractions and factions that it will hopefully land on so many people and allow for control. I believe that religion is nothing short of pure evil. That's my personal opinion on it. So to say that it's for an evolutionary time, that doesn't make sense.
No, but
because the books were given in the first place to allow individuals to understand what came before religion.
Yeah. So
they can not lose their path.
When I'm talking about religion in that sense, I'm going back like 50,000 years to. I'm not sure if you were here when I said that what I think happened was we didn't have language 50,000 years ago. And then when language was created and we were making names for each other and counting numbers for to say there's 3 lions there or something or whatever, that simple language created like schizophrenic thing in our heads where we would have our instinct where we'd just speak freely like we do normally, like on a kind of instinct way. And then we'd have a pauseful kind of where we can reflect and think in our heads in a like form of language. And this was like within us all where we just have this like thoughtful language in our heads that we just attributed to our ancestors that had died. And then once a few generations goes past, those ancestors become gods, and then religions are born out of this kind of process that was just a natural kind of phenomenon that like a sense of God that we had.
Right. So in terms of what you're saying, there are truths in that, but there are also not. In terms of language, we've always had language. If there was no language, the world wouldn't exist. Language didn't evolve. Well, language has evolved, but language didn't not exist, if that makes sense.
Hold
language
on.
is a form of language is communication, whether
Yeah.
it's written or spoken, it's communication. So you give the examples of grunting in prehistoric man, well, the assumption that they grunted rather, to cave paintings, etc. That's all
But can
language.
you see the difference in where I've started this is like we're literally speaking words that can be spelt and written down, and we're giving people names to
but see, what you're saying is a modern concept. Like what you're putting on is a modern concept. So in terms of being able to say that is the tree, at one point that wouldn't have been referred to as a tree. That would have been a tonal grunt to explain that is a tree.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get that.
So language in that sense then has always existed.
Yeah, I get that. But there would have been a point where there wasn't even a grunt for a tree.
No, there wouldn't have, because then how would you know that you needed a tree?
Okay, so you're telling me that there's always been some form of sound to mean tree.
Agreed.
No, like that. So you're telling me that dogs today have not different noises for every different object that they see in the street.
Dogs have different sounds depending on how they're feeling, what they want, and what they mean. And I'm a dog owner.
Yeah, but like a dog probably doesn't have a word.
One of the few animals that has evolved to communicate and express themselves with other animals is the cat. Cats did not naturally purr and meow. They've developed that to communicate with other animals, namely humans.
Yeah, I get
That's
it.
a fact. That's a scientific fact.
But okay.
Apart from that, excuse me. Apart from that, there is nothing else.
Okay, so like an ant has a word for the moon.
No, they have they use radio frequencies.
Well, they have a noise. They have some sort of like.
Which is what? It's a communication piece, which is a. Come on, Lister. It's
what?
Language.
Yeah, but okay, so an ant has a noise for the moon.
It has a noise for everything. Every animal that is able to communicate with its own self. Say that again.
Even things that it isn't aware of.
Well, what wouldn't it be aware of? If it's not aware of it, then it wouldn't have a word for it.
An ant, yeah, exactly. So there must have been a point where we didn't have an awareness for things like giraffes or anteaters, but then we created.
But we learned that, and then we learned that, and then we created that afterwards, right?
Yes. So there must have been a point where language didn't exist because we didn't have any awareness of these things, regardless of the fact that they were there or not. We wouldn't have had awareness.
Why would we not aware? Why would we not? There has always been a need for communication.
Yeah,
because you've learned things outside of that doesn't mean that before then there was no need for communication.
No, I know, but what I'm talking
needed
about
to learn
is
how to communicate for food, for warmth, for shelter, for all of these types of things, and danger.
There's certain types of communications that are better at things than others. Like, for instance, what is it? The dots and zeros, the Morse code wouldn't be a great language to start to write a Bible in, because no one's going to fucking understand that, because
agreed.
It's too long. And there's sign language is another one that's not very good for putting, like, it's not very good for lots of different words for the same thing. So, for instance, like that was really entertaining. Like, how can you say entertaining loads of different times? You like in different ways. Like, oh, that was fun. That was like all these different.
But those are synonyms.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is there must have been a point when language was much more simple than it is now, to the point where it barely existed.
No.
Yeah, but it does exist.
You said language.
You're trying to tell me that there's always a word for things that when we didn't even have an awareness for those things.
It might not be in our language. It might be sign language, but it does exist.
Exactly.
It might not be English. It might not be Arabic.
Always existed.
Yes.
Yeah, but not the type of communication that's able to describe like concept of God.
There is.
Not?
What do you mean? Why not? Because I cannot, like 100 years ago, that we didn't have the language to describe the concept of an iPhone.
That was 100 years ago. Yeah, it goes about civilization, though.
100 years ago, we did not have the concept of the internet. We didn't have the concept of a touch screen. We didn't have all these concepts.
No, you didn't have that concept.
No, no one had it. It hadn't been invented yet.
Hold on. Let me explain. Let me explain. The reason why I say you didn't is because an idea is limited to the person. So there would have been someone who was out there who 100 years ago would have thought, you know what? If there was a way, sitting in the library probably, saying, you know what? I've got an idea. I would put all of these things together on a machine, and that machine would read back to you the information that it's stored on it, and it'd be all of these books. It would have infinite memory. It'd be a fantasy. It'd be a fantasy that this person had as an idea. That fantasy then has become an existence through time, and then someone's capitalized on that and allowed it to be created. But it doesn't mean that the idea for it and the capacity, the understanding to do that was not there.
It's interesting that you just compared that to a fantasy in the same way that I can say that the Bible and religion is just a fantasy that people are yet to realize whether it's true or not. Like when Jesus comes down from heaven and reveals himself, then that's the time when we can all be like, oh yeah, now I realize that the book is real. But until then, like there's just literally no proof.
That's the very nature of science. That's the nature of science. Those who have an understanding. This is why I said about the bits in the Bible. If you have an understanding of it, you understand it, and there's those who get it, and there's those who don't. Science before it was understood to be science. Hold on, no, it's not cultish. Hold on, listen, mister. Before people understood science, hold on. Before people understood science, if they were to see a magnesium strip lighting, they would call it magic. It would be a fantasy. To them, it would not be real, or it would be something that is no good. It doesn't mean it's through lack of understanding.
What year did you say? If they saw this in what year?
I didn't say a year. I just said magnesium. There was a time where they would have thought that a magnesium strip being lit was magic, as opposed to science as we understand it now. Everything is the lack of understanding.
But there was a time when people saw someone feed 5,000 people with like one fish, and they didn't see that as magic. They saw that as God.
No, it's as a miracle.
Well, a miracle, yeah.
It doesn't matter. Some people might even call it magic. It depends, just like he was saying. It depends on your understanding.
Yeah,
some people will see it as magic. Some people might say it's a miracle. Some people might not even believe in it.
Another example would be Jesus walking on water. Back then, they saw that as a miracle and evidence that.
And some people will also see it as magic.
However, we've got people doing it today, magicians, who, when they do it, it's magic. It's not God-given.
But it's all through your understanding.
It's not magic. It's an illusion.
Yeah, it's an illusion. Like Jesus could have easily been a magician.
It's an illusion. But to what to you is an illusion or magic or whatever?
Bro, when someone walks on water, when someone saw someone in half, yeah, when someone is like in a vat of water for like 20 minutes and doesn't drown, it's an illusion.
Why? Why is it an illusion? Why is it not training the body? Why is it not?
Jesus Christ! I'll tell you what you do. Let's train your body. Let me saw you in half in a box, and if you're not dead, yeah.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the whole
miracle or the magic.
Bro, listen to me. Like, a miracle is the suspension of fucking nature. Yeah. What I'm saying is, if I put you in a box and saw the box in half, and your body's in two halves, yeah. If you don't die from that, then it's an illusion. I think that's a fair assessment.
I think it's magic. I've seen those shows.
You're getting on there.
It shows that it's two different things.
Hey, listen, you're jarring me, but don't hurt my feelings, yeah, Carl. Like, listen, let me put you in a box. I saw the box in half. If you're not dead, then it's magic. If I saw you in half in a box, your body comes apart, and I put the box back together, and you can get out of the box in one piece. It's an illusion. It's entertainment, and nothing more, nothing less.
No, it's not nothing more, nothing less, bro. Because, as I said before, religion isn't that simple. The books aren't that simple. Sorry, the books are encoded, and you have to see what is within that in order to understand it. There are people who believe that when Jesus was walking on water, it was a miracle. There are those who understand it as something else.
Yeah, but are they correct though? How do we go about determining whether or not those people are correct in believing it was a miracle?
You can't. It's all down to interpretation.
Do you see the problem? Yeah, but that's the problem, bro. As soon as you put the fucking human element in religion, the whole thing gets fucked up. And that's why all you people, all you human beings, you're all fuckers, especially the vegans.
What has the vegans done to you, bro?
No, they just annoy me, innit? They just
man like all food.
I like my meat. I like my meat. I agree with you. I find
you like the cold food.
But that's another story.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what.
In terms of the Bible and stuff, they're encoded. They're encoded books that are there for those who understand it. Even in the Bible, it says the specific verse is obviously about the beast and everything, the mark of the beast. But it says, let those who have wisdom understand. Yeah, you have to have wisdom. You have to know what it is talking about.
And then it takes steps also. It's not that simple. Sometimes it could be literal, and sometimes it could just be a cipher, and then you have to decipher it before you understand it. Just because you're kind of a little step backward don't mean it's not real or it's just a fiction. Sometimes it takes a little knowledge or somebody to explain certain things before you could really pick out the logic out of it.
I gotta go, guys, but I'm gonna say one more thing. No, I do not believe in magic. To Erin go in the comments.
Listen, anyone that does believe in magic, yeah, have a look at fucking David Blaine, Dynamo, and Darren Brown. Or Darren Brown, I don't know how the fuck you pronounce it. But these guys just do wonderful things for entertainment purposes, and they show just how fallible the fucking human beings are. Just how fallible you are. You are. Just how fallible you are. Yeah? Just have a look, let it all sink in, and I promise it'll make you laugh.
Who hurt you, bro?
But those three that you mentioned, they're not magicians, I don't think. They're
illusionists.
Illusionists. Yeah, they admit that like nothing is supernatural or like
they're They're not illusionists. They're not all illusionists. Darren Brown is a mentalist, and the rest call themselves. Dynamo is Dynamo, the magician. He's a magician.
Yeah, but it's not supernatural when they're doing these things. Like Darren Brown will go.
And listen, Dynamo.
Darren Brown
I'm sure
will, like,
Dynamo's from
make
like
someone
Nottingham.
into a fake
Nothing
healer.
supernatural could ever come out of fucking Nottingham. Okay.
But I think it's
What's the
knowledge.
what's the definition of supernatural?
I guess it's something that's beyond somebody's perspective, human perspective, I think.
Yeah, beyond something attributed to a force beyond scientific understanding or the laws of nature. So what they may be saying is not supernatural. This is just a devil's advocate thing, by the way, before anyone decides to say, "Oh, listen to I'm chatting shit."
Even though when you look at these people, you have certain
what may
people
not
that
be
understand what
supernatural
they're
to them
doing.
doesn't mean it's not supernatural. Say that
I
again.
think it's knowledge. Because you have, even when you say magicians, you have other magicians who's better than them, and they know what they're doing. Even if you have a million people looking at, being deceived or being into what they're doing, and they don't have the knowledge or the understanding of what the magician is doing, don't mean somebody else don't have the knowledge. It's just putting one and one together.
Exactly.
It's basically like the phone that we use right now. If you go to certain places that they've never no civilization, and we start doing a how they say face chat or whatever, they would call it magic or illusion. They could say it's magic, illusion, super whatever they call it. But me and you would definitely know it's technology. So I think it's all based on what you know and how far you've been with your research.
Exactly that.
That's why they say knowledge is power. The more you know, the more power you have, the more you could either deceive people or help people.
See, this is the thing. Hold on. It's an interesting thing that you said that. My mentor, I used to say that same thing to my mentor. He used to say knowledge is power. And my mentor used to basically cuss me. He used to be like, no, that's wrong. He said the application of knowledge is power. If you think about it, it's very true. Because you can know anything, but if you don't do anything with it, it's nothing. It's worthless.
Yeah, but it's still power. It's just not being applied then. So it's still the same thing. He's just trying to put some butter on it, but I think it's the same thing.
List is on. Ultra, man, you're a sour guy, man. I never knew you were so sour.
Yeah. Everybody muted up.
Yeah, as soon as the list is done, everyone's been quiet now, man. What's going on?
Yeah, I'm trying to go in the chat and. Are you a Muslim or Christian?
Oh, none of it, man. I used to be a Christian when I was growing up, confirmed, baptized, and all sorts. But in my quest for knowledge and understanding, I've realized, as I said, in my opinion, that religion is no good. It's no good.
Why?
It's made for separate nations. Everything is made separately to relate to the individuals and put everybody into a box. Before you had religion, you just had spirituality. You just had the understanding of what everything was and should be. So why did we change that? In my eyes, we changed it because we were segregated into different ideologies in order to be managed by those who have the understanding already.
So what if we call religion a way of life, and then a means of, seeking a way to the Creator?
You can do that with spirituality, though. You don't need to call
Yeah.
yourself a religion. So for me, if you turn around and you're like, oh, I've got a way of life, yeah, that's all well
Yeah.
and good, but you don't need to have a religion to have a way of life. You can 100% be a decent person without
Having a
the need
religion.
for anything else. Exactly. That's the whole thing. All these books were handed down because the world was forgetting the orientation that it was meant to be in. It became, I said this yesterday, it became more obsessed with self than the external and understanding the external. It started to come away from nature and its very being. So that's why I don't agree with religion. Plus, I also see it as when Jesus casted the demons into the pigs. He said, "Well, demon, what's your name?" He said, "We are legion. We are one, but we are many." Yeah, legion. That's just my opinion, anyway. And so,
So you
as with any opinion, it can be wrong.
Right. So you basically just believe in spirituality and that's it. Do you believe in God, even though you're a
Well, you
spiritual
can't be
person?
spiritual without being. You can't be spiritual without believing in God. God is the spirit in which man obsesses over and struggles to struggles to achieve such perfection rather. We have always seek to try and be on level pegging, and that's our problem. Sorry, 1 second. Sorry, I'm just looking at something. Yeah, that's always been our problem. We've literally always tried to, from the Tower of Babel story to everything else, we've always tried to be on level pegging with God and other beings, whereas that's not our place in any shape or form. You're a Muslim, huh?
Yes, I am. I
Reverted
believe.
or
Yeah,
born?
I used to. Yeah, I used to be a
Say it again.
Christian. I used to be
Okay.
a Christian, and then um, searching for the one true God, led me to Islam.
Hmm.
And yeah, but I do
Well,
believe
see, that's
in.
go on.
I believe in everybody. I just believe in, once somebody can understand that the world cannot just be without a creator or God, you know, when we have laws and order, then definitely there should be someone or something that really controls it, or just that really set everything in place. Because I
Hmm.
believe you can never get nothing out of randomness. Nothing can.
Agreed.
I feel, yeah, I feel nothing can be created out of randomness. And then when you look at the laws of every land, it says don't kill, don't run the red light, and all of that. It makes that means that's try to put people in order. So when you look at people trying to live their life in a better way, or we all trying to um, put ourselves in order, that then it definitely tells us about you know how the universe is also in order, and how everything falls not in total randomness. So that alone tells me that there's a sense behind everything, and then you have to somehow some way keep learning and try to seek the one true God.
Agreed. 100%. That's why I quote the Bible. That's why I quote the Quran. I
Yeah,
need to
me.
get a Ved. I need to get a Vedas. I haven't got Vedas, but I've got a Torah. Because you have to understand, you have to learn, all as a part of the quest for as you said, knowledge.
Yeah,
Like,
I believe in every religion, but what I don't really accept is when somebody don't have the knowledge about the oneness of God, and then they kind of ascribe certain things or certain human beings or something to the Creator. Then that's when I have a problem. But I don't care what your belief is, even though you a spiritual person, as long as you believe, there is order and then there's a creator, then
well, that, to be honest, is how Islam, from my understanding, is supposed to be. Because it says, as long as you believe in the one God and you obey the Torah, the Injil, and the Quran, then you are a Muslim. You know?
yeah. But certain things just don't it just goes against the nature of God. Like when I talk
Uh,
about Christians, I do believe in you know the Bible, but not everything that is being said about the Bible that I really follow. Say for instance,
mm,
when the Christians say um Jesus is the son of, not even the son of God. Say when they say Jesus came to die for our sins. And this is my
mm.
question. Before Jesus Christ, people was doing crazy shit. During the time of Jesus Christ, it was still the same thing. And after he left, it's still the same thing. So why behind a creator sending someone when he already knows, that's what I said. When you know the store is closed, why would you send me to the store?
Agreed.
Yeah, so
And
what's
do you know
the
what? That's why I say free will doesn't exist.
pre what?
Free will doesn't exist.
How do you mean?
Well, what you said to me, that is the reasoning I have behind as to why I think that free will, Christian, well, I think Islam as well shares the same sentiment that God gave man free will.
Yes, to either believe or not believe.
Right.
Yeah.
But how can that be if God already knows the answer? God knows every move that you make, you're
Yeah.
going to make, what you didn't make. How can that then be free will? It's just us experiencing it. We're experiencing a journey, but there's no free will in between that.
Well, you have the choice to do good or to stay bad. That's a
Do
free
you
will.
really? Do
Yes.
you really? If God already knows your decision,
Yes.
that means that free will is it doesn't exist.
Why not? It exists in you.
Now, it's perceived to exist within us because we don't have the foresight to understand it.
When you
Because that's
say
the only difference. We don't have the knowledge of what's to come out of our own actions. So therefore, we think we have free will. But if you knew every decision, if you as a person knew
yeah,
every decision that you would make and every outcome that you would make, the effect on that, that would mean that there's no free will. God knows that. God is all knowing, all present,
right,
everything that is within everything. So therefore, there's nothing that God doesn't know. To say that God doesn't know something is to put a limitation on God.
right.
So therefore, free will is a matter of perspective, and by God's standard and God's level, it can't exist.
Why not? Free will, like I said, it's something. It's either you do it or don't. It's free will. It's either choosing to be good or to be bad. It's choosing to seek a way to God or just don't believe in Him.
Right, but
So
as I said,
why? How come?
if
How
God
come it?
already
How
knows that
come?
decision, If God knows if you're going to choose to not exist in him, right?
Yeah.
So therefore, who does free will really exist? What would be then the criteria of free will? It's the lack of knowledge. So therefore, it's not really free will, because free will would have to mean both parties don't know what's going to happen.
Is that free will?
If you knew everything, would you?
Yeah.
That means that you wouldn't have free will either.
That means you would.
Say that again, bro. You broke up.
You're saying if you know everything. Yeah.
As a human being, if you know everything as a human being,
yes.
How can you have free will? Because if you know that you're going to cross the road now and you're going to get hit by a car,
yeah,
there's no free will in that decision.
Why not?
God knows that if you cross, because God knows that you are going to cross the road and get hit by that car.
Yeah, but that's God. Well, for you, you have a choice. It's either you cross and then you get hit, or you just wait.
You don't have a choice, because if God wants you to get hit, you're going to get hit. If God wants you to cross that road, you're going to cross that road.
Yeah.
Nothing happens without permission of God. Nothing, whether it be a negative or a positive. So how can free will exist? If there's already a plan, if there's already knowledge, there's no free will. There's only the illusion of free will. That's the real illusion.
Maybe I don't really understand where you're coming from, but when they say free will, it's either it's like a choice. That's the best way to explain free will. Choice.
Agreed. But where is the choice if there's already a known result?
What is the known result?
I'll give you an example. If you're going to cross the road and God knows that if you have to cross the road, or God's saying you're going to cross the road.
But you're speaking from God's perspective. You're not speaking because we are not God. And then when you say cross the road, it's two choices. It's either you choose to cross or you just don't cross.
But if you don't cross, who's giving you the authority for it not to be crossed? For you not to cross the road?
That's the choice of free will.
No, it's not, because God ordained that you are not going to cross the road. Do you understand that how can it be that we don't operate by ourselves? We can't operate by ourselves. It's impossible if you believe in God.
Yes.
It's impossible.
Yeah.
Everybody has their story written if you believe in God. And God knows what the story is. Knows all the events that will happen and where you go through it.
Yeah, like they say predestination and what's the other word?
I don't know.
Yeah, basically, we human beings cannot operate without God, but at the end of the day, we was born in this world, and then when you start growing up, you have choices to make, you have steps to take. Either you take it or don't take it. So that's the.
But how can you have steps to take, brother, if those steps are already decided for you?
Oh,
you're just experiencing it. In video games, they call us all NPCs, non-playable characters. We're all just experiencing it. We're all just going through the motions. What we think is actually happening has already been ordained and authorized and set to happen. A lot of people find that scary.
I see what you're saying.
A lot of people.
So let me ask you. Say for instance, um, I have the choice to either do good, and I have the choice to either do bad. So because I have both choices, then I just stick to doing bad. Because at the end of the day, that's you're saying that's the way that your God has written for you to always be bad. That's what you're trying to say.
Say that again.
I'm saying you're saying, okay, say for instance, I could either choose to do good or I could either choose to do bad. So if everything has been written, so I might just choose to be a bad person and then just keep, doing whatever I want. Because I would say it has been,
No,
because I
because
would,
you're not doing
because I
whatever
would
you want.
say, yeah, because what you're trying, I think what you're trying to say is since everything has been written and everything is known by God, then people don't have a choice in what decision they take in life.
No, they don't have a decision, not in any shape or form.
So that's my point. So if say for instance me, I choose to do evil, then I might just say, oh, it has been written for me to always kill somebody every day, and that's just the way God wrote it. So I'm gonna just keep doing evil.
Yeah, because that's what you've been authorized to do. If you're not authorized to commit whatever evil it is, you will never be able to do it.
So when you're authorized to do something, do you have the choice to do it or not to do it? Say for instance, I've been doing evil for like 20 years, and then I just take a decision not to do it no more. So now you're saying for the whole 20 years of my choice that I've been doing evil, it has been written by God that I'll be born, and then everything I do is evil, and I don't have
The
a
Bible
choice of
says, the Bible
either.
says, the wicked are estranged from the womb. They go astray as soon as they are born, speaking lies. That's a biblical verse. There are those who are born to do that. That's their sole purpose. They have been created for that reason,
To do evil.
to do wickedness. Those who have been born for that. That's a biblical verse.
That's biblical.
I
I
can't
don't.
quote Chronicle. I can't quote Chronicle. I don't have that level of knowledge yet. I can only give you scriptural, but scriptural from a biblical perspective. But as I said,
Right.
the Quran says the Torah, the Injil, and the Quran are all books from God.
Yeah.
Yeah. So according to the Injil, the wicked are estranged from the womb, then they go astray as soon as they are born, speaking lies.
I don't think so. What choices does a baby have? I mean, what does a baby have a full knowledge of what they are doing? I think it's not until when you
No,
start
because
growing up
that's
and
my
then
point.
you
Remember what I said,
start
bro?
having
Remember
yeah.
what I said? It's about the lack of knowledge and lack of foresight that gives us this illusion of free will.
The
It's
lack
that
of
lack of knowledge
knowledge.
that makes us think that we have it. But if you know it and you understand it, you can see that there is no such thing. Because how can there be if there are those who are born with the sole purpose, and there are those who um, there are those who are created with the sole purpose of doing good, and there are those who are born in between, who will commit good and who will commit bad. But everybody's born with a purpose,
Yeah.
so therefore there cannot be a free will.
When you say everyone is born with a, then what purpose would you choose when you have when you're growing up and then you have a little knowledge about doing something right and then doing something wrong? when you know something is wrong, it's either you choose to do it or just don't do it, right?
So wrong and right are perspectives. What's wrong and right is perspective, right? So a Jewish person would see it as right to be circumcised.
Right.
However, a person who does not, an atheist, will turn around and be like, that's butchery and barbaric, so therefore it is wrong. Wrong and right are perspectives. So
Okay.
if you are born to do nothing but wickedness, when someone's saying, don't do that, that's wrong, their brain will physically tell them, no, there's nothing wrong with that. Hence why you get psychopaths, sociopaths, and they say in psychology that everybody has psychopathic tendencies. Everybody. It's just depending on the scale. The same as autism. Everybody is on the autistic spectrum. It just depends on how far up and down the scale you are. So therefore, if everybody has this potential and nature in them, it's just about where you are on it. Make sense? Or am I waffling?
I wouldn't say it doesn't make sense, but maybe I just don't really have a full knowledge or answer for it. But when you say you have the knowledge, when you say perspective, are you trying to tell me certain people do certain things and they feel everything they do is right and they don't have intentions of determining what is good for them and what's bad for them? Say for instance, if you can you just shit and start eating your shit,
There are those who do that.
but you could smell something that is awful and your senses could tell you this is awful.
Babies eat their shit all the time.
That's baby.
What did I say in the beginning? Lack of knowledge.
But when you start grow, you wouldn't compare a baby to um to someone who's growing up and then seeing life in a different way and then seeing people and then um having a sense of what is good for them and what is bad for them.
All right. Would you turn
Because you
around
definitely
and
because
say
you definitely
that?
can compare a baby with
Would you eat another person?
no,
Why?
because it's wrong.
To a cannibal, is that wrong?
To a cannibal, no.
Matter of perspective, right?
Yes.
To someone who, let's see, what other examples can you give? To a vegan, eating meat is wrong. To me, as a born and bred West Indian man, if you tell me to go vegan, and I did try this vegan thing, I tried it for about 2 weeks and I found it to be a joke.
You'll be
I
shaking,
ain't doing it. Mate, listen, I love my curry goat too much. Yeah, I love lamb too much to give that up. I don't give a damn about global warming. I like to eat it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So where would that? It's a matter of perspective. It's a matter of perspective in terms of
Yeah.
those things. Like it's morality. Those morals are wrong. There are certain things which are unnatural and therefore
Yeah.
they're wrong. And that's a matter of, as I said, nature. And I can't go into that because I'm at work at the moment and I enjoy my job. Do you know what I mean? I have to be
Yeah.
correct, but you understand
Yeah. I'm at work too. Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead.
that those things show how one thing can be a perspective and can be seen as right or wrong depending on who you are and where you come from. Whereas
Right.
other people will see it as, it's all right. I'm all right with it, so therefore everyone else should be all right with it. Excuse me. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So it's in where you're coming
Yeah,
from.
I believe you. It's all about perspective, but sometimes I think when you kind of sit in groups and try to, that's why I was talking about law the other time, because I think that's where law comes in, because certain things might be agreed upon by a certain group of people, and then certain things might be agreed upon by certain people. So there has to be a balance between, you know, between two perspectives.
That's why you have that's the law of nature, is duality. You can't have wrong without right and right without wrong. But where an individual believes they sit on that, it's different. Where someone sees their mind for that, completely different. So it goes then again back to, if you have been created for this sole purpose and your
All right.
perspective is that this is evil and this is
Yeah.
good, where is the free will in that? Because your nature dictates that you believe that this is right and this is wrong, whereas someone else's nature dictates that the other thing is right and this other thing is wrong. You're already ordained and authorized to act that way, to think that way, to believe that way, to breathe, eat, sleep, shit that way. There cannot therefore be free will, because you are born in that way. You will forever be that way until your body reaches the ground.
But you're talking about, I think you're talking about probably a certain group, because that's what I said. When you mix people who eat people with people who don't eat people, and then that's where the law comes in. So there has to be a balance for.
But law, see, agreed, but law and free will are two different things. Laws put in there for the place, depending on what laws you're talking about. And if you're talking about in just simple terms like laws of nature.
Whatever law you talk about.
Say it again.
I said whichever law you talk about.
Well, no, certain laws are there to profit certain people,
Yeah.
certain are to disadvantage certain people. If we keep it simple in terms of law and laws of nature, what is considered unnatural and what's considered natural, having I can't say it because I'm at work. I'm trying to think. I have to be careful. Sorry.
I know.
having a certain inclination to do certain things will be seen from a natural law as unnatural because it doesn't allow life to continue. You understand? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, a little bit. But go ahead.
Whereas those individuals will see it as natural because they are born that way. It's perspective. But that perspective rules them, makes them make the choices that they make, which are
Choices.
authorized and sanctioned by God.
Choices.
Hold on. Which are authorized and sanctioned by God, and therefore free will cannot exist.
But even in the people that you was talking about, they still have choices, right? It's either
They
they
don't,
choose to. Why not?
because it's in their nature.
They have. Once you have a perspective, then you could think. Then you could have a choice.
Tell
And
them,
then I think
go.
they say there's no sin where there is no law, right? Like there's no
Say
crime
that
where
again,
there's
sorry.
Like there's no crime where there's no law.
Yes, you can say that.
Yeah. So when you think about perspective, it still comes back to to thinking about, you know, what to do, if it's either good for you or benefits you, or if it's bad for you or don't benefit you. So when you have a choice, I think it also goes back to free will, and then it also goes back to
But you
either
don't have a choice if it's in your nature.
nature also
If
have a
it's
choice.
already in. Say that
It's
again.
it's either a dog it's shit, or feels like certain dogs think, you know, it's cool to eat shit, while certain dogs just don't do it. Right. So I
But
think
animals
nature
don't operate
also.
by the same laws of man.
I know, but I'm coming back to man. I'm saying, you know, when you have a when you have your own perspective or perception, you can always think about a choice. Like this is either good for me, or this is what I want to do. So if you have a a choice on what to do, then it's a free will, other than you just, you know, programmed just to be in a certain way and doing certain things um, continuously or
Okay.
in sequence.
So, do you have children?
Yes.
Brilliant. That's great. When your wife was pregnant, did she get cravings?
Cravings for food.
For example.
Yes, the first one does. The second one don't.
Fair enough. In terms of the first one, with her cravings, I would like to think, because I've got 4 children, 3 by one woman, 1 by another. Both of those women were ruled by their cravings. Was that the same with your partner?
You said they were ruled by the same craving.
But no, they were ruled by their cravings.
Okay.
Was that the same for your partner?
So, it can't. Yeah, sometimes, but not always.
So she didn't have a choice when she wanted. She just had to have it. My wife, when she was pregnant with our son, our last son, it was sand for some reason. It was sand. She just had to have sand, which I thought was really fucking weird, personally, and I still do.
Man.
But
can you hold it for another 2-3 minutes?
Yeah, bro, go for it. Go for it. See what you do.
Right, cool. Go ahead. I'll be right back.
Morning, guys. How you doing?
How's it going? You alright?
I'm good, man. Your voice sounds very similar to a Muslim, actually, so it's interesting. But you were quite correct on your assessment of free will, right? Under any version of a God that is omniscient, that knows what's going to happen in the future, it's impossible to have free will. And you're quite right.
100%.
Yeah. So you have an illusion, right? So whatever decision you make would have already been decided by God, and it would be impossible for you to make a decision that circumvents God's omniscience. So
exactly.
And particularly with the Muslim version of free will. Now that there's all kinds of ways that theists, mostly Christian, they try to get out of this with like direct and indirect decrees and stuff. But basically, the only question you have to ask is, can they thwart an indirect or direct decree, or can they thwart predestination? Can any human do something that God has not ordained or foreseen? And of course, the answer is no, in which case we don't have free will. It's just an illusion, because we don't know what's going to happen. It just means we think we've got free will, but like you said, it's just an illusion.
Exactly that.
But
you can't. Go on. Sorry. Go on.
No, you're quite right. But the implication of that is profound, because certainly the Abrahamic religions, at least, you're being judged on what you quote unquote freely do. But if you don't have a free choice, then being judged on something that God knew you were going to do is both irrational and immoral. Imagine, because I speak a lot to Muslims, and imagine they always use this example of a teacher going, hey, the teacher knows you're going to fail the test. Is it still worth doing the test? Well, if the teacher knows, firstly, is the teacher omniscient? And the answer is no. So it's not a good analogy, but let's suppose the teacher was omniscient. Then there would be no point in doing the test. And especially if the teacher gave you the test knowing you were going to fail and was going to punish you for it. Surely the teacher would either assist you so that you could pass the test, or say, no, there's no point in having a test because you're going to fail and I'm going to punish you, which of course is how it works. So, yeah, I mean, that's just one irrational thing. Now, the response to this sort of thing is, as I say, there's varied responses, but certainly the particular Muslim response I've heard just is, it's a straightforward contradiction. And the fact that it doesn't sort of penetrate, or they're not able to acknowledge it. Obviously, they can't, because that would make their whole view on it. They'd have to leave it, right? But obviously, they try and find it. And what I hear from them is something to the well, hey, is God forcing you to? Now, that's a badly phrased question. It's like a leading question, right? It's like, how often have you beat your wife, right? You've got to prove that God is forcing you to do it. But if we went with that view, in a sense, he is forcing, right? He's using all the particles of the universe. He's operating them in such a way that you, unawarely, are doing something. It's like invisible strings. It's just with the matter and energy being operated. If you believe God does have control of the universe, then in order for him to know what's going on, he would have to have control over every single minute particle or atom that is in the universe. Because if one of those was able to act randomly, then, of course, that would thwart his foreknowledge. So he has to have control over every single thing. So the idea of free will, but even in philosophy, the idea of free will is not really subscribed to. Certainly libertarian free will, which is what the theists want to have, right? This view that you have the choice of what to do. But if you look at it a bit deeper, it just doesn't make sense. And so even theists take what's called the compatibilist view. So they accept there's determined, everything's determined, but they just go, well, hey, if it originates from inside of you, that's not coerced externally, well, then that's free. But that's a redefinition of the word free. And I've listened to, some very, very smart philosophers on that. And yeah, I'm not convinced by that at all.
Okay. No, see, I agree with you. You can't turn around and say that God is omnipresent, omnipotent, and then say, I'm free to make whatever choices I make.
No,
it's impossible.
No. Correct. Yeah, that's a straightforward contradiction.
It's like Shakespeare said, the world is a stage and all the men and women are merely players. And that is exactly how I believe this works. We're all a part of a grand scheme of things in terms of God's greater plan and his foresight and vision to get to whatever is to be revealed. In every book there's a revelation, but it doesn't mean that there is a free will. We're on a bus ride watching things go by. Bear with me 1 second, I've just got to do something quickly. I'm coming.
Assuming there is a God, of course, but yeah, I see Ahmed Mohammed says, Vela, tell Rob I'm coming on. Well, that's fine. I'm happy to speak to anybody, right? The free will argument, atheists love to forget their free will as though it changes because their God knows. Lol. Maybe he understands what he meant by that. Maybe somebody else can explain. That doesn't really make a lot of sense. But if he comes on, you'll see the response that's given, which isn't, to my mind, answering this contradiction at all. But happy for anybody else to try this. I think, and people who understand this either give up the omniscience or they give up free will. It depends which. Some versions of Calvinists, that's a branch of Christianity, they give up on the free will. They say no, God's omniscience is more important than free will. So to get out of the contradiction, we don't actually have free will, and then they try and go with that. But that does make the view of judgment and punishment utterly irrational and immoral, whichever way you do it. So if God didn't have omniscience, then obviously we could have, well, I still don't think we have free will without a God. So that's besides the point. But even if you had a God that wasn't omniscient, then you could kind of argue for some version of a will that isn't intended by God in every moment. But then you've got the problem of, appealing to a transcendent source that doesn't have all knowledge. So if the transcendent source could be wrong, then appealing to it as the ultimate source would be problematic. So whichever way you go, whether you give up omniscience or whether you give up free will, you're in a problem, and having the two together is a contradiction. So And theologians try fancy ways of getting around this, but anybody who looks at this and just reasons through this will find that there's just no way out of this. I'm quite happy for people to bring it forward. And
sorry, I'm back.
No worries.
Apologies. I just caught like the end bit of what you were saying, and someone's put the best thing, and it is from the Matrix, and it is a great dark magician. He's put, when we first created the Matrix, it was perfect. The human mind rejected this version of the Matrix, and I remember that line from the film, and it's so true, because we ascribe to perfection, but we cannot be perfect, because again, that means we would have all the understanding of everything that is to come, and we would literally not, in this current state, not be able to accept free will or this illusion of free will, because it's impossible once you gain that level of understanding and that level of knowledge that things aren't what they seem to be. You wouldn't believe in anything. So I think that's a great point.
Ahmed Muhammad is also saying that even as an atheist, he's still a determinist. Well, yes, I'm a determinist, obviously. If that's the truth, whether it's uncomfortable or not, and determinism does have some uncomfortable implications, but if it's true, then it's true. I guess one of the uncomfortable implications is that if people are destined to do what they're doing, why punish them? Because if you were that person and you swapped molecule for molecule, everything about you, and you became, let's say, Ted Bundy, would you do the same? The answer is, of course, yes. But also the answer, of course, is that you couldn't go back and rewind the clock and do anything different, because in order for you to do something different, all the molecules in the universe would have to, if you rewind the clock, they would have to be in a different state for you to do that. Otherwise, you would just do the same thing you did again, which is why, most philosophers, most people who think about this topic on a sort of deeper level, they're all determinists of some kind. So either you're a determinist or you're a compatibilist, which is essentially somebody who thinks, okay, determinism is true, but there's a form of free will. If I redefine free to mean free from within, if it's self-generated, even though there's forces acting on me that are determined, if I can in some way I can decide on my actions, well, then I'm free. Well, yeah, that's a redefinition of the word free, because even if you invoke quantum randomness, right, that still doesn't help you, because if something is happening randomly, in other words, if thoughts are just popping into your mind randomly, which I think they are, and most neurobiologists and neuroscientists agree that you in order for you to have control over the thought, you'd have to think it before it entered your head, which, as you can see, is just gibberish. So the thoughts that are entering our head now, we don't know the next sentence we're going to say. We don't know the next thought that's going to come into our brain. We're just being bombarded, or thoughts are just randomly popping. It's like bubbles just popping up in our brain. We don't know the next thing we're going to say. But if that's the case, what sort of freedom have you got? If things are randomly popping into your head, you've got no control over it. Now, if you want to argue that, and if you want to argue that, hey, well, I've got control over the actions once this random thought has popped into my head, well, you could say that, sure, but that's not what most people mean.
You're being dictated by your thought.
Well, even if
100% agree with you.
Yeah, I mean, Ahmed is saying there where you get judged on your intent. Exactly. Well, if your intent is either random or determined, then that sort of judgment is both irrational and immoral. So you're not helping yourself by saying that, Ahmed. In fact, it's, as I say, that's the worst thing. If you were judged purely on your action, then you could kind of say, okay, well, somebody can have a bad thought but decide not to act on it, and they could be judged on the action or the decision, basically, not to act on that thought. You could somehow perhaps get some sort of coherent view of judgment on that. But me as a determinist, if somebody said to me, well, Rob, why would you lock away people, or why would you punish people? Well, A, as a detriment to society, but B, so that they can't harm themselves or other people. So even if they were determined, it's essentially, and Sam Harris makes the argument in his free will book, basically, that it's like having a brain tumor. Because if we found out that somebody had taken somebody's life and we wanted to, punish them, would we do the same thing if we realized they had a brain tumor, and that brain tumor could be shown to have acted on them in such a way that they couldn't help themselves? It was pushing on their prefrontal cortex, or they didn't have empathy, or whatever the case is, and we could show that very high level of probability to be the case. Would we then punish the person the same? Well, no, we wouldn't, right? We go, there's a problem with this person. Yeah. And so I think with a free will sort of thing, determinism is just, in a sense, like a metaphorical cancer. There's nothing we can do about it, and we're all, sort of playing in this game with the illusion of free will, which, I'm quite happy to accept that it's an illusion. I live my life as if, quote unquote, I'm free. I don't think about it all the time. But if we have these discussions, then it seems to me quite clear that, it's determined. Everything is determined, even without a God. Forget about the God. I mean, if it's a God, then everything has to be determined in order for him to have omniscience. But if even if there wasn't, it still appears to be the case. So, and like I say, people try to invoke quantum randomness because they don't like the idea of determinism. But like I say, quantum randomness doesn't help you. And we can't demonstrate that actually has an effect on the macro world. So even if there's quantum indeterminacy, that doesn't seem to reflect in the greater world, that things are just randomly happening. There seems to be laws of physics acting on matter and energy in a very reliable way that seems to go against the idea of randomness, even at a quantum level, appearing in the world. So it's an interesting point, though, but it's definitely a huge hit against the theist who claims that God is judgmental and moral.
Anyone who is a theist would never agree on it. But what I find is interesting is that the Bible and the Quran actually support the point, because these books all have revelations, and if something is to be revealed, it means that there has to be a knowledge of it. So, before it's revealed, because we're living up to that point. If God knows that the world is going to end, and he's told us the world is going to end, and we all believe that the world is going to end at some point soon, we're just on the journey, and therefore everything we've done is already predetermined, and therefore there can be no free will. That's the whole thing.
Yeah.
You can't.
Yeah. And this whole thing from a theist point of view of this judgment day, well, it's coming, yeah. So is the heat death of the sun in 5 billion years, right? So, telling me it's coming is just it's just a vacuous statement. Sure, something can be coming for the rest of time, and if it doesn't come, none of us are here to know, so it's an unfalsifiable claim. If God in his infinite wisdom told us the exact time and date of when it would be coming, and it either came and went, and whatever happened, or it didn't, then we'd know. A bit like Harold Camping, right, that crazy Christian in America who suggested the rapture. Right, he gave a specific date, so I applaud him for actually putting a date there and putting out a falsifiable claim. And of course, the date came and went, nothing happened. So he looks like a bit of a fool. But interestingly enough, the psychology of some of the people that followed him, that's a fascinating thing with the human psychology. They become even more fervent believers. Now, if you think about it, that is utterly irrational. If you put forward a date and you're shown to be wrong, the first thing you should do is, well, holy shit, this was all bullshit. But instead, they're somehow able to rationalize, no. That means it's still going to happen. And that, for me, is like, how does a human brain do that? That's a fascinating...
I assume you're an atheist, then?
Yes, yeah.
What made you... were you always an atheist, or did you become
No,
an atheist?
I was a Christian, but not a thinking Christian in the sense, like, I didn't evaluate any of these things seriously. And the only reason I accepted Jesus was because of the fear of...
Your parents.
I was, sort of teenager and thought, well, hey, if they're all going to heaven and I'm the only one going to hell, I'm going to be pretty lonely, and that's going to be pretty unpleasant. So I accepted Jesus purely for that reason, not because I thought he was real, but more because of the emotional side of it. And then sort of lived most of my life as what one would call sort of a cafeteria Christian. Would have called myself Christian in name, but didn't go to church, didn't pray, didn't do any of that stuff. And then only in the last few years, I suppose. I haven't been seriously chatting about this, maybe over the last 3 years, I say, but prior to that, maybe 7 years before that, I sort of went, well, I don't sort of buy any of this stuff. But it was only more recently that I've sort of looked into it a lot more deeply, and specifically, Islam, because I used to go to Speaker's Corner, hence the name. And now I just don't see any good reasons for it at all. And in fact, bad reasons or reasons against it. So like for me, if somebody said, well, why? I'd say, for example, the Quran or the Bible, those books are not what I would expect if God was trying to send down a perfect, clear, complete and error-free message. Those books are exactly the opposite. They're vague, incomplete, error-prone. That's not how I would expect a God to communicate. If his intention was to communicate clearly and concisely and without error, then and then there's other reasons like the unnecessary suffering. That for me is huge. That for me is like an anchor, right? That just torpedoes the idea of an all-good God. If you posit that you have an evil God that's doing this, well, then yes, of course, that objection does not work. But most theists, or virtually no theists, would say that there's an evil God overlooking us, right? They all want to claim it's a good God. And that idea
I
is just...
think that God is both evil and good, personally.
Yes, I mean, if you have the idea that God is all powerful, then I think it does lead you to, again, through logic, that God would have to embody everything that has ever existed or could ever exist or could have been a thought or an action or whatever. So
Exactly.
God is the source of both. If there is a God, it's the source of both the most capricious evil and the most amazing good. It would have to be.
Exactly.
And to try and offload that onto a Satan or a Shaitan doesn't work, because God created that. And he's then just offloaded his quote unquote power onto that creature, in which case the source is still God.
That's exactly what I've said before.
Yeah, he's
people are
ultimately
asking how people in the chat are asking how can intent be random? I don't know if you have an answer for that.
Who's saying? Oh, okay. So the idea is that the thoughts that come into your brain are either random or determined, right? It's one of those two. Because if there's something else, I'd like somebody to put forward an argument for how that could be even possible in our reality. So it's either determined or random. If it were the case that it was random, the thought coming in, once the random thought comes in, then you could deliberate on and go, okay, that thought that I just had, I don't know why I had that thought of like going outside and pissing on the dog, let's say. But I'm not going to do that because that's not a moral act. So you could then have an intention based on the random thought that came in. I'm of the view that thoughts are determined, so they're not random. But randomness would be the other option as opposed to determined, basically. I don't see a third option. And if somebody wants to present it, they're welcome to try.
Okay. Fair enough. I was literally asking people asking in the chat.
Their free will.
I think some people.
Go
on.
It's an interesting one there. So Ahmed
No,
was saying they're using free will right now, and their deterministic argument doesn't change without God. So, hang on a moment. So they simply have to deny their own free will. That doesn't make sense, Ahmed. But you're welcome to come on and try and articulate it in a more coherent way. Bless her. This lady, I think, has something against me, right? Apparently, she came onto my show. I don't really remember it. But then after that, according to her, people reported a YouTube channel and got cancelled. So she's sort of been holding that presumably against me because, quote, my followers, in inverted commas, supposedly, she doesn't have evidence for it, but she presupposes that they flagged or reported a channel and they got closed down. She's a Muslim. We've spoken briefly not long ago, a couple of weeks ago, but she has this sort of incoherent idea that I'm responsible for my followers, or even that I had some hand in it, right? Whatever it may be. So bless her, if there is if there were sort of God, I'll just say, bless her in a naturalistic way. She's profoundly confused and obviously still sore about that. And I condemn anybody reporting somebody's channel for free speech. So you can have whatever ideas you want, except for direct incitement to violence. I don't think your channel should be reported, right? That's my view. So I've made it clear here. So if she wants to continue having that irrational view, that's fine. But I think I won't engage with that. Once somebody shows they're irrational and you demonstrate the contradiction or the logic and error, and they want to then double down on it, at that point, I'm like, okay, this person is irrational. I can't really have a discussion on that, at least on that topic, maybe others with that person again.
So someone's put, Jada Barber has put a King James version of Isaiah 55 verses 8 to 9. It says, "For my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways, saith the Lord." What do you think on that?
Sorry, which version is that? Which one? What's the verse then?
King James.
Is that the Isaiah
55
9?
8, verse 8.
For my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways, saith the Lord. For my thoughts are not your thoughts. Well, in a sense, our thoughts would be his thoughts, because in order for us to have the thought, he would need to know what our thought is. Otherwise, he wouldn't be omniscient. If he doesn't know what we're going to think and on how we're going to act, he would need to know both of those things. A, what thought we're going to have, and B, how we're going to act. If he didn't know that, he wouldn't be omniscient. So actually he could have more than one thought, and it could all be simultaneous.
I don't think it's against what we're saying. I don't know if Jada Barber is against what we're saying. The way I read that is God saying that you don't have the thinking capacity that I do, so therefore you don't have the knowledge that I do. and what you will do in your ways, not what I would do. Therefore, I guess that's kind of proving his omnipotence and his, in my personal opinion, is proving his omnipotence and his understanding of what it is. Bear with me 1 second, sorry. I'm gonna give me a moment. I'm gonna have to go on mute quickly. I've got a work phone call. Bear with me 1 second. Hold
on. Okay, yeah, sure.
Hello.
So Ahmed is asking. Hi there. Let me see. I can't see there. Dark Magician. Okay.
Hi.
Hi.
You have to excuse me. I've got a bit of a cold at the moment, so
no worries. You're sounding okay, mate. That's all good.
Cool. Yeah, I wanted to pick up on this point of intent. So from my point of view, from a lawyer's point of view, in the materialistic world, in order for you to establish intent, we have a precedent called the Woolen precedent. Okay, and it's called virtual certainty. All right. So if you want to commit somebody, that's to establish intent, you have to show that their action the result would be a virtual certainty of the action. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Do you follow that?
Yep.
Okay. So if there is a God, yeah, and it is the actual actualizer, it is the prime mover, the first of all things, it could be argued that God is the optimum cause of all things, and therefore
when you say optimum cause, what do you mean by that?
So the operative cause of all things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and therefore in a court of law you could hold God accountable for every single crime that's ever been committed.
Yes, you could if you presuppose that God was omniscient and omnipotent. If you didn't presuppose,
well, I guess that goes without saying, does it not?
Yeah. Well, yeah. There's some views. There's some religions.
From a deist point of view, would say that God is created, but does not intervene.
Yes. So in that view, either the God doesn't exist any longer, or the God does, but is not interfering or do anything. He just got things started.
But still, if you were the first flick of the domino, if it was your hand that did that, whether you intended the outcome or not, the virtual certainty would say, so any rational, reasonable person would say that, given all the facts, you must have known that, even if you didn't intend for such and such to happen, it's a virtual certainty that such and such would have been a possibility and it actually did happen. If you follow what I'm saying.
Yes,
and therefore, even from a deist point, we're dealing with an idea that is evil in its essence.
Well, I think the deists could get out of it if they said that this God was not all powerful, or because you don't need an all powerful God to create a universe, right? You just need a being of tremendous power or something of tremendous power, but not something that's all powerful or all knowing, right? So if the deists put forward a version of a God that created this universe, but then either ceased to exist or still exists, but just as an observer, but did not know the cause. Right? It's like an experiment. We are just one universe on a shelf of universes in a God's laboratory, just seeing how things play out. But he doesn't know what's going to happen. Then they could get out of it that way. I would imagine. But an Abrahamic religion probably can't use that.
Sure. So for monotheists, the argument is that God is omnipotent, omniscient, and all the omnis. Sorry, my mind isn't quite up to speed at the moment because I do have this flu. So, but I like listening, and I'm really glad to see Raheem and yourself on this panel. The conversation is really good at the moment. So I just wanted to jump in and
feel free
contribute.
To stay on that one. I just don't see a way around this, right? And like I say, the responses I've heard from theists in my view, don't get them out of the contradiction of omniscience and libertarian free will, if we use that term rather than just like a word.
I mean, free will is separate for me. Free will, from a theistic point of view, is impossible. You can't have a God that's created all things and then say that you have free will, because as Christopher Hitchens puts it, how can it be free will if you had no choice but to have it?
Yes. Yeah.
Right. So there's a difficulty there. But then, if we want to explore that further, we did on this panel before. We've tried to explore that, but we got sidetracked onto other things as usual. Usually, the conversation does tend to happen that way. This idea of the unconscious. Yeah, and we explored if you take the Freudian model of the id, the unconscious, and you're talking about the unconscious desire. So, for instance, I think Raheem was picking up the point of women having pregnancy cravings, but there are a multitude of thoughts that come into our mind, and Sam Harris explores this as well in his book on free will. There's a multitude of thoughts that come into our mind that we do not have any power over. I mean, he argues that we don't have any power over our thoughts at all.
Correct. I agree with that.
When they come out of the ether, they come out of the id. Okay, so to a certain extent, I can follow that. I can say, yeah, that's correct. I know that. I know that there are thoughts that pop into my mind, and they are largely, I would say, expressed through the superego or the external. So they're impressed upon me. But there's also the known unknown, which is the desire. Where does that desire come from? Is that desire innate? And if it is, if you're going to presuppose a God, then that has been given to you without your will, and it can have a huge influence over how you live your life and the decisions that you make and which paths that you go down, because we can all agree, even in this materialistic realm, that there's cause and effect, and the decisions that you make will largely determine on how your life will turn out.
Yeah, I think so. I think it appears at least to be cause and effect is operational exceptionally reliably. We haven't been throughout the universe. Although there are a few cases where that's been speculated that maybe there isn't a cause, like, for example, the one that I heard from my friend Scott Arthur, who's way more knowledgeable, articulate, and clever than I am. So I'm always interested to hear what he's got to say. But the idea, for example, of what's the term? Like the breakdown of a molecule. So when what is it called? There's a term for it. So radioactive decay, right? One of the two, you've got one or the other. It's not molecule, it's atom. There's a better word for it. But one of them will break down. But which one will break down appears to be entirely random. So that could be a scenario where the cause and effect is not operating sequentially, let's put it that way. And people misunderstand what he's saying about this, or what the claim is. It's not that something will decay, but which of the two atoms will decay is random. It's not determined, or we cannot find
and that's been observably found to be true. Yeah.
Well, we don't have what's observed is that it's random, or certainly appears to be random. There's no way we can show it to have a cause from something preceding it. Let's put it that way. There could be, we just haven't discovered that. So it is a potential case where cause and effect is not operational as we understand it. Are we certain of it? No. But it's one instance where it could violate cause and effect.
Right, and that's on a quantum level, isn't it?
No, it's not at a quantum level. It's at a particle decay level. So this is not quite at quantum level yet.
But
at
a microscopic
yes,
level.
Yeah.
In a classical physics, in I guess obviously not classical physics, but from a point of view of the naked eye, cause and effect is largely in effect.
Yeah, I agree.
And so we're, obviously there are arguments where we could, on a micro level where we could have that argument, but on a macro level, from the perspective of a normal human being going around in their lives, their thoughts can be largely influenced by an unknown desire that they have in them. Now, from a theistic point of view, if you're going to say that there is a God that has created you and placed you into this parameter of, 4 dimensions, and you had no choice in that, okay, but you were programmed to have then you must have been programmed to have that innate desire. And therefore, you cannot, even from that perspective, you cannot say that you have free will.
Yeah, you could, I suppose, go down that view where, hey, God has programmed you, to use your words, with certain desires or innate attributes that you didn't have a choice on. And if you're acting on those, I think theists would grant that. They would say, that's fine. He's granted us these things to allow us to live, to allow this, a life to continue. But what you do with those, once the thoughts come in, that's where that's where the free will supposedly comes in. But that's just very hard to argue for.
Right. Yeah.
But I think, for them to sort of put forward an idea that God can be omniscient and for you to have libertarian free will, that's just, to me, a straightforward contradiction. And no matter whether you use advanced theistic language to try and circumvent this, you just have to ask the question. You just have to ask one question. Could whatever somebody does be counter to whatever God intends? And if the answer is no, that's all you need.
Right. Is it possible for God to change the past?
I would say no, and because that would change everything else as far as we can tell. Because that would mean that all the particles would have to rearrange themselves. I mean, if he changed one of it, I suppose God's all powerful. I mean, thinking about it, could he change one event and it not affect anything else in the universe? If I don't think so. I mean, just thinking about it, because then he would have to create a miracle for every other particle. Because if there is a cause and effect, which is like a web that spreads out,
it's fantastical, isn't it? It's a great thought experiment, of course. What is the most fantastical thing that you can think of?
You mean as going back in time and changing
saying
something?
that there's a God and the God can do anything, and what does that mean? What are the parameters of that? Are there no parameters? Could God change the past and with a click of their finger without even disturbing anything? Of course, possibly. What happens when an immovable object meets an immovable object? The paradoxes start to arise. All this idea of a God stems from the question that we can't seem to answer, is where did we come from? Where did the universe come from? Right? And so there are many people. So religion and this idea of God will always persist, because until we are able to give a sufficient argument as to where the universe came from and how we came into being. And there will always be this argument that, if you can't answer that, then, therefore God of the gaps argument.
Yeah.
Right. But for me, the thing that grounds me in that argument is that I would rather have questions that I do not know the answer to than answers that I cannot question. For me, that's more fun. That's a better position to take. And it just, so if you are of the persuasion that you're a deist, fair enough. But then from my atheistic point of view, from my anti-theism, I take issue when people want to say, I've got a God and I know his mind and he knows what he wants for you and what he wants for the world. That's where I always take the issue with these arguments. The theocratic perspective, because I don't necessarily think that having a God or believing in a God is a bad thing. For some people, it's everything to them, and it's done a world of good for them in their life. And I think a lot of atheists should recognize that. But for me,
I agree with you. I agree with you that people can believe in a God, and for them, for that belief to bring positivity in their lives. I mean, there's countless examples of that. I would never argue with a theist, hey, does believing in God give you some benefit? Because that's a subjective, that's subjective. But B, my critique is rather against, is something true? And whether something gives you benefit is completely irrelevant as to whether something is true. You can believe something and get great benefit and then find out that it was a complete myth, and maybe now your life takes a turn for the worse. But that's a subjective view. And so I'm not going to ever argue that, because how can you? I could say, hey, believing in quantum mechanics gives me such wonderful fulfillment in life. When I look up at the world, I think it's all this quantum mechanical and I feel like I'm in paradise. And somebody say, oh, actually, we found out quantum mechanics is false. Oh, shit. Now that paradise falls away. So I could always make that, but anybody can make that argument. So it's an unfalsifiable claim, which is fine. It's subjective. But I'd rather find out,
which I think is the most important thing for people to understand, is that, it's not the fact that you haven't falsified something, is that you have the opportunity to attempt to try and falsify something. And,
and
you
like
can't do that
with
theism. You can't do that with theism. Largely, most, you can't. How can you ever disprove a God? It's what's his name? It's the teapot, isn't it? The cosmic teapot argument.
Oh, Russell's teapot orbiting Mars.
Russell's teapot. Yeah, I have a God, and it's everywhere, but you can't see it. Okay, and I've also got a teapot circling around Saturn. You can't disprove either. They're unfalsifiable, and that's the most important thing, isn't it? You have a difference between faith and trust. Yeah. So the atheist can have trust in something based upon empirical, observable evidence, whereas theists, they have faith based on no evidence at all.
Yeah, I agree with you. I take a distinction between trust and faith. I'm 100% agreement there. We don't have faith. We have trust in something. And faith for me is believing things when you no longer, either you didn't have or you no longer have good reasons and evidence.
In the absence of evidence. Faith is is believing in the absence of evidence.
Yeah. Because when you chat to some theists and they no longer have good reasons and so forth, and you maybe show that there's a contradiction or you show that there's some problem, then at least a number of them, I won't say all of them, but at least some of them that I've spoken to will then say, hey, I'm just taking it on faith, which is an admission that, hey, I don't have any good reasons, I'm just going to believe it anyway. And the problem with that is, like you say, it's also unfalsifiable, but more than that, it's a very unreliable way to find out what is true, because anybody can claim faith about anything. And then how do we determine, if everybody in the world just said, hey, I believe something on faith, and we had mutually contradictory beliefs, how do we establish which of them is likely to be true? Well, you can't use faith because everybody's using that, and that's showing that there's a contradiction, or at least that there's conflict. There's a conflict there. So, and if we accept the laws of logic, then only one of those can be true, or both of them are false. So it's just, faith is not a good way. But they do try. I don't know if you've noticed that some theists, again, not all, I want to make sure that I say that, but some theists try to claim that we have faith. Hey, you have faith in science, or you have faith in your atheism, or whatever. And that's just a misuse of the word faith. Because they want to be on the same playing field with this word faith, right? But really, they're kind of relegated to the spectator stands, and we're on the football field playing the game, but they want to jump on, but then they want to go, hang on a moment, in order for me to jump on, somehow I need to either pull you off, or you need to, allow me on, without my plain clothes on. I come in my civvy clothes, where you guys are all in your football clothes. Like, hang on a minute, no, we can't do that.
Well, I do tend to one thing I do tend to get from discussing these ideas with theists is to try to bring you down into their sphere and into their level by stating that you too have faith and you too are religious. Atheism is a religion.
Yeah.
And you have faith in things as well. And it's just not correct. And I think it's because atheists are such a marginalized group all around the world, I think it's important for us, people like me and you, to stick up for atheists, okay, and to have these arguments again and again and again. So I also hear the argument that why are you having these arguments about God when you don't even care about God, you don't believe in God? Because this idea of God, yeah, if it's not unchecked by secularism, it can be extremely dangerous, and it can have a huge detrimental effect on societies. So in my research, I've found that, and this has been found in a book as well, that it's a qualitative and quantitative research book called The Secular and the Sacred. I'll definitely recommend that you have a look at this. What these two people are arguing in this book, okay, is that apart from America, because America is hugely evangelical, so they call America the exception to this, but in the rest of the world, where we find, because the argument of secularism has not come about, has it? There was this argument in the 19th century that, you know, God is now dead via Nietzsche, and we will now go into an era of atheism, and that hasn't happened. So, you know, what about the secular ideal? What's happened to that? Why has it died? Well, what's been able to be found is that where religion persists or subsists is in areas where people have an existential threat to their life, whether that be a threat to their actual life, whether it's economic, whether it's spiritual, wherever there is threat to life, threat to the existence of somebody's life, low life standards, religion seems to flourish in those areas. If you go to countries that are secular, like Europe mainly, these countries are moving away from the theocrat. They're largely, you know, outlawing theism in the public areas. And what you're seeing is, the reason for that is because these people have a very good quality of life. And when you have people who are having a good quality of life, they don't need these ideas anymore.
Yeah, I guess could come back on you and say, well, you know, you guys are just being decadent, you know, something like that. You just want to have all this good, and you know, so you guys are denying it for that reason.
Well, I think it's central. I think it's central to the point of. So I would like yourself, like we just agreed, I would never take away the fact that somebody finds happiness or purpose in their theism. Okay, and I would always fight to the death for people to have their right to manifest their religion. But that being said, religion is dangerous to society, and the qualitative and quantitative research is showing that. Yeah. So for me, my mission is to eradicate theism from the public arena. It should be a private endeavor that should be kept private for people in private. It shouldn't be able to interfere in politics, in education, in health, in policing, in geopolitics. Obviously it does, but I would like to eradicate that. And what I see is that from the evidence, it shows that if you're able to deal with poverty, you can largely eradicate theocracy. And I think that's an important thing to do. I think that's a good cause.
Hello?
Hey, what's happening?
Yeah, you're right. Just in regards to what you're saying, I find it interesting that you want to eradicate religion.
From the public arena.
Yeah, from the public arena. But do you not think that in the public arena, it's had as much as I don't agree with religion in terms of like how it controls and boxes people into sections. Do you not see any positive side to having that within there?
Yes, I do. And so in my dissertation that I wrote for my degree, I make the argument.
What's your degree in?
Law.
Okay.
So my dissertation, I argued for the disestablishment of the Church of England.
Mm-hmm.
But I argued so for instance, the Church of England is empowered constitutionally under the Church of England Assembly Powers 1919. And from that, the Church of England is able to make primary legislation, which they call measures, in which is invulnerable to judicial review. So kind of like a local authority can enact legislation. And one of the ways in which they've been doing that is through safeguarding of vulnerable children and adults under their care, because the Church of England is a huge organisation, a huge institution, and it stretches into many areas of public life. Okay, and they've been able to, for decades, they've been able to make their own arrangements outside the public duty to safeguard children and vulnerable adults. And as we know, there's been a huge amount of cases of sexual abuse, right? And what I argued is for the Church of England to be disestablished, because through the establishment, there are at least 30 bishops that are appointed to the House of Lords. Okay, and they're appointed by their own general synod, which is their own parliament. They're not elected, and I know that the House of Lords is not elected, but at least the most of the lords that are elected to the House of Lords are elected by elected officials. But the 30 bishops that are elected to the House of Lords, they are not appointed by any legislature at all. And for me, I find that to be disgusting. I think that's gross. I don't think that sort of thing should persist in our society. So the ultimate the ultimate argument that I make is that if you disestablish the Church of England, this is not fatal to its existence. It can continue to work as it can, but it would come into line with actual duties, public duties, to safeguard children and vulnerable adults. They would have to have the same. So if a local authority, a school, or a after school club wants to set up, they have to have certain measures in place to protect children and vulnerable adults. The Church of England does not have to. It's outside of that scope. So disestablishing it would help it to fall in line into public duties, but also it would help it to be able to make up the deficit because of huge cuts to local authorities and huge cuts to public infrastructures over the last 10 years. The church could actually begin to move into these areas more freely and help people and safeguard them if they were to come under public duties. And so my argument isn't that, that we should eradicate a religion. It's theocracy, where we see theocratic encroachment on free secular society. We as atheists should be pushing back against that.
So for me, my only thing is that we're not a theocratic state. So how would that work? We don't. The person who's in charge of the state is not a bishop or anything like that. It's the monarchs and parliament. So how
sorry, say that again.
How does I said we're not a theocratic state? So how would
No, we're not. We're also not. We're also not technically a secular state either.
No, we're a democratic state.
We're a democratic state, but we're not. We're also not technically a secular state either, because we have the Church of England is constitutionally established. It's recognized by the state. It has its own.
But aren't all religions acknowledged by the state?
No.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I'm sure about that. In France is a secular state.
No, but we're talking about England, though, obviously. In terms of that,
is
that
UK,
not the case? You wouldn't
UK.
have the council of you wouldn't have the Islamic Council of the United Kingdom if it wasn't recognised by the state.
It's a much more subtle version, yeah, but the church is able to operate in many areas of government and also outside the scope of public liability because of the establishment that it enjoys. Yeah. So my argument would always be that has been a detriment to our society. It has allowed for a huge amount of abuse of children and vulnerable adults under their care, where you wouldn't find that in a local authority. You do find it in a local authority, but not at the same rates and amounts, and also not with the same impunity.
So, have you looked into what the rates are of abusers of child and vulnerable adults in the church in comparison to other faiths and non-believers?
Yes.
And what's the difference?
So, from a point of public duty, we have a report that came out in the early 2000s was called "Putting Children First." Okay, now what that report did is it looked into the failure to safeguard children and sexual abuse in care homes across many decades. Yeah. And what the local authorities found that they needed to do, there's still this argument of what's called mandatory reporting. So there are people on one side that are arguing that there should be a duty to mandatorily report any type of failure to safeguard, whether it be physical abuse or sexual abuse or mental abuse or whatever. Okay. Now the difference is that report, Putting Children First, that was from a public duty point of view. And under the Children's Act, you have to put in place certain measures to protect children. The Church of England, which is the main institution in this country, the main religious institution, is exempt from those duties and has been exempt from those duties. What has happened because of that is a decades and decades of complete impunity operating at a level where they can make their own measures, which is basically primary legislation, which is invulnerable to judicial review. And they've been able to operate in that way and protect their own bishops from allegations of sexual abuse. So where you see a local authority trying to take charge and take ownership of what's happened, you are not seeing that in that institution. Now it goes much deeper than that. New psychological research is showing that because of the moral the moral superiority of the Church of England, onlookers, which is people that work within the church, are more likely to reject accusations or credible evidence of sexual abuse or any kind of abuse within their institution to protect the church. So when presented with credible evidence of guilt, they will still move to close ranks and to cast aside the survivor or the victim, however you want to put it, at their expense to protect the moral superiority of the church, which is another element of saying that we can no longer allow this institution to act outside of public duty sphere. It has to be brought under the secular model, because they're acting, not only are they acting but outside the duty, but in that sphere, they're also protecting themselves when they should be trying to, change the way that they're behaving. Now, this is largely in the psychological research, it's largely unconscious. This has been found to be largely unconscious. So the onlookers, people that work within the institution, whatever level that they might be, they do this unconsciously because of the moral superiority of the Church of England. They have to protect that bastion at all costs, and at the cost of survivors and victims of sexual and violent abuse.
Fair enough. I have to look into a lot of what you say in order to, because I don't take anything as gospel.
Sure. I mean, I you know,
certain things which you said, like
I could give you a link to my paper. It's been published, but if I was to do that, then you would know who I am, and everybody else would know who I am.
Fair enough. If you don't obviously have to. It would be an interesting read, though. I would like to read it. See what it's about.
Sure. How would I be able to get that to you?
I don't think you would be able to.
Yeah.
But
No.
It's all right. I can obviously research everything that you.
Are you in contact with Ellie privately?
Not like that. No, not like that.
Okay. All right, because I could pass it to him and then he could pass it to you, but you know, that's fine. But yeah.
No, it's fine. Don't worry. But yeah, I've actually got to go because I've got to do some work.
Sure, me too. But great speaking to you, Raheem, and great speaking.
Bro.
Is the other guy named Rob?
I don't know his name. I assume so.
All right. Okay. Well, have a great day. Take care.
You too, mate. Cheers. Bye.
Oh, I think everybody left. I'm not good at being by myself, but I need people to get on the show and then share some vision.
What's up, Olaf? What's
up? Vision. What's up, sister? What's up?
Grand rising to you, family.
How's Brooklyn today?
Oh, I'm not in Brooklyn. That's where I'm from. I'm in Maryland, and we snow. Wow.
Oh, I thought you was from Brooklyn.
I'm from Brooklyn. That's what I said.
I thought you live in Brooklyn. My bad.
No, not anymore.
Okay.
Not anymore.
So how long you been living in Maryland?
A minute now. Over like 7-8 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's been a while. Looks like you're trying to fix breakfast.
It's nice. It's nice out here. We can,
Yeah.
plenty of jobs, man. Like,
Oh yeah.
yeah. So, if you want to do well, black people do pretty well over here. We was talking today, and I was
Hey,
like,
Mel.
I see why a whole bunch of Nigerian people moved over there.
oh yeah, it's a lot of Nigerians, Ghanaians, Cameroonians, Ethiopians, Somalis. This was popping over here, man.
Hey, Mel. How's it going?
What's good, Dark Magician?
All right, Dark Magician.
In the building.
Is it
Atheist
Isu?
hour, huh?
Isu?
Yeah.
Oh, hi, Isu. How are you doing? Nice to meet you.
Good. Nice to meet you too.
Please excuse me. I have the flu at the moment, so.
Feel better.
Yeah.
That you have to drink some magic, man. some magic. Go get some magical fluid.
Yeah, lemon and honey.
That's the magical fluid right there.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, man. I don't know. I see in the news they said this flu is like the worst of all flu season.
Yeah, I don't usually get the flu. I'm usually I can go quite a while without getting the flu, but when I do get it, I get it rough,
real hard. Yeah. I think it's like that for certain people who just don't fall sick for a minute.
It takes a strong strain to get me, to be honest.
Yeah.
What do you besides lemon and honey? Is there anything else that you take?
Just keep my fluids up, and I try to stay active as well, instead of just sitting down and
So if you have do you have a temperature?
A little bit, yeah.
And you don't take anything to break the fever?
No. I really try not to take any
Damn,
kind
you a
of
G.
ibuprofen. Yeah.
No ibuprofen either?
No ibuprofen, no aspirin. Yeah, I really try not to take anything for it, because I don't know if it's true, but I'm under the impression, I could be absolutely scientifically incorrect here, but if immediately when you receive pain or any type of illness, you take a chemical in your body will instantly try to react to that, and so I would rather my body naturally react through natural substances than to take chemicals.
Yeah.
My dad, man. Get some herbs, man.
Yeah.
I drink. This is what I do. I follow my mother's recipe. She makes pineapple, garlic, ginger, lemon. She just boil all of that, and then it's very
She does
good.
what? She boils it?
Yeah, just cook it.
Mm-hmm.
Lemon, pineapple, garlic, ginger, and probably some cinnamon stick, but lemon, ginger, garlic, that's like the main recipe. And then pineapple just gives you a flavor to it so you could drink it. Trust me. 2-3 days you'll be jumping around like a jackrabbit.
I might just try that.
Well, I kind of, everybody has like a similar mixture that they do. So one, I take elderberry syrup, which is an herb. Tastes like grape juice. I'm sure they have that over there in like your health food store. and you can make it, but right now while you're sick, you ain't got time for all that. All right. So
what's in it?
Just elderberry. Elderberry is like an herb that boosts your immune system. So when you take the syrup, it will kind of act immediately. So there's like a dose that you would take if you were just taking it every day, like for preventative stuff, and then there's a dose that you take while you're actually sick. So I would recommend elderberry syrup, and then I also make garlic, lemon, but I use not just the juice, the skin and everything, and ginger, and I put that in my Vitamix, and I make like a concoction, and I drink it, and I add cayenne pepper, because cayenne pepper helps with the absorption in your bloodstream, and I just take like a little bitty shot glass, like I pour like a little tiny bit, and I might do that twice a day, and it's fire. It burns while it's going down, but it helps me to feel better. Try not to take medicine.
It's tried and tested.
But when I have a fever, though, that's
yeah.
I don't know. One time I waited like 5 hours of just dealing with the fever, and I was like, I can't do this. I just couldn't. I couldn't sit. You have a lot more endurance than me.
Well, I mean, look, if I've got a temperature of over 100, and I've got the fever and the shakes and the aches, then I will take something, of course. But I mean, right at the beginning, right now, I try to shake it off.
Shake it off, yeah.
Like by staying active, keeping my endorphins going, drinking lots of fluids, eating lots of fruit, detoxing. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, see if they have very near where you live, and you can actually just look up the benefits of it. And
what's that? Elderberry.
Cool.
Yeah, I definitely will. Because my partner, she is like constantly reaching for the painkillers, man.
She says she's constantly reaching for it.
Yeah, do you know what I mean? It's like there's always a packet in the cupboard.
It's called quick access.
And it's like, my God, like, and to be honest with you, it's like when somebody's doing that and you disapprove, but you can't tell them not to, so you just don't do it out of spite anyway. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to lead by example.
You know who's an absolute baby when they get sick? And I want to know if he's in the chat. Ultra Funky. Oh my gosh.
Soppy bollocks.
Baby. He's like, what he told me about the what is it called? Lip sit, something like that you guys have out there. Lip sit, something like that. Some kind of tea, like that's like a therapy. We call it Theraflu in America, but it's like a hot liquid medicine packet that you add it to the hot water, and then it has
mix it up and then drink it.
Lemsip.
Yeah, Lipsip. Yeah.
Lemsip. We got Lemsip. Lemsip's okay, actually. It's okay.
Oh, Lemsip's okay. Oh, that has your approval, huh?
It's okay. Like, for instance, I like a Lemsip. Like if you've got a sore throat, and it's like, and it's really bad, and you're coughing up like green shit.
But
somebody said to me,
medicine.
Yeah, somebody said to me, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I try to stay clear of paracetamols and aspirins and stuff.
Yeah,
like,
you're just
as a rule of thumb, I just try to stay away from that sort of thing. I'd rather.
Would you say you would rather do natural, other than doing things that was pharmaceutical?
Definitely.
You would rather you would rather drink water and deal with nature than just go to the store and get some.
Yeah, I would. Yeah.
Oh, okay, because I'm like that too. If I'd rather put a whole bunch of stuff together and just cook it and then just feed off of that than just me going to the store and just go get a medicine.
Yeah, do you remember Mel, that we had this kind of discussion before about medication for people who are psychiatrically ill?
Yes.
And from my research and from my perspective, it's the chemical imbalance comes when you enter the chemical into your body. It's not the chemical reaction didn't happen first.
When you enter what chemical?
So, for instance,
Like a different chemical?
an antipsychotic. So somebody who's
So the antipsychotic makes them hear voices, not that they were hearing voices to begin with.
No, but the underlining issue is something else that made them hear the voices in the first place. So, for instance, if we say schizophrenia, paranoid schizophrenia, people hearing voices, having psychological delusions and episodes, that happened because of a trauma, possibly, mostly that's happened in their life, mainly possibly as a child, and there's an underlying issue there. When you enter the chemical into the person's body, it's a short-term fix that can create more problems down the line. And I've actually,
but when you introduce the chemical to their body and the symptoms go away, how do you then call that an imbalance?
Because
that's the part. I mean, I'm not a psychiatrist, so I don't,
nor am I, but
I don't even I don't have a horse in the race as far as if medications are great or not. I guess I'm just looking at it like if I'm hearing voices, and then I'm trying to think of I start to take Depakote, right? Depakote is one of the names of the antipsychotic medications, and ironically enough, Depakote is a medication that can be used for auditory hallucinations, seizures.
One of the main ones is called haloperidol.
And migraines. Oh, you're talking about Haldol? Yes, Haldol too.
In the UK, we call it haloperidol.
I think they probably just abbreviate it because we can't say all of that. They probably call it Haldol.
They take the actual name and they make variations of it, don't they? Yeah. In the UK, it's called haloperidol. That's the main.
So and the haloperidol is that the one that they have an injection form of it as well?
Yeah, you can have a depot. Yeah, you can have a depot in the arse. But I think most medications you can have a depot anyway. But it's just about localizing it into the arse and then it working very much quicker. That's why people would have a depot, what they call a depot in the arse. And so that is if anybody wants to have a look it up, it's an extremely dangerous antipsychotic.
It's really I would say that's a very old antipsychotic. Like
it is, but it's still used. It's still widely used.
But it's not over here.
It is in the UK.
Yeah, and not over here. They don't use that
much. People
much.
have to take it with something called procyclidine because people go into what's called symphonic shock.
And they start to get those tics. They start to get those tics and those rigid. That's
so. That would be for me. That would be an example of entering a chemical into the body and therefore creating a new issue, whether it be
absolutely.
Whereas, if you were to deal with the underlying issue, which is possibly that they were probably, sexually abused as a child, then you wouldn't need to enter the chemical into their body in the first place. But I do accept that, if somebody is having voices in that void, those voices are telling them to hurt somebody or hurt themselves, then there needs to be medication in which to deal with that issue in the short term.
And I would say that all of those conditions are really there are degrees of how intense they experience the symptoms. So if you've ever been around someone, the voices may not be telling them to hurt someone or hurt themselves. But what if they have three voices literally yelling in their ears that they cannot even hear anyone else? Like that's extremely difficult. Like there's no talking about your childhood trauma right there.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, no,
Like there's
exactly.
no.
You're going to be unable to get to the root of cause of the problem, aren't you? So, yeah, but I mean, you know, if we're talking about, you know, oh, this person is presenting with a psychosis, immediately give them an antipsychotic. You know, from my point of view and my experience and my research, that's probably not the best way to go about it. But if you know, you're like, I don't know, the UK is different medically to the United States. So here in the UK, the NHS, the National Health Service, is free at the point of use, and so, you know, that does cause a huge strain on public finances because
And that's going to cause a strain on what medications, you know,
and
if it's
how they
free.
are administered, how you know. So, for instance, people who are presenting with serious psychoses and are under mental health team, they are now mainly, unless they are presenting as seriously dangerous to themselves or other people, they're classed as outpatients, and they don't get to see a psychiatrist for maybe sometimes up to a year.
What?
And anything can happen in that time. Yeah, because this is how stretched our
I need to come in the UK and practice, make me some money. You know what I'm saying? I need to come to the UK and make me some money.
There's no money here in health and social
What do you
care.
mean there's no money?
There's no money. So all of the psychiatrists who are working in the localities are all going into private care because there's just no funding. There's no funding in the local teams.
So so you talking about your federal government or your
government?
Your government basically doesn't even care if the people have.
Their argument is that there's been a recession and, you know, austerity and blah blah blah, and so we've just had a general election, right? And both two of the main parties, Labour and Conservative, put out their manifestos. And if you look at the Conservatives who won, they said in their manifesto that they're not going to spend any money on autism. They're not going to spend any money on mental health care. And we're already, the services are already at breaking point. So CAMS, which is Children Mental Health Services, are saying to parents, unless your child is presenting as suicidal or hurting other people, we cannot see you. And so if your child has got severe autism, or
what about like speech therapy?
Yeah, so occupational therapy.
Occupational therapy.
It's literally non-existent.
What?
I know one child.
What about like do they have a special school for them?
Yeah, there are special schools, of course, yeah, but you have to be severe for those. Yeah, so the way that the government has tried to do it over the last 20 years is to reduce the special schools and reintegrate disabled children into the mainstream, which is a great idea, but you've got to have the infrastructure in place to support these children, and it's just simply not there. And the schools and the teachers are not trained enough. They have a very rudimental training, you know, like a couple of days training or something like that. Whereas, you know, when you're dealing with children with mental health, especially like autism, you have to have more than a couple of days of training.
Oh, and in the US there's a certification called ABA, Applied Behavioral Analysis.
Right.
That they want teachers and professionals to work to work specifically with like the autism population. Because I don't always feel equipped, and I'm a clinician, and I don't always feel equipped to adequately deal with all of a person's needs who has some sort of cognitive.
It's great that you recognise that.
Yeah, it's a specialty. You know what I'm saying?
The teachers in our schools, they are adamant that they have the training and they know what to do, and when it fails, they don't take any responsibility for it at all. There's no self-awareness, and parents are being let down.
I had a student that and he was high functioning autism, and he constantly got reprimanded for being oppositional defiant.
Right.
And I'm like, he's not being oppositional defiant. He has, and I had to like break it down, explain to his teachers, he has difficulty with social skills. He has difficulty with the way in which he understands and processes directions.
Yeah,
So
and then there's sensory issues as well.
Yes, sensory issues. So you
how
have
people talk to you, the tone of voice that you use, and how you approach them. Being in large groups that can affect
your
them.
Proximity with this student, which he would say that you was coming at me like you was going to do something, and they were like, I was handing you your paper. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, he felt like you was coming at him, and you literally, but you are walking towards him to hand him something, and in his mind, he perceived that in a threatening manner.
And then he acted accordingly, and that something spiraled out of control.
Yep. And I had another young man. He had his sensory stuff off the chain. So like he would run around on the platform for the subway, where you wait for the train. He would run around like, so his mother made him take the subway with his sister, and he's in high school now. He's a big boy, like 6'2" maybe, in grade 9, and he's taking the subway with his sister who's in grade 12. And as soon as the doors open, he starts running, right? This is what the mother's telling me. And I was like, oh, okay, well, I want to meet your son. So I went to his class and I got him. And, I had a habit of walking them back to their classes so that they don't wander off and take extra minutes and, miss class time. So I was like, I'll walk you back to your class. We opened the door and he took off running. All right. I was like, this kid what's going on with him? But the sensory needs, like he had an opportunity to sprint and get his heart rate up and use that adrenaline.
Yeah. And when they're young, it's very difficult to be able to say no and have that, that insight and that expertise to be able to deal with that, and some parents are struggling to be able to find those expertise because they also have other children that they have to deal with. And
wow, I can't believe you're saying they cutting the programs like.
Oh yeah, so if you can go and have a look at the Conservative manifesto, and it says in there quite clearly, autism services, zero money to be spent. So
zero.
Zero money to be spent. And I know personally of people who have autistic children who voted for that. They voted for that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and their children are not going to get any further help, and they're constantly arguing.
They're probably going to end up moving.
Well, how
do you solve? Like, how do you solve that problem? Like,
they just live in their despair. That's what they do, and there are multiple stories, thousands of stories just happening daily across the country, and there are people on the ground working, trying to deal with these issues and help other people in the community. But so I think that the local authorities in this country, under legislation, they have a duty to, under the Care Act, to give support to disabled people where it is found that a duty has arisen. And since in the last 10 years, they've gone. The cases have gone up by 176%, where the local authorities have been found to have failed in their duty to care for disabled people in their localities. 76% cases of failure in duty. And that's not going to get any better because there's going to be no money spent on these services whatsoever. So yeah, it's difficult for people like me as well, because I see it happening, and I have like an emotional investment in this. It's not just a vocation, I actually care about this.
Yeah, as do I. Believe me, I don't think people would really be in these fields. Of course, you make a living, right? You make a living to sustain yourself, but you wouldn't subject yourself to this type of emotional strain if you weren't passionate and connected to the work that you do. Because I could be I don't know, I could work for like Verizon managing accounts or something and probably make what I make now. Seriously, like I could I don't know, like work in human resources or something and just, send people offer letters or give them their package for their health insurance and not have to hear about people's trauma and help them to be able to cope and deal with suicidal thoughts and all that other stuff, like
Well, thank you for the work that you do for people. You probably don't hear that very often, but you should hear it more often, because people like you, without you, people would be lost. Many people would be lost.
Oh, thank you. That's
no,
sweet.
that's absolutely, you deserve it.
Valley Vision content over everything is backstage. He's gonna help me to open my mental health business in the UK. Yeah.
COE,
yeah, COE. Or maybe he's gonna come and tell me mental health is bullocks. I love that word. I don't know why I do. Bullocks. Bullocks. I like it.
So
I'm learning. I'm learning all of these.
Christmas, Mel?
Huh?
How was your New Year and Christmas?
It was nice. It was just nice one to just have time off from work.
Yeah.
Ooh, sure. And I really try to take the time off, because normally I end up working at home, and I just was like, I'm not doing shit, and that was great. I ended up getting into a little disagreement with my cousin because he was basically saying that I know you don't celebrate Christmas, so he literally didn't even invite me over to the dinner, and I was like, just like,
I still want to eat.
I was like, which is really hypocritical because I haven't celebrated Christmas in damn near like 9 years or almost 10 years. 2 years ago, I sure enough was at his house eating food. So I was like, oh, where's my invite? Please, content.
Big up, Leon. Big up, Leon.
I'll go on down. I don't have to call you a different name still.
You can say it if you want, man. You can say it. I don't mind.
I'm gonna call you MC Darky. Yeah, well, I'll go on, Rob. You right?
Me?
No, Rob as well. I was ailing up everybody on the panel. Probably in the background
he's muted.
Yeah, Rob is muted.
Well,
yeah,
I wanted to ask everyone.
Yeah.
What's up, Rob? Cool, yeah.
Hey, Leon.
Yeah, I wanted to touch on the question, or one of the questions that I see in the title of the show. If asking questions makes you a hater. because from my personal experience, I've witnessed a lot of the time that conversations just get shut down, or questions don't even get to be considered because you get accused of having an agenda or having a agenda, some secret plan, or you're a hater, or you got no good intention or something. And the conversation just don't happen. So basically, all I'm asking is it ever? Do you believe that it's ever that it should be the case that shouldn't be allowed to ask questions?
No, absolutely not. To live in a free and open society, we have to be able to risk offending other people, ridiculing them, and critiquing them, and ourselves too.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we
can. I can hear you, Melanie.
I don't know what I did with this StreamYard site thing, but I can't see you guys anymore, and it looks like I'm out. That's why I'm like confused on how I could still see you. But where the hell? I don't.
Can you hear us?
I can hear you, but I don't I wouldn't be able to put my phone on mute. I wouldn't be able to do nothing. Right? I don't. The whole. Oh fuck! I'm
You'll have to rejoin. If you're on
yeah.
if you're on an Apple phone, it's problematic with Apple phones.
Veli, are you around? Put me back in. I'm gonna try to.
Bro, I don't know how you got an Apple phone, Rob. I feel like you're a traitor for some reason. Should be on Android.
I've got Android as well. Android's got its advantages.
Don't be dissing Androids. Yo, I don't even know how to leave this. Okay.
Just refresh the page.
I've got an old Android here that's got like a 10,000 milliamp hour battery in it, and it allows you to stream from the phone. So you can input like your camera, your GH5, you can input into a Android phone, so you can still record high quality in your camera and then stream via the phone, which you might already be doing. So Android's got its advantages.
Yeah, sure.
And I think it works better with SteamYard as well. But to answer your question, Leon, as well, yeah, I agree. I think this is just something from people who either don't want to have a discussion or too afraid to have a discussion, so they can label somebody as a hater. I mean, somebody like Adnan Rashid runs around in Speaker's Corner saying that all the time. I mean, I don't take him seriously, and I don't know anybody that's a clear-thinking person that does, but that sort of behavior, hey, you're a hater, this X, Y, and Z, it is a way to circumvent having a discussion. If you've got a strong argument, you can present it. But a lot of people are invested in the emotional side of it, and so that's just an appeal to emotion, which is fallacious if you're going to have an intellectual discussion. So, yeah, I don't take that particularly seriously, and if that person says that, well, then clearly they just haven't thought through this, or they don't want to have a discussion. Either way, they're probably not somebody that you want to have a discussion with, but it's a poor tactic to use for discussions.
But don't you think that, well, I'm not saying that you are disregarding them totally, but some people may sincerely believe that for whatever reason, it's dangerous to discuss certain ideas with certain people. Maybe like if they do have an agenda to try and paint you in a bad light, to cause harm to come your way without directly inciting violence against you, but to paint you as a vicious monster, so that when you go walking in the street, everybody looks at you and feels like, oh, this is like, I've heard about this guy, even though everything I'm saying might not be true, but because they entered into a conversation, I'm trying to play the advocate, because I don't think I'm probably more aligned with you. I believe everything should be able to be discussed, especially ideas that's presenting themselves as absolute truth and all these things. I believe they should be able to be discussed on any circumstance. But I'm trying to play the other side, because I think that there may be some sincere people that do believe that it's problematic. So I'm trying to see if I can communicate a way of, or understand their argument better. I don't know. Maybe you consider.
Well, I think they would have to put for the argument how it would be, what method they're using to come by that isn't their own personal bias that we can all agree to. So apart from incitement to violence, I'm okay with pretty much anything. If somebody, there might be a special reason to prevent something from being spoken about, but then you need a methodology. It's not just your personal opinion on something. And if the argument is, hey, well, this is likely to lead to violence, well, that's a slippery slope fallacy, because anybody could argue the same thing. Unless you have some methodology that we can all agree on, you're just not going to get anywhere. By the way, just if Vela is listening, Melanated Goddess is in the backstage, and so she just needs to be added again, Vela, when you've got a chance.
I would add that this is So the methodology that I agree with that is applied in the UK is under the Public Order Act is that if you're causing alarm, harassment, or distress to a person, whatever you're saying or whatever you're doing, that is cause enough for a constable to detain you, and they can use their discretion in that matter. Okay, that would be a public order offence. All right, that's an objective standard. That's a method that you can use as to say this person is saying or doing something which is unacceptable and is causing alarm, harassment, or distress to persons or people. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not really objective. So, in the sense that quote unquote alarm, harassment, and distress, that part of it is entirely subjective, because the other person next to them can say, well, no. And I would say to virtually anything, no, it's entirely fine. So if quote unquote the policeman came to me, if he's going to make it his own personal opinion and he's not interviewing other members of the public, well, then that's entirely subjective. And if he's going to interview members of the public, well, then their views are subjective. And especially if he came to me, I'd say, no, allow that to happen. So what is he going to do now? What's the methodology? Your statement you made is just like a high-level statement, but it doesn't have any foundation to it that is objectively methodical that we can all agree.
That is the standard that is used in the UK, and of course, it will come down to the discretion of the authority at the time. Okay, and then you would then have a chance to counter that in a court, or or if you were taken down to the station or whatever. But largely, I'm not saying that it doesn't happen. It quite obviously does happen, but largely people are free to say and do what they like. But there has to be a objective standard. Now, you can't. It's arguable that there's always going to have to be some subjective view. So, for instance, in law, we say, if you want to know what the judge is going to decide, just ask him what he had for breakfast. Yeah, because when judges make decisions, it's, they have to follow the law, but there is some subjective element involved there. And you can't, so getting back to the actual question itself, if someone comes to you and says, you're just a hater trying to shut down your argument, it's arguable that you cannot get away from having a intense dislike, a subjective dislike of something. You're coming from a point of view, a personal point of view with everything, and you can't take that element away from it. What you try to do, what you strive to do, is to enter an objective view, which is to understand the other voice, the other view, and come to a determination by understanding both sides of the argument.
Can I wanted to I didn't get a chance to respond to the question. I kind of put my answer in the chat. I said that I think that sometimes people don't want to converse about things because they may fear that they could present the information incorrectly and do more harm. And in that case, I think that that's actually smart. So I may have a position on something and be aware enough to know that my position is not even though I have this position, I don't have all the knowledge on, or a lot of knowledge on that. Huh?
Yeah, to defend your position properly. I made the argument as well. You may have a sound position, but just you yourself may not be able to articulate against cogent arguments why your position is still sound. But in that instance, I would say that you would have to just declare that I personally don't feel I'm capable of defending my position. It doesn't necessarily mean that my position is untrue, though. But if you get called a hater, then
But to a lot of people, it would seem to be that my position is not true. So a perfect example is when I first left religion. I had my cousin ask me, well, what is your book that you use? What is your book? And I was like, I don't know. I don't have a book. At least not yet. I don't know. But he said, so how could you say this book is bad, but you don't have a book? See, that her logic was like, what the hell? You don't need to know if this direction you're going in is good, but you're saying that this is bad. And I was just like, yeah, because I didn't have I didn't have anything. I didn't have any ammunition for her. I was like, basically, yeah.
I don't necessarily think that if somebody has a subjective view on something, it should automatically be discounted. What I would say is that if you want to have a complete view of something and have the superior view, the superior argument, you have to be objective. And in order to be objective, you have to know both sides of the argument. And so if somebody comes to you with an argument, or you go to them with an argument and they say to you, you're just a hater, trying to shut you down, obviously that does happen a lot. And you do tend to see people shrivel away then because they don't want to be seen as somebody who's been subjective. All I would do is I would say to you, if that's how you're feeling, don't run away from that. Don't feel that your position is untenable. Continue.
I want to ask as well, even if you are a hater or you have got an agenda or something like that, why is it necessary, or do you believe it's necessary to question religion in particular, other than just because you hate it? If you think it's beneficial for any good reason to question it, especially when you know that you don't want to join it, is there any good reason that you can provide for questioning religion? If you know you don't want to join it, if you think it's bad, why are you even questioning it?
Yeah, because I think it's untrue and it has a detrimental effect on the world. And I'd like other people to come to the same view, and having the conversations with people and pointing that out and showing them the error in their thinking will hopefully get them to reconsider their position and ultimately no longer be religious.
Wow. So you're like a atheist recruiter.
I'm a critical thinking recruiter with the outcome that you become an atheist.
You're an anti-theist, aren't you, Rob?
Wow.
Yes, I am. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
same as me.
So for me, I don't think that. I think that I question whenever the conversation comes up, and I usually question when I feel like the other person is encroaching their beliefs upon me. But as long as their beliefs remain personal, I don't question. You know, so if I'm just hanging out with people and they say, "Why don't you believe in God?" See, like their tone and that whole disposition, the questioning, it's like something is like feel bad for me. Something's wrong and all this blah blah blah. I'm like, bruh. So then I just go in. But if it doesn't come up, it doesn't come up. I let them.
Yeah. If it doesn't come up, then it doesn't come up for me. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask. So why do you? This is more for you then, Rob. Still, why do you prioritize questioning Islam over any other thing? I think believe that I'll hear you question the most. Still. Hello.
Who are you asking?
You, Rob.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He said you, Rob.
Yeah, because I think that has more of a detrimental effect currently, and I interact more with Muslims generally anyway. But I used to just not really bother so much with Christianity. Can you still hear me okay? Am I coming through? But then when I went onto Discord, I did actually have quite a few interactions with Christians. And some, a few of them tend to be at a higher level where you can have that higher level discussion, but a lot of them are more sort of lay people. And I pointed out, the irrationality and immoralness, for example, of original sin or of the Trinity. So I'm on board with the Muslims when they critique the Trinity. But in Speaker's Corner, because that's where it started, there's 70, 80% Muslims or more. And once I started to read Islam in the book and the claims that were made, I thought that was even more fantastical in many respects than the Christian one. But I just see more of a negative effect on the world currently. If it was the Middle Ages, then probably the Catholic Church would have been more of a problem. So it depends on the time frame. At this time where I live now, that Islam is more of a general concern in terms of the negative impact overall. And that's not to say that every Muslim is a negative person, absolutely not. But the ideology, I think, is more so.
How do you qualify that?
Me?
Yeah.
Okay. By the effects that I see on it, by people's reasoning, by the book and the effects in the world, either in this country or around the world, and by the albeit what's the term? The statistical data, but also the personal testimony of many people who are ex-Muslims now and what they went through. And you just don't see that in the Christian world or elsewhere to the degree that you hear from ex-Muslims in particular. So for me, I think that those are incredibly negative things.
It might surprise you, but in the UK, especially in the Hasidic Orthodox Jewish communities, you find a lot of the same issues happening with Jews in insular communities. So one of the reasons why I continue to be a vocal anti-theist is for the same reason, so to protect atheists as well as Muslims, because there are ex-Muslims like gay Muslims or Muslims that want to become atheists who are having extreme difficulties in their own communities because of having to leave their families and denounce their faith. And what's not spoken about and is not discussed is that they're having the same issues, probably not at the same level and the same quantity, but you're having the same issues with people in the ultra-Orthodox communities, especially in Hackney, sorry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. I think that Orthodox Jews, have a number of the same problems. And, for example, like halal and kosher slaughter, I think that's immoral. So it's not just a Muslim thing, but I think there's a lot more Muslims. Islam is far more pushed into the public sphere. You don't see the Orthodox coming out to Speaker's Corner and trying to do the dawah, their version of the dawah, etc. So I think Islam is a lot bigger, it's a lot more in people's face, and it claims to be the truth, and not only the truth, that it's the perfect way of life. And all we need to do is examine it, and that sort of falls away. I mean, Mr. Ali84 in the chat, for example, is saying that Islam makes more sense than Christianity. Well, you're setting a pretty low bar, and I would argue that you can cherry pick you can cherry pick certain ideas about that and say that it's better. I agree it's better in the sense that it doesn't have original sin, but in other aspects it's worse. So, but that's a low bar to use as your standard, right? So
he also said that normalizing gay marriage, abortion, bestiality, that's affecting society negatively, not Islam.
Sorry, say that again. You what did you say?
He also said that living in a society that is normalizing gay marriage, abortion, bestiality, that's affecting society negatively, not Islam.
Well, I don't know who's normalizing bestiality.
These are
go on then.
These are not true. These are just simply not true. Abortion has had a massive positive effect on society.
Is that from homosexuality?
1 second, Ali, just so because Ultra Funk is asking if he can come into the. So, Ali, just ask your question again. But I think just to point out to Vela if he's listening, because he might not be seeing the chat, Ultra is sitting in the backstage or wants to join us.
Hey, Rob, just for future reference, his name's Veli.
Veli, sorry, Veli. What did I say? Vela. Vela. Veli. Thank you. Okay.
Funky.
Remember that.
Yo.
Yeah, sorry, Ali had a question. Yes, go ahead, Ali.
Big up, people.
Statement. Hey, Ultra.
Hello, sir. Rob, Dark Magician, Leon, Ali, Melanated. Come on.
Big up, Ultra, the family.
Come on.
What did Ali want to say? I think he was saying something and we spoke over him. Ali, did you want to say something about society or something or other? Or how Islam is not as bad as we think or something to that effect? Hopefully I've answered your question anyway, Leon, as to why I critique Islam more than, say, Christianity. I think they're equally mistaken. I just think Islam currently where I live and the society generally has more of a negative impact from my point of view than Christianity. But again, I want to stress, I just want to stress that doesn't mean all Muslims or indeed all Christians or anything like that. I know many, and I'm staying with some Muslims this week, and I do not have a problem. I'm not going to bring up the Quran unless they do. So I don't go to people and go, hey, look at your Quran. But if people start talking about it, then depending on the level of whom I'm speaking to, then I might say something. But if somebody just brings it up and tells me in passing, and I can see they're not really there for discussion, I'm not going to go, okay, let me show you, Surah 434 or something like that. I'm not going to bring that up necessarily. So again, I don't have a problem with all Muslims, but the ideology is problematic.
On the contrary, in terms of problems coming towards Muslims, for instance, the Christchurch shooting and all these things, I don't know if you've ever tried to analyze what are the causes of this, if there's any source material that is problematic or detrimentally leading towards people carrying out these type of attacks.
That's coming from the alt-right, and it's coming from the far right conservative political sphere. You know, there has been for a very, very long time this hatred and demonization of Muslims, and we should, even atheists should be having these conversations. You know, there is a responsibility to be had that when we do have these discourses, that we separate the ideology from the follower. The ideology is static; it cannot change. Yeah, the believer, the follower, is a living, breathing, evolving creature, and we cannot read that creature's mind. We do not know what they believe. What we can do is we respect them, but we don't have to respect the idea. Now, I think when you're uneducated, like a lot of people in America are, and that's no disrespect to you, Melanated, you're extremely, educated woman. But there are many people in America who are very uneducated. They're uneducated about communism. They're uneducated about socialism. They're uneducated about many political ideologies, especially Islam. All right. And they have a phobia of Islam. And that is rooted in racism. That's why I do agree that Islamophobia does exist, and it is rooted in racism. And the way to deal with those issues is through education. But that doesn't necessarily mean that if you educate someone that they're going to then agree with Islam. But we can, have that discourse.
I was wondering because we risk when we educate, giving maliciously intending people new methods of exercising their maliciousness.
Right. So, but is it if I critique Islam in a solid way, then I'm potentially giving ammunition to other people who I do not associate with? Does that then mean that I should not critique Islam, or I shouldn't have the right to do so? Not at all. Not at all. I should continue, but I should be responsible in the way in which I go about doing that. Yeah, I do not agree with the demonization of Muslims. I do not agree with that at all. But that will never stop me from critiquing Islam. Never.
Have you ever been called an Islamophobe yourself?
Yeah, and I've also been called an anti-Semite for critiquing Judaism and coming into arguments with Jewish people and Jewish sects. That this is so it goes back to the question if you're asking questions, if you're having those debates, you're going to be called a hater. Somebody is going to do that to shut you down. You as an intellectual have to find a way to get over that and put your point across. I have been called a racist. Me. Can you believe that?
Most racist person I know, I can believe that easily. He was always racist to me back in the day. He used to call me nigger.
Check his
I'm joking.
But I'll agree with.
Do you know what I'm saying, though, Leon? Do you know what I'm saying? It's like, I've fought against racism my whole life, and it takes 1 second for someone to say you're an anti-Semite, you're an Islamophobe, and then that's it for you. It's over.
No, well, okay. So,
sorry,
somebody else.
To me, is like the critique. Like, I hear what you're saying about ignorance being the source of Islamophobic feelings, right? But I guess so far what I've been seeing in Speaker's Corner and on these YouTube shows is that any critique that you give or any type of questioning, or if someone presents a position and you say, oh, I disagree, I think that's wrong, or if you say, oh, I noticed that you all tend to have a tendency to do this or whatever, right? And if you say, like, because of your exposure to Muslims, then now you're Islamophobic. I think that part, I'm just like, what the hell? Like, so you can't even, you just gotta have, you can't have no opinion.
That to me indicates a deep-seated insecurity in that other person's position, because they can't pick up on the point that you're making. They have to go to that extreme to try and rubbish you as an opponent. They can't engage with the actual fact, the actual argument that you're making, which may or may not be your position, but you could just be presenting it, and immediately it will become idiosyncratic with you. It's you, and you're coming from an emotional place, and it's like, no, not necessarily. I may or may not be emotionally invested in this, but can you engage with the point itself? So calling somebody a hater, if somebody's going to do that to you, I would just immediately say, just, if don't necessarily feel that, if, like, for instance, somebody calls you a racist, somebody call me a racist, I'm white. It's very easy to call me a racist. Very easy to do that. But that's not going to stop me from having my say. If you believe in a cause, stick with that cause. Mostly, from my perspective, when the NF and the BNP go on their marches, they've got their faces covered because they don't believe in what they're saying. They don't believe in what they're doing. They can't. They show their faces.
I'm trying to think what. Like, I've only been called that once. I'm trying to think why.
What,
no, not a racist. Islam. I get called racist too, though. But I get called a racist because I make statements that are very focused on the Black community. So because it sounds as if I'm excluding others, then it's racist, right? And then someone will like force me into saying something like, "Well, what about this person? What about this group?" And I'm like, "Well, I'm not concerned about that group." "Oh, that's racist." I'm like, okay. Like, I don't know. I thought if I
it's just such a term that's thrown around so easy, It really is. But what the difficulty with that is that the people, if you really want racism to be taken seriously, or hate to be taken seriously, then it should be thrown around in a more sensible manner, because all you do then is you dilute it into nothingness. So we've seen this in the UK with the weaponization of anti-Semitism against anybody on the left. If you're left and you support Palestine, you're an anti-Semite by definition. I think that's a dangerous position to be taken. Weaponizing anti-Semitism or any form of racism for your political
people who are plotting and trying to find ways to actually kill people because they're Jewish.
Yeah, there are many groups like that, but they are free.
No, I'm saying if you get called an anti-Semite because you say you want to support Palestine, now to people who hear that term anti-Semite, unless they're like clued up to the point where they see that it's just misused, they'll consider you the same way they consider people.
Yeah, but Leon, consider it, the layman, the general Joe public do not really know what anti-Semitism is. When that term gets thrown around and it sticks to somebody, it's such a strong label to put on somebody. People don't want to be associated with that person. And that is the power of it. Now, the rhetoric, the narrative that's being pushed is that if you support freedom for Palestine or freedom for Gaza, you are automatically an anti-Zionist and therefore an anti-Semite. And they're trying to normalize that in the British public. And the Joe public, they don't have the education to be able to figure that out. As soon as somebody is labeled an anti-Semite, it sticks, and because they don't know whether they are or they aren't, so they're just going to take the default position. You're an anti-Semite. And that's why it's such a powerful tool. What you do is you label your enemy that which they are not, and that they are trying to fight against.
So how do we get the general public to be more thoughtful? So this is my issue.
It's education. It has to be education. It has to. So, okay, Facebook, yeah. Is it true or is it not true that people will spend more time doing a survey on Facebook than they will actually reading a newspaper article or a newspaper column or an online column? They'll read the headline. Sorry?
And Leon, what's happening with that Saracen and James? When's that gonna happen? Is that gonna happen online or at the park?
I can't. Wait, hold on, Ali.
Guys, I've got to go. Yeah, I've got to go. I'll be back later. I've got to go.
Okay, feel better. Feel better.
Leon, when's that gonna happen? Is that gonna happen at the park, or is it gonna happen online? When's that gonna happen though?
What are you talking about? When's that gonna happen? I got a phone call, so I missed the last part of what you were saying. Still.
Saracen versus James.
Oh.
The. James SC versus Saracen. Have you got a date set? I'm looking forward to that today.
Ain't got a date yet. James said that he should be available next week to do it online, but he might go park as well. I don't know. If Saracen comes park on Sunday, they'll probably do it then in the flesh.
That's one debate I'm really looking forward to. And James SC is going to be finished. James SC after the debate Saracen won't be coming to the park anymore. Too scared to come to the park.
He said he won't come to the park no more.
No, I bet you Saracen's going to humiliate James SC so much. James SC is going to finish. The final.
You've got far too much faith in Saracen. We've had him on the Gin and Tonic show. He's a nice enough guy, but he follows Abdul Mufti Laith, I think his name is. He's got sort of a bit of a reactionary type approach to the Quran, so he's going to bring his own interpretations. But I think you've got far too much faith in Saracen, quote, wiping the floor with James. James is just bringing the sources, right? You can try and reinterpret it some other way, but I don't fancy his chances.
James,
are you guys talking about James Jones?
Yeah. James SC.
James Jones, the hypocrite. Yes. No, not James Jones. James SC, the hypocrite. Sorry, James.
How's he a hypocrite? How is he a hypocrite?
I'm just calling him a hypocrite. I can do what I want.
Yeah, but how is he a hypocrite?
Because he just brings weak sources and it says they're authenticated, but they're authenticate. But when you look at them this week,
that's
where
not
did he say that? Don't make generalized statements that you can't back up.
Hello?
Right?
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello? Yo, Rob, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Leon. Yeah.
Way better.
Yeah. Okay. What's your stance on the term Islamophobia, and do you think it's correctly or wrongfully used in general?
Yeah, I disagree with Dark. I think it's a nonsense term, and it's misused, of course. So it's a gibberish term that's misused by people to label people, a bit like calling somebody an anti-Semite or a Nazi. This is another way to just label people without good reasons and evidence. Or if you do present good reasons, I don't want to say good reasons because then obviously it would be validated. If you do present what you think are reasons, they're often weak or subjective. So I don't agree. Islamophobia, strictly speaking, is an irrational fear of Islam. And so to equate that with people critiquing Muslims is ridiculous. You could say that there's Muslimophobia among some people. That's probably a justified claim, just like there is phobia against any other demographic by certain groups. But to claim Islamophobia, no, it's a gibberish term. As Hitchens said, and Dark actually quotes it, Hitchens, it's along the lines of, this is a term made up by, I can't remember the exact phrase that he used, made up by people to control morons, or words to that effect. I can't remember the exact thing, but I don't agree. I'll look up the quote. So yeah, I don't. Anybody that says the word Islamophobia immediately loses some intellectual integrity, in my view.
Okay. So even like I just said quoted Hitch in his definition of.
I'll find the quote here quickly. I'll find the quote here quickly.
Yeah, because me, I want to see discussions like so strict down to the bare bones argument. I don't want any attempts or opportunities for miscommunication or emotional manipulation. So when I hear names like like trigger words and all of these things, even moron, somebody could start focusing on that now, and then all the focus is off of the actual idea that you're trying to highlight and communicate. So
yeah, so actually I'm just looking this up now. Interestingly enough, a website I've come across here suggests that it wasn't originally Hitchens, but the quote was a word created by fascists used by cowards to manipulate morons. That's the word, that's the quote that was attributed to Hitchens, but it's actually saying here that it was a misattribution, I guess the word is. But anyway, yeah, to answer the question directly, I think it's a nonsense word. It's being used, and people have just got on board with it because they equate that with critiquing Muslims. Certainly my critique, and I don't deny there's people who will critique all Muslims. I think that's wrong. I do agree with Dark on that point. Certain Muslims are worth critique, and of course the ideology. And it's not irrational to critique an ideology that certainly in at least 105 verses tells you how the disbelievers are going to burn in hell and that you're not part of everything else, and at the same time then asks you to question everything supposedly according to one interpretation of a verse in the Quran. So while it's partly contradictory here and there, this whole term is just nonsense, and it's not to be equated with anti-Semitism. Although having said that, I think anti-Semitism is overused as well, and I see somebody like Joseph in the park wanting to say everything's anti-Semite the moment you say anything about Israel or about the Jews or whatever the case. I don't think that's true either. So, but I don't equate Islamophobia with anti-Semitism, but I just think anti-Semitism is overused. Islamophobia, that's just a gibberish term to me. It's just a gibberish term to me.
What do you think about the use of emotive language in the process of trying to present an argument?
What do you mean? So give me an example.
What do you think of the use of emotive language? So give me an example. See, like how you said, Islamophobia is a word invented by, I can't remember the breakdown what you gave, but to me it seemed very charged. The words that you was using are words that people generally wouldn't want to be associated with. So, from my perspective, some people may disagree with the definition of somebody who uses the word Islamophobia that was applied to them, but because of the connotations or the implications of being thought of in those ways, like being called bad names, quote unquote. I don't think there's no such thing as a bad name, but being called, I believe that there's people use words with the intention of trying to emotionally manipulate you into reacting.
Excuse me, Belly. Eric is in the back. Eric is in the back state.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you've got your speaker there, but it's playing back so we can hear ourselves. I think it's on your phone. I don't know if you've got a headset or something you can put on, or because we're hearing ourselves playing back on your speaker. We're hearing ourselves playing back on your speaker.
One sec. Hello.
Go on now. Let's just see if you can hear something now. Yeah, that's better. I'm not hearing myself now.
Do you think you'll be more successful in ethnically for the panel?
I can't hear you.
I can't hear you. I don't know who's speaking, but I can't hear you. Maybe rejoin or get closer to your mic or something.
There you go.
Try again.
Big up, Eric.
Yo.
Hey, Rob.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yo, peace and respect to you all.
Yeah, all right.
Good afternoon.
How's everybody today?
All good. I think Leon was trying to say something there.
Yeah. Emotionally charged, or for instance, like what Dark was saying earlier, the word racist, it's got connotations to it. If the label gets attached to you, people that's not even racist, but that from you're considered as that, the way you get treated in real life would be detrimental to someone, whether or not they are a racist. From that label gets attached to you, there's certain words when they get attached to you, the way you're seen as being associated with these words, it affects you in it. So in the process of having an argument, of trying to convince someone purely from a ideological perspective, whether an argument is true or false or not, what do you think about the usage of emotive words, like trigger words?
Yeah, so for me, I try to avoid it where possible. I'm a human, and I'm sure I've used it as well. That's not my intention to do that, because I think you're right. That will potentially unfairly malign somebody. However, if you've got good reasons and evidence, and somebody's a racist, then calling them a racist is entirely justified. But using racist, Nazi, Islamophobe, anti-Semite, or any word like that without good reasons and evidence, you're just intellectually dishonest and disingenuous, right? Because you know the power of those words with certain people. It doesn't affect me, it doesn't affect you, but there's people out there that are sort of hypnotized by these words. And it does have that effect on the hypnotized in that sense. So I think the person is, while they're free to say it, it's intellectually dishonest if they want to have an intellectual discussion. If they want to be emotional and childlike, well, that's fine, but then they're at the child's table and not the adult's intellectual table. So they've got to make a choice as where they're going to be, and there's certain rules to have an intellectual discussion. And we should point out when they're doing things that are anti that.
Yeah, I hear you still. It's saying it's at a child level. I agree, but the effect in society is a very real effect in it. So I don't know. I don't know how we go about. We saying just point out when we see it.
I think we've got to keep doing that all the time, right? Somebody who says somebody's a racist when they're clearly not, or somebody's an anti-Semite, or an Islamophobe, or an anti-Semite. And this works for everybody, by the way. I don't think it's right to malign all Muslims and say they are anti-Semites. If you ask a Muslim, what do you think about the Jews? And they say, hey, I'm quite happy to have them as neighbors, etc. You might point out some verses which, seemingly may be problematic in the Quran. Of course, they may have a different interpretation, but to label anybody with any of those words without good reasons and evidence, I think it's just intellectually dishonest. And we should call it out all the time. And more than that, because it has that effect, perhaps we should do the same sort of thing. Anybody can label.
But when there's evidence for it, that should be pointed out too, should it not?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. So if somebody is a racist,
okay, so yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I agree with you. It goes both ways. Because for me myself, I mean, in general, with the faith of Islam, I have no problem with it. Okay, and I'm not as astute as it, because I'm not a Muslim. I'm not as astute as it of that faith and the teachings thereof. As a Muslim or a Muslim who also speaks Arabic fluently and therefore can read the Holy Quran in Arabic in its original language. So, but in general, though, I mean, as a faith, I don't have a problem with it. But I do have some issues with how some Muslims carry it out.
Yeah, I think that's why it's useful to focus on the ideology rather than the people.
Yeah. I was going to say, you can't even hear me, man.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead, Leon.
You can hear me? Okay. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. If the purpose of having the interaction is to prove whether an idea is true or not, I would say in that instance, it doesn't matter if you're talking to a pedophile, it doesn't matter if you're talking to a murderer, it doesn't matter if you're talking to a racist. All of those things don't change whether his argument is true or not.
Correct.
So
I agree with that.
I think it's that we established. I think we established the reason for having a conversation. But it ties in the topic of racism. It ties in with the title, the second half of the title or the first half, and also that you've been accused a lot of times of being a racist yourself, bro. So if I can remember correctly, does your race make you? I can't remember exactly where it was, or your postcode, the area you're from, or something like that doesn't make you a racist or something like that. I can't remember, but it kind of tied in with what you was talking about in terms of people being mislabeled. You've been accused of being a racist a lot of the times. Let me not say mislabeled because it might be appropriate. Who knows? I don't know. So, but I think I have heard you explain a lot of the times that it's not the case. And
yeah, I mean, I just don't really discuss that anymore. It's like bypassing. I've explained my position clearly. If you still think I'm a racist, then either your comprehension or your listening skills or both are severely degraded, or you're just intellectually dishonest. So I just don't take that seriously. I've explained my position on that, so that's fine. But as to the question of the discussion topic, I guess that statistically you wouldn't label everybody, but if you were able to work out all the racists in the world, which is why I think free speech is useful, because then you find out who is an actual racist as opposed to people who are not. But if you were able to find out who are all the racists, and you were to go by postcodes and you did an actual scientific analysis, then you probably could say it's more likely that racists come from X postcode than that. But they wouldn't, of course, label everybody in that postcode as a racist.
Well, I look at it this way. If you call someone a racist, I think that the evidence has to show by how a person acts based on his or her ideology towards people of different ethnicities or different races, if you will, or this type of thing. You have to base it on something. You have to base it on actual human interaction. How people bring their ideology into how they view people and how they interact with people. Because otherwise, you're not going to find any evidence for it.
Unless you let them speak freely, of course. And if you let them speak freely, they will say it of their own accord, which is why I'm in favor of people having freedom of speech to the highest level we can, because they will reveal that in their speech, right? And then you go, now I know you're racist. I'm not for having a law against it. I am having against it for having a social penalty. If I find somebody's a racist, I don't want to be associated with them. I don't want to know them. As far as I'm concerned, if when they eventually pass away, that's one less person that's detrimental to the world. But I don't think they should have a legal consequence against speaking. In fact, I would encourage them to speak out so we all can see who it is that's saying this. And in fact, that's the same for anything else. So I wouldn't ban, for example, like people coming down to Speaker's Corner. So even convicted terrorists should come down to Speaker's Corner so that we can, and other Muslims themselves can point out where they feel these people are wrong. Right now, people who are watching go, not all Muslims think the same. Here's a different Muslim view, or here's Rob's view, or whoever it may be, right? And critique them. So I wouldn't ban these people, but there's a fear amongst, and it's strange, certainly with the Conservative government, there's a fear that, hey, they will radicalize more people. Now, that would be the case in principle if these people were robots and that was impossible for them to have any other thought process. And if they're just weak-minded, well, then I think education and good arguments are the solution to that. And it's not perfect by any stretch. It's not like, hey, you're going to give a good argument and suddenly everybody that had the bad ideas is going to give them up. We're human and we're incredibly fallible, as we know, and irrational at times. But I think, good free speech will counter bad free speech, especially if you care about what is true. If you don't, or you have an emotional attachment, well, then you are inherently irrational, and that form of intellectual discussion is not going to have an effect on you. But then, opening your mouth, you won't be taken seriously either. So it goes two ways.
But I think at the same time, though, if you have an ideology, right, that compels you to act in a way in which you will call the terrorist because of you actuating your ideology, I think there should be a penalty for that.
Sorry, say it again. So if
you actualize your ideology, okay, to a point where it's detrimental to your fellow human beings, I think there should be a penalty for that.
Yeah, sure. Actions, I'm in total agreement. Yeah. Actions are not free. I think words to the highest degree should be free, except for direct incitement to violence. Pretty much anything else. And somebody could make a case for something else not being free, but then that would have to be, there'd be a strict methodology by which we can judge future cases. Because if you're just going to say, hey, well, I don't like somebody, let's say insulting the Queen, for example. Well, what about insulting Prince Philip or insulting the Prince of Wales? Or is it all of them? And what makes that special? And so now we get into the discussion of what is it that we can do here? And if it's somebody's personal opinion, well, why should we take that seriously? Because somebody else could come along and say, well, I don't think you should insult Ayatollah Khomeini in Iran, for example. And what makes the Queen more special than the Ayatollah, for example? So that really doesn't work. But I'm open to one where there's a methodology that you could employ some other exception. I just don't see it, and I haven't heard it from people when I have the discussion. But I agree, actions are not free in the same way that words should be.
Right.
But Leon's left us now, so I don't know if it's because he had a bad thing. But we've been chatting away, so I don't know if Melanated wants to add anything.
Yeah, Leon said he had to cut out for a second. He might come back. I don't know this topic on free speech. Uh, because I really think it depends on. I think that you really have to have your emotions in check to deal with people of free speech. And I say it all the time when I watch those Speakers Corner videos. We couldn't have a Speakers Corner in America because the culture here is different, and there would be acts of violence all the time. We would need uh police officers with body armor and tear gas and pepper spray and crap like that because people are not going to just the response in America. You see like when we have people outwardly speaking about certain things, it escalates. It's not like, oh, this person has a right to say whatever they want to say. People are wearing a fur coat and someone will come and throw paint on them. You see what I'm saying? It's not for
That's an
them.
act. That's an act, melanated, though. Based on the ideology,
but
right?
also, haven't you guys allowed that to happen? I don't mean you guys personally, but hasn't the American culture allowed this to happen? Because you guys have got it in the Constitution, right? We don't even have it in the Constitution here. We don't have a Constitution, so it's been allowed to go, in a sense, unchecked, throwing paint. This should be assault. They should be getting a jail sentence. There should be such a deterrent against that sort of act of violence.
No, and they would. No. What I'm saying is that they don't throw paint and there's no consequence. What I'm saying is that a person demonstrating their free speech, right? So you could wear your fur coat and say, "That's right, I kill animals. I love to wear animals." And the response is physical response. It's like if we had our version of Speaker's Corner and someone just says, Jesus could suck this and Buddha could do this, someone's going to get punched in the face. That's what I'm trying to say. Like here, they don't just take in the words and respond with words. It's, someone wants to talk about your ancestors, and that's right, we burned your ancestors and blah, 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 and we hung this, and you write this. It's going to be problems. It is not going to be this calm intellectual discourse that we see on Speaker's Corner. That's my point.
Well, on Speakers Corners, I've seen videos on Speakers Corners where people have been physically attacked.
They have What I'm saying is that we wouldn't even be able to have a functioning Speaker's Corner. Yes, there are instances of violence. What I'm saying is that people would literally be going there to be violent in America. It would be like, oh, Bloods and Crips, link up. You going there to to have. And I might get. It would be. It's just the post. They're able to communicate in a more civil way. That's all I'm trying to say. Is that it's not like that over here. Unfortunately, I think it's unfortunate. But so the free speech, even though we have it in our Constitution, I think there is a level of social policing that it's just not as free as you would like it to be.
Yeah, but that's only because it hasn't been enforced in your country, right? You should actually have a Speaker's Corner. If in the beginning you have to have it fenced off, you had to have metal detectors, and you have to have armed police. Can you think of something better to have in your country that has a constitution that suggests that that's what's supposed to go on, and you enforce it, strictly and repeatedly, and you broadcast it around the country like we do here? You guys could have the best Speaker's Corner in the world probably if you wanted it,
right?
And you should.
Yeah.
Look, I'm thinking to myself, like, man, I would not want to give a platform to a bunch of American versions of Ralph.
I would agree with that.
I think I'm just keeping it real. Like I wouldn't even, and I really wouldn't even see the purpose in having a dialogue. Like, what would I get out of that? I
Well,
just
if you
don't.
feel somebody is wrong, or they have a position that they don't have good reasons and evidence for, and you assume that they're rational and reasonable, then the point of the discussion is to show that, if not to them, to the viewers who are watching. Otherwise, views that you think are incorrect seemingly go unchallenged, and all that happens is somebody's labeled with a label, but their arguments aren't challenged. So any argument should be up for discussion. I'd be hard pressed to find an argument you think shouldn't be up for discussion. With the view, if we care about the truth and we want to change minds, of presenting good reasons and evidence why that view is either wrong, or even if it is true, it has a negative impact on society, in which case we need to do something more than about it.
I think for my own personal mental health, I am only concerned with changing certain minds. You see what I'm saying? Like,
why only certain minds?
I just think that it's my efforts would be better suited towards certain minds, and I don't really want to waste my time on other minds, you know. So
okay, so that's a personal opinion though, but it's not a principle that you're putting forward. That's your view. But if somebody said, "Hey, I'm going to change everybody's minds to this better idea," you wouldn't have an objection in principle. You just might say something like, "Well, that's not something I want to change people's minds on," but you wouldn't object to it in principle.
No, I wouldn't. It's not so. It's a personal principle how I govern my personal behavior, but I can't. I guess I could see value in someone else having it. It would be like, oh, go get it. You know what I mean? Like I like go ahead. Am I gonna stand out there and try to convince someone that Black people really are intelligent and that we are valuable and that we have contributed to this country? No, I don't need to go read a freaking book and you can figure that out. I'm not gonna sit here and do the work for you. I'm not gonna get because there's a lot of emotional backing towards those things that even with presented with information, cognitive dissonance will not allow them to embrace it. So it's like, then what? All right, now we're at a standstill. I do.
Well, yeah. Well, what we tend to do in the USA is that we don't have an outdoor speaker's corner. What we do is that we go into different edifices and what have you, and people who are like-minded or even people who are not of the same frame of mind, they talk, they have discussions, they have arguments, and they sometimes they can get pretty heated. So that means usually you have some form of security service there in case people get out of line with each other. Because what I've noticed is that when we are outdoors practicing what we consider to be freedom of speech, it becomes how can I say? It becomes politicized. Everybody talks about it in like a political view. I mean, life in general, at least from what I've experienced during my time living in the States, is that we politicize damn near every damn thing, and the U.S. Constitution becomes political football that's kicked around.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Rob, you can't put a period at the end of your comment, or else it's going to think it's a link.
Really, I was just laughing about that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna read it as a link, and
yeah. Just to the fellow that's hate speech there. Yeah, I agree. And hate speech shouldn't be a thing in this country. Unfortunately, it is. So that's where the US has definitely got something right in terms of their constitution. Obviously, people are free to do whatever, but obviously the violence is the problem that's becoming more prevalent in the US, and somehow we're following that to some degree. The UK seems to follow the US in a number of respects.
Well, they don't need to be following violence.
Yeah, so in answer, I think I answered this before. He asked, would I fight for Adam Chowdhury to have the right to give hate speech? Yes, I would. I would want him in Speaker's Corner so that A, you Muslims, and B, me, can challenge him. That's what I want. And for people who are watching to see that, hey, not all Muslims are like him, and B, he's got potentially bad ideas, or maybe he's got good ideas. If it matches the Quran, then perhaps he's got good ideas. So yes, I want him down there. I'd want to challenge him, and I'd hope other Muslims would. So to ban him from there, or in fact anybody else, I think is a mistake.
Would you want to hear from like Ku Klux Klan members as well? Like
Definitely.
Absolutely. You care
I'll go up
to say?
No, I care about the ideas they're putting forward and that they should be challenged. So yes, I'd go out there and say, hey, I'm the same skin color as you. What delusional idea have you guys got here that you think you're the superior view, right? Superior race. Where did you get this from? Where's your evidence?
I like you, Rob. I just want you to know that I like you, Rob, and I'm glad that there are people like you, because I would want to like punch one of them in the face.
I know you might.
I'm so glad I don't have to.
Yeah, me myself.
Yeah.
No, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Melanie. Go ahead. I'm listening to you.
Yeah, I'm just saying that we have him, so that way I could just fall back and be like, yeah, Rob gonna get you, and I don't have to say nothing.
Yeah, because for me, the viewpoint that I take is this. Okay, one reason why the USA, I think one reason why it's prone to violence, and militia type thinking, or even vigilante type thinking, thoughts of school of thought of vigilantism, is because you have to think. We were a British colony at one time. Okay, we got fed up with it. We fought against it. Okay, and it meant we had to use a violent force against another violent force in order to free ourselves from the crown. Okay, make our own individual country, as it were. But at the same time, elements within that country, such as organizations such as the Ku Klux Klan, the Aryan Nation, neo-Nazis, and these type of organizations. The problem is this: they don't have the reputation for just talking. They carry out their ideology violently, and this is why I think these groups should be abolished in the U.S. altogether. Because one thing it's one thing to voice an ideology, but like as I was saying before, when you actualize an ideology through violent action, because you have a prejudice against another person, maybe you think that you're superior, you don't like their skin color, you don't like the idea that they're not a wasp, and so therefore you think they should be eradicated or eliminated. Then I think these groups, under the penalty of law, should be abolished.
I think individuals that perform actions that are illegal should definitely be incarcerated. And I think that the groups should pay a social penalty such that anybody who mentions the Ku Klux Klan these days, I mean, how many people take them seriously now? Maybe 100 in the world. Everybody else sees them as literally like Nazis or very close to. So the currency they have, and if any of them step out of line with illegal action, yeah, I agree with you. They should face the full force of the law. But I'd want them in Speaker's Corner to expose the idiocy, so that everybody else, and if there was anybody who was ever in doubt or had never heard about them, would go, these guys are Looney Tunes, right? And we should treat them the same as somebody who's just been released from a psychiatric ward.
Veli,
but that's my
second, Eric. Veli, content is back, and Ali, yes, Rob supports the right for you to call out his mom, and he also supports the right for him to call out your mom too. So just be careful, because you definitely don't want to start crying after someone talks about your mommy. Okay, all right, go ahead, Eric.
I agree. Yeah, I was saying that. See, that's the thing. That's why when it comes to that, most Americans who know the history of the Ku Klux Klan, the Aryan Nation, neo-Nazis in the U.S., and how they have actually physically manifested their ideology with violence. Why these groups are considered to be intolerable. Yeah, they do exist because Ryan, the Constitution, well, it says that people have a right to peaceably assemble. Okay, the Klan is pretty much underground and pretty quiet, but they do exist. And if you happen to be around them, and you see them, they say they're Christians, yet they burn the cross. Their actions totally contradict their ideology. But this is a scary thing when, for example, I remember reading years ago. It was a black family, right? And they moved from the city into the county because the husband, who was the main breadwinner, he earned enough money and they saved enough money to buy a house, right? In the county area, right? To get out of the city. So he said, oh, that sounds like a good idea. Why not? And the area that he went to, he didn't realize that it was heavily influenced by the ideology of the Ku Klux Klan. He moved there with his family, his wife, and their children. And what happened was, in less than a week, members of the Ku Klux Klan burned a cross in his front yard. You see, this is why we have these. This is why I think that people in the States, they can take things to extremes because of what they witness, because they know the history of certain groups of people, that they don't just talk.
Pardon me.
They carry out what they're talking about.
Yeah, well, they need to be legally restrained. There should be a heavy legal consequence against that. So
Yo,
I'm
Rob,
in agreement
can
with
you
you.
hear me?
Yep, you're coming through clearly, Leon.
Yeah.
Apart from some beep, 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 beep coming on there.
My bad, I was reversing. And what I'm saying is, I hear you on the right for people like Anjan Chowdhury and Ku Klux Klan or anyone else like that to come Speaker's Corner and speak, or be given a platform. But what about? Do you think that, like, on that, without a condition that they're challenged as well for their views? Because you said so you can go down there and challenge them, and other people can hear their ideas and challenge them. But imagine if there wasn't nobody to challenge them. Should they be allowed to be given a platform, a free reign to just do what they want?
Well, if we value free speech, then we would have to say yes. If they're calling, if one could show that it's direct incitement to violence, and we'd have to see what the legal, or we could discuss what the methodology is for coming to that conclusion. But other than that, yes, that's what free speech is: the unpleasant, the things you disagree with most. Otherwise, you're not. Now, the challenge. Now, people sort of recoil at my suggestion of this, but of course it's entirely consistent. But then when I reverse it on them and say, okay, what's your methodology by how you would exclude people? I just don't hear any clear methodology at all. It's either subjective or it's an appeal to people's intuitions. And we know that our intuitions are incredibly poor, they're biased, etc. So going the other way, which is where we're going certainly in the UK, leads to all kinds of things. And I could plausibly say, hey, there's some hate speech in the Quran, we should ban that from being spoken about. And the Muslims that like hate speech because they don't like the Prophet being insulted would be on the receiving end of my claim of hate speech. And they would have no intellectual or consistent leg to stand on to deny it. They would say, no, it's not. And I say, well, hey, I feel like it is. So do we go on feelings? And if we don't go on feelings, how do we establish evidence one way or the other? And what's the methodology that we put this together? And whenever I ask anybody about this, I just get nothing of substance whatsoever.
I have to think about that one still. That is one that I do think about anyway. Obviously, at the corner, me, you know, I'm at the corner. A lot of people I give my platform to, that I get that argument a lot of the times. You get me?
Yeah, but okay, hang on, Leon. Let's distinguish though your platform from the Speaker's Corner platform. You are entitled to have on whoever you wish, whether it's only people that talk about the topics that you want. I would not point out to you, hey, Leon, you only bring on the people that you want to talk about your particular issues. I would never say that, and hopefully you won't take critique like that seriously. You are entitled to have on whoever you want. You can still be in favor of free speech at the corner. You would only be a hypocrite if you said, hey, my platform is for the same sort of free speech that at Speaker's Corner, and then you prevented somebody. But if you said, hey, I'm in support of free speech at Speaker's Corner, but I have a platform and I'm going to choose who I have on that platform, that is not hypocritical.
I am trying to make my platform at Speaker's Corner, like specifically the Speaker's Corner videos, a representation of what happens at Speaker's Corner. So in that sense, it is supposed to be a mirror of, as if you was there yourself. If it's allowed in Speaker's Corner, is the theory, then you're gonna see it on COE. Basically,
cool. Well, that's fine. If that's your decision, that's absolutely fine. Again, nobody can really argue with that. And I think, I see some comments against you here about, hey, X, Y, and Z. I don't mind either way. You could go and have 10 Muslims on and 5 Christians and no atheists. I'm not going to say, hey, Leon, do you know what? Why aren't you having atheists on? I know at some point you'll have a discussion. If there's far less of them, likely you'll have far less discussions. So I think if that's how you're putting it forward, that you're going to mirror Speaker's Corner in whatever way, then I think, and you're only human, like you can make a mistake, but if that's your intention, absolutely fine. I guess the question for you then is, if you're going to exclude somebody, what's your criteria for excluding them if you are going to go for that sort of free speech approach? Because now you would have to justify them in some way that isn't just your personal opinion.
Yeah, I haven't been able to find one. That's how come everybody is allowed to is allowed to talk. But obviously, I am a human. I've got emotions. I do hear complaints, and I try to take them credibly. But I ain't been able personally to find any reason to exclude one person over the other, or one group of people over the other, or ban one set of ideas over the other. Personally, ain't been able to see none other than the grey area of incitement to violence. How can we quantify incitement to violence if somebody hears our message and it incites them to violence, and another 100 people hear the same message and it don't incite them to violence? Should the message be banned because one person done something? I'm more in line with you in the sense of something should happen to that one person. It doesn't mean that the whole message should be, otherwise we won't be able to hear anything. Anything could potentially trigger somebody into action of violence.
Correct. That's the other side of it. Yeah.
Hey, excuse me for a minute. Excuse me for a second, gentlemen. Belly, Melanie the Goddess is on the in the backstage, and she would like to come on the panel. Back on the panel. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm basically making an appeal to people to present an argument against, and you don't obviously have to have that belief, but you could still probably fathom what you might think is the best credible argument against the position that me and you both take in this instance.
Yeah, I haven't heard one myself that I think is strong enough to warrant limiting speech apart from direct incitement to violence. And like you quite rightly said, even that is a grey area. In order to define that, I think that's kind of up to the courts. And even then, I don't know that their methodology, again, they're going to appeal to intuition. They're going to have sort of almost like an ad populum type of appeal. Hey, most people would do this, therefore it's wrong. But clearly that's a fallacy, because if you use that line of thinking, you could appeal to other things and incorrectly show that most people would do it and they wouldn't, or believe it, or whatever the case is. So yeah, I think it's a difficult one. I think the other thing is that people get exposed to ideas they've never heard of. I mean, towards the end of last year, I heard a view that I'd never heard before, not properly argued for anyway, like the antinatalism view. And if we didn't have this sort of thing, or if you or anybody else didn't have it, it wasn't that it was on your channel, as far as I know, but I came across it. And again, in the realm of free speech, I was like, okay, this is interesting. And the arguments put forward, I went, that is a really interesting. I had never thought about that, and I really had to go away. And even at this point, I'm still sort of undecided on that. There seems sort of some really decent arguments in favor of the antinatalist position. So I think people get exposed to it. The other side of the coin would be, hey, there's this danger that maybe people are exposed to ideas they never heard of before, and that will make them, quote unquote, do things that they wouldn't have otherwise done. But by that standard, then you are saying that either these people are robots, or that we have to restrict virtually all speech, with the proviso that somebody might not have heard something and they can then, get violence from that in some weird way.
Yeah, I've come to the point where, in my reasoning, that if I was to restrict,
Belly.
Yeah. Where's Belly at? Because
we're looking for Melanator to join again. I think she dropped off.
Melanie
can you don't do it? You can't do it, can you, Leon?
I can't do it.
Okay. You need to log on as the same login as your brother, and then you can. If you're both hosts, then you can do it. But if you join with a link that he's given you, you can't. So if he gives you your login account and you guys obviously trust each other, then you can log in as Villa. Obviously, you can still use your own name. You can still have your own icon. And then you have the ability to add people.
We don't trust each other.
Okay. Well, in that case, you can't.
Be worse enemies. I'm surprised.
Okay.
I'm surprised you even made me a mod. I don't even know. I don't like this guy. But,
maybe you're hacking the account in the background.
what was saying? Yeah, the best argument, or what I think anyway, is the best argument for restricting a particular ideas or sets of rules or whatever you want to call it, would be like you said, the populist one, or my understanding of what I think you meant by the populist one, where if it's shown that like a high percentage, say 30%, or that's what I'm saying, man. It gets crazy still. It does get crazy, but this is where I'm at in it. This is the dilemma I'm having. Say there's like 40% of people that are exposed to this message go on to commit acts of violence, even though it's not explicitly stated in the message that you should go on to commit acts of violence. Then I would have to quarantine. I'll be like, no, I have to quarantine and try to understand why it is that every time that 30%, 40% of the time this message comes into contact with people, there goes on to be an act of violence in the interest of protecting public safety. And I don't know exactly what it is that's it might not even be the speech. It might be something else that I haven't accounted for that's responsible for them same set of people that I'm studying that just so happen to be exposed to this speech that's going on to commit acts of violence. But while this is all I'm seeing as a possible cause, I'm going to have to quarantine it. I don't know what you're saying in that instance.
Yeah, well, I guess you'd have to bring up an instance of where that's happening, but I don't think that you're in the position of being able to evaluate all of those variables anyway. And if you trust that most people are at least somewhat rational, I won't say they're entirely rational, obviously, as what pointed out the other day. But if you think most people are at least somewhat rational and are interested in the ideas, and the only people that are going to watch your channel, presumably, or the vast majority of people that are going to watch your channel are people who are interested in discussions. Like if it was on the flat Earth, right? I'm not going to watch your videos on the flat Earth. I think that's like anybody who believes in the flat Earth. That's where I would ridicule the person and the idea, in the sense of like it's a crappy idea, and you are a numbskull for believing that. That doesn't mean you're a numbskull, like you've pointed out, that you're a numbskull in every other area of life. But on this point, you're a complete lunatic, believing the Earth is flat. So but I can choose to watch it or not. You are simply providing the platform, as you put it, for the same thing that otherwise people who can't get down there will be able to see the recordings. And I think that's a valuable thing. And by the way, it doesn't seem to happen almost anywhere else in the world. So we are extremely fortunate, whereas Eric is in the country where this should be happening even better than us, and it's not, right? So we're in that very fortunate position to be able to do that. And I think obviously you've got the view of having responsibility, but I think all you can do is responsibly tape what is being said there, and then put that up in an unedited format for people to view. And presumably you don't get much monetization these days. You get hammered on that sort of stuff, if at all. So you're not making any money out of this.
YouTube fully demonetized me about 4 months ago.
Yeah, exactly. So you're not doing anything. It's the love of speech. It's the view to get this out, and who knows where that might lead for you in the future, because any of these sort of things, doors could open for you in the future in whatever way. So, but I know it's because I'm assuming it's because you like the ideas and you want to get the information out. And I think that's incredibly valuable, and you should be applauded for doing so and encouraged to continue. And I think the other thing, Leon, I would say is listen to the critique from whom it comes. If the person that's critiquing you in some way has got some sort of good argument, or they have a track history that you respect them for various other things, I'd say listen more closely. If it's just random hate things, unless they've got a substantial argument, it's just like wind, right? It's like noise. It's like a gale blowing, and you just let the gale blow past you to the best of your ability. That's what I do.
I've done a live stream, I think 2 days ago, saying ask COE anything about Speaker's Corner and Leon running COE. And because most of the comments that I do come across that's critical of me, or let me not even say critical, that's showing a disfavor towards me. It is some name calling or something that I just brush off as, you just want to express that you don't like me. That's as far as it goes. So it's not that still, but I don't think that I'm infallible, and I don't think that I'm totally free from my biases, even though I want to be. Ideally, I want to know what the truth is, and I believe that my biases stand in the way of me, of experiencing and reporting the truth accurately. So I believe that I'm susceptible to certain making mistakes and rare. So I want to hear other people's points of views. You get
Yeah.
me? So
And
yeah,
actually,
like I said earlier, even if people that do have malice and that are bad people and are just trying to make me feel bad, I'm gonna consider them that what they're saying might actually be true at the same time. I'm gonna try and separate the person from the message. Innit? That's what I'm saying, basically.
Yeah.
Well, people are going to have biases and prejudices. They're going to have that because of the fact that we are fallible. So our thinking is not it's not purely moral and it's not purely logical either. So I mean, there's always risk, you know, that's going to happen. But you're not responsible for that, especially if you're dealing with competent adult human beings, okay, who who come to a platform to see what's going on in Speaker's Corner, even if they think that, well, you shouldn't be recording what's going on in Speaker's Corner. Why not? Who are that? I mean, they can make that comment. You understand what I'm saying? But if they come to your show and they come to your platform and they notice what you're showing, okay, and they come here just to make that complaint, that's on them.
Yeah, I mean, if they've got good reasons and evidence, they can present it. If they're just saying, hey, you're an arse, whatever, I mean, that's like just noisy wind that's going past your ear and, you're trying not to let it affect you. And then I think for the rest of us, it's a case of reminding you of the valuable job you're doing that, like, I can't do anymore. And I used to go and I used to enjoy it and I miss it to some degree. And you are bringing that out to the world. It's not just here. So you're offering, and it's for free, and you're not getting paid anything, and I think you should get paid for it, to be honest. And I think, if you were making 10 grand a month, I'd be all on you, Leon, right? You deserve it. You're out there every Sunday, almost every Sunday, in all weather conditions. You're trying to give a platform to everybody. You're trying to be as neutral as you can. You recognize you have your own biases, and you want to get the message out. And I think, what better thing could you be paid for doing than that? I find it hard to believe there's something better than that you could be doing. And the fact that you're not being paid, I think, is a scandal. And I think, but that's my critique against the social media platforms anyway, that people's emotions are so fragile that they can't hear other ideas. It's not like they're forced to. It's not like they're in a Chinese camp. And let's, again, just for a moment, realize that if what's being done in China is in fact happening, that is an absolute scandal. That they're subjecting the Muslims there to that sort of torture and imprisonment and so forth. But that's not happening to these people. It's not like you're being tied to a seat and you're being forced to watch these videos and you can't close your eyes or ears. You can walk away, right? And that's the same thing in Speaker's Corner. So just remember that every time you hear a critic, just remember either my words or anybody else's that tells you the valuable job that you're doing or that you choose to do for as long as you choose to do it, because there's not a lot of people that do it to the quality and are as as appear to be as unbiased as you can, and you work hard to try and keep doing that so that you have access to different people. I think the challenge for you, of course, is if you have somebody that comes and, let's say, critique Shamsi, then you need to allow Shamsi to come the next week, just using him as an example, to answer that critique if his interlocutor is not available or is not there or whatever the case is. And that might not always be easy, but again, I think you're somebody who's fair and who can remember that. And that's probably the biggest thing for you, is to try to keep it even in terms of people being able to express their views and their critics being able to respond. I think that's maybe your biggest challenge.
I'd agree with that.
Yeah, so just keep doing it, mate. For as long as you want to and as long as you can, and for people to realize that your videos are demonetized, I think you should be paid. And if you had a Patreon and if you had something, I would donate to that. And I think if you aren't saying it in front of every single video, you're missing a trick, because you're giving something valuable. People value it, and people, I think you can separate people. They're getting it for free anyway, but those people who really believe you're giving something valuable will add to that. Too much stuff is for free these days that people actually value. Imagine you were not there, how much less content there would be, the quality, and then the discussions, etc., etc. There'd be a lot less of that. It would be much more biased, poorer quality. So, at some point it may be the case that YouTube won't allow that. Who knows these days? They're going so far against certain things they don't like, critiques of all kinds, that it may be that you end up on BitChute or you end up somewhere else, and I think that would be a tragedy. So, just continue to do it. Let's see if there's anything in the comments there. Otherwise, I might just listen here for a while. I've got to do something. As somebody mentioned, I don't know if this is the truth, and other people can point me to a video or if they've got actual evidence for it, that Uncle Omar, that sort of, he's a bit of a lunatic in my view, but he's entitled to his speech like anybody else. But if he was banned purely for critiquing homosexuality, then I think that was wrong, and I would fight for his reinstatement in the park, if indeed that was all he's done. Now we need the evidence, the videos, whatever the case, to say, hey, he was banned because he said, hey, he can say whatever he likes, you homosexual dog, you filthy blah, 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 whatever the case is, right? He has the right to say that. What he doesn't have the right to do, however, is to harass somebody. And the difference for me between harassment and free speech is if that person then said, hey, I don't want to speak to you, Uncle Omar or whatever, and they went somewhere else and he followed them around the park, I think that would cross the line for me, because they want to move away from him. They're entitled to have their speech, and if they've made it clear that they don't want to speak and he follows them around, I think that's a different story. But just for him going up to people and critiquing them, which is what happens in Speaker's Corner, and if you don't know that, you either should do your homework or you'll certainly find out. No, then he shouldn't be removed purely for that, if that was in fact the case. But again, we need some evidence of that claim. Oh, somebody's saying, Rob, you need to be on here when Turok is on. He loves Malema. Lol. Okay. We're still looking for Veli. I don't know. I'm still getting that wrong, but I'm sure Melanated Goddess is still waiting in the background and she hasn't joined here. So, Melanated, if you are on here.
I'm writing to him in the
you've got access to him.
I'm writing to him now. Hopefully he will see it.
Yeah, so I mean, anybody can come on. I'm assuming Valley hasn't banned anybody from here, so if you want to, then join. I think it's in the description of this video if you're watching live now. And then we just have to remind Valley that he's got some people who want to join, because he might have stepped away. So that's the same for any other panel, right? But again, I am of the view that if you have a panel on here, you can decide who comes on, you can decide the topics, and you can ban people if you want. These platforms, these ones that we are talking on, are not free speech platforms, unless somebody like Leon says it's explicitly free speech. Then he's got to live up to that principle. But if somebody says, hey, I'm only having Muslims, I'm only having white supremacists, I'm only having talk about, the black issues or whatever it might be, that's entirely up to them. They're entirely free to do that. And it's not a platform where other people can come and say, hey, why aren't you allowing me on? It's not the same as a free speech. So as long as people don't confuse the two.
Yeah, and that's true.
So what's my thoughts on Malema? I think he's a dangerous individual. So Malema is what would otherwise be called a right-wing fanatic, but he's just a black version in South Africa of kill all the whites, and he says inflammatory things. Imagine if a white person said that in South Africa today, what would happen? So I think he's inflammatory sort of person. That's dangerous to say that, and that is close to incitement to violence. When you're saying kill all people, that's pretty close. You might not have stepped over the line, but you're getting very close there. And he wouldn't have a chance, that sort of person, in an intellectual discussion. I mean, he would just be steamrolled, right? But his point is not to have an intellectual discussion. He's at the child's table there, where he's got a platform, and unfortunately, there's a lot of gullible followers that will listen to every word, which is unfortunate, really. Somebody like Mandela, you compare Malema with Mandela, and it's like chalk and cheese. You have somebody who's far more mature, who understands the complex abilities and the past history in South Africa, and then you have somebody like Malema. What can one say? It's like having a child and somebody who's thoughtful.
Yeah, see the problem with me, see why I'm okay. Yeah, freedom of speech in general, yes, but there's certain people, when they speak in certain inflammatory ways, inflammatory tones, and with that type of passion in them. Unfortunately, there are people who are listening to them that will take it upon themselves to commit acts of violence. Okay, and the problem is, what they will do a lot of times, they will make the excuse that, okay, well, this is what he said, this is what I agree with him. My ideology is the same as his, and what he said compelled me to commit an act of violence. Now, for me, what I would say is that, okay, well, that's entirely BS. You heard what he said, no matter how inflammatory it is. Even if it gets to the point where he's inciting violence. You make that conscious decision on whether you're going to commit an act of violence based on what he says to you, based on what he says or not.
Yes, that's correct. I mean, you have, to some degree, a limited freedom to make a decision based on what you've heard,
Yeah.
limited as it may be. So you do have that, yeah.
But see the thing about it is at the same time though, I'm looking at it from the point of view of mens rea, also intent, a guilty mind. In other words, you say something inflammatory, knowing that people that are listening to you may commit acts of violence, and yet you continue to do it. This is my problem with freedom of speech when it gets inflammatory to this point, and the person who is verbally articulating the inflammatory speech knows this in his or her own mind.
Yeah, but again, it goes back to what you were saying, right? Are these people, are they robots where the moment you say something, they will automatically respond? And if it's only a few of them and the others don't, well, what's the difference, right? And I think education and I think psychological evaluation of these people, and maybe there's something at a deeper neurological level. And if it were to be found that somehow certain brains are incredibly susceptible, then and that were the case, right? Then I think at worst case, let's say we found a group of people whose brains were so poorly calibrated that it was almost impossible, not quite, but at least close to impossible for them not to act on certain inflammatory words they heard. Then those people should be partitioned and not allowed to hear the words. But that shouldn't stop the speaker. We should rather stop those people if there was some sort of overwhelming evidence in a futuristic world where we could correlate that neurological or cognitive development with those words, because we're essentially saying that those people are almost like automatons and they couldn't have done otherwise. Now, if that were the case in reality, then there would definitely be a restriction on free speech. If you said something and everybody that heard it couldn't help themselves, they're like, shit, I don't want to do it, but their body couldn't help themselves, different story. Right? Then we wouldn't be talking like we are.
Or put him in a corner, a speaker's corner, and let him shout to the top of his lungs, and nobody hears him. He still has freedom of speech, right? To say whatever he wants to say, just nobody hears him when he says it.
Yeah. Somebody's asking me in the chat there about didn't the Boers kill Africans to create an unequal situation in the South Africa we have today? So yeah, there were all kinds of. I don't remember my history that clearly, but certainly the
Boers definitely did that. They had an influence on.
Well, the Boers were the Dutch, right, and then you had the British. So on both sides, yes, they went in there and they took over. They killed millions of people. But let's not forget that there were African tribes that slaughtered others, like the Zulus wiped out the Bantus. Shaka Zulu was incredibly vicious. He would march certain of his own troops off the edge of a cliff, or so it's reported. So there was a great deal of violence in South Africa. And in short, I think I've said it before, I'm against apartheid. I think it was always an incredibly evil ideology. I grew up there. I didn't know about it until I started to go and work, and I got to see other people. I was in a very enclosed environment, so I didn't get exposed to this as a young person. And I just lived here, and it seemed okay. But then again, I didn't interact really with other people of different. And then I worked with them. And I'm like, hang on a moment, these people are like me. They have a different color. Maybe they're brought up slightly differently. We both, have hopes and fears and dreams and aspirations, and I don't think this is right. And that's when that started for me. And I'm an avid anti-apartheid, I guess you could say, person. I don't talk about it a lot. If somebody asks me, I will do so. But I think anybody that's thought about the topic at any level today in the 2020 and beyond would say the same thing. So, and anybody that isn't, I think, should, and again, be called out as a racist and should have a social penalty. They should be shamed, to be honest. So,
yeah, I would agree with that. I would indeed.
But I think we also need to speak out with violence everywhere. So it's the same for speaking out against violence against Muslims and wherever it is, be it China. The same for the violence against white South Africans being killed. The same, we should call out violence against anybody, whoever it may be, where it's unjustified. If somebody is attacking you, then of course, depending on the circumstances, you have the right to defend yourself, and if necessary, use deadly force. But other than that, regardless of who it is, it should be called out. And I think we need to be consistent with that. Now, sometimes people accuse me and say, "Hey, Rob, you're always talking about Islam." Well, that's the topic A that's of interest to me, and the B the one that I'm most familiar with in that sense. That doesn't mean that I automatically think it's the most important topic, or indeed the topic that affects the world the greatest out of every single topic. But it's the topic I choose to focus on. That doesn't mean that the other topics aren't important. It's just, and the same for anybody else, right? If they want to focus on other topics, then I'm not going to come to them and say, hang on, why aren't you focusing on climate change or the plastics in the oceans? These are the most deadly things in the world. Well, people can acknowledge that they're most deadly things and it may not be their highest priority to talk about.
Right. Yeah.
So based off of the argument that you literally just said, if I was in South Africa and I want to speak out about the violence that was ensued on my people there, I think it's kind of unfair to say, no, I should speak out on all violence, because what if that's the type of violence that's of interest to me, and it's the type of violence that directly affects me, and just so the same way that I can understand your logic behind why it appears that you focus on Islam, then couldn't you understand why a group of people would focus upon the violence that why they would focus on violence that directly affects them, their land, and their people, and also respect their freedom of speech against that?
Sorry, I missed the last bit there. I don't know if that was directed towards myself. Go ahead.
Yeah, it was directed towards you. I was saying that if you could, I guess using the same logic of how you said that Islam is a personal interest, speaking against like people's the truth, or the fact that they don't have the truth, and that so speaking about religion and specifically Islam is a personal interest of yours. You feel it directly affects you and your community, and that's the reason why you would choose to focus on that. Not that there aren't other untruths that you could speak on, but I can respect that. That's why it's of interest of yours, and I can respect you why you would focus on that. What I'm saying is that couldn't the same logic apply to someone who is in South Africa, who is directly, the violence that happened to their people directly affects them, and therefore they are focused on that type of violence, and they also have the right to a freedom of speech out against that type of violence, because you use the word dangerous, and I'm like, well, the things that happened to them was dangerous as well, right? And they have the right to in any, and I don't know, it just seemed like earlier, someone calling someone, making fun of their sexuality or the opinions of a Ku Klux Klan member, that was the Ku Klux Klan member saying all Black people should die. You felt that, hey, they have a right to say that, but then someone in South Africa saying all white people should die, somehow it was like, that's dangerous. I was just like, what? I wasn't expecting you to say that.
Okay, so if I said that the Ku Klux Klan, it's okay for them to say that it's not a dangerous idea. I'm in favor of them saying it, just like I'm in favor of Malema saying whatever he's saying. I don't. By the way, I don't think that that's a solution to the past. I hope you agree that, hey, now that we're in control, let's go and kill all the people, or let's go and kill as many people as we can and try and even the numbers for the past injustices. I hope you would agree that's not a solution to it. He's entirely free to say that, but I think you would agree that we could call it dangerous in the sense that we disagree with it. So I guess that's what I would say, is that I think it's something that I vehemently disagree with, and I would challenge both the Ku Klux Klan and Malema equally. So if I gave you a different impression, then that wasn't my intention.
Yeah, I didn't. You did give me a different impression, because you didn't use any judgment words outside of, I would just want to hear what they had to say and challenge it. But you didn't label it dangerous. You didn't say inflammatory. You didn't say, I want to hear their prejudice. I want to hear what,
Are the Ku Klux Klan saying kill all blacks, or what are they saying? As far as I know, they're not saying that, but if they were, then it would be the same thing. So what is their message?
I believe it's very similar when they do speak out publicly. Like they do have their. I don't go down there and listen, but there are places where they are able to, you know, maybe have pictures of little black babies burning, or like they're able to do whatever they want to do, like or anything your mind can imagine, they can say under freedom of speech, and they wear their hoods and stuff, and they go marching, and you know they don't do that very often because it's usually uh erupts in some sort of violence. But they definitely
Mhm.
have like a lot of police protection and things of that sort when they do that.
Yeah, they do.
They have a lot of police protection.
Yeah. And if Malema was doing the same thing, that he should have that police protection as well, in the sense of being able to say that. Well, I was saying to Eric, if it were the case that we could show that certain minds were excessively corruptible, to use a term, and it was demonstrably the case, then I think those minds should be shielded from certain ideas, but not the speakers themselves. Because I think traditionally, most of the time, some of these speakers, they've got bad arguments for what they are presenting. In the case of violence against people, for example, I think whether it's Malema, whether it's the KKK, those are bad ideas that can be confronted. And if it were the case that you could show that certain people's mindsets were such, I don't know that we've got the science to do that, or in fact that we've got a methodology, but if we had, then I think there would be a case to say not to shut those people down, but to prevent certain people. I could foresee a utopian future where, for example, if that were to show that was the case under very good testing, then those people would not have the same freedoms to hear certain opinions as other people. I could foresee that being a possibility, in theory at least, because those people are much more likely, if not close to guaranteed, to carrying out some sort of violence because they've heard it. But up until this point, I think we've got to give what's the word? We've got to be charitable that people can discern the difference between, choosing to act on an idea or not, to whatever degree you think choice is possible.
Because for me, freedom of speech it's about accountability for what you say too. That's the way I see it.
Who are you
Yeah,
accountable
fine.
to, though, Eric? Who are you accountable to?
You're accountable to anybody who's hearing what you have to say. Especially if you're out in public.
Okay, so if you're out in public, and let's use an innocuous example. Somebody says, "Hey, I think antinatalism is the view," and somebody that's a pro-natalist. So just so you know, antinatalist is the view that humans should not continue to breed. That bringing new humans into existence is a moral is morally bad. You should not do it. We should all stop breeding immediately, and for the human race to go extinct, because there's more negativity around living than there is about never having existed. So that's kind of and I haven't articulated perfectly, but it's along that line. And a pro-natalist would say, hey, no. The beauty we get out of life is well worth the pain and the sacrifice. The human race should continue. So if the anti-natalist came along and said, no, I don't think that's the case. I think we should all stop breeding. And all of you that are pregnant now, you should have abortions. You should stop breeding. It's the worst thing you can do. And the pro-natalist takes issue with it in the way you have and says, hey, you're not speaking responsibly. You're actually telling people to have an abortion. What in your view should happen to the anti-natalist in that view, in that scenario?
I'm not saying. What I'm saying is this. Okay, if you say something out of your mouth, okay, well, that's not so innocuous. I mean, when you talk about the anti-natalist versus the pro-natalist.
Okay, well, what should happen though if the pro-natalist says, "Hey, you're not responsible with your speech. It's fine to say that people shouldn't do it, but you shouldn't be encouraging people to have abortions." What do you and by your lights, people should be responsible for their speech. And the pro-natalist says, "Hey, the anti-natalist is not quote unquote responsible because he or she is encouraging people to have an abortion so that they can take the anti-natalist position seriously." What do you think should happen in that case?
I just think that if if the two go back and forth, okay, what I mean by accountability is this. Okay, if you say something, surely you're not saying something in order not to hear anybody say anything, rather whether in agreement with you or in disagreement with you. What I'm saying is accountability. The accountability is that, okay, well, if you're going to make one argument one way, okay, then the other person is going to make an argument another way, accept that consequence. Okay, but that's because that realistically, that's what's going to come. Logically, that's what's going to come. Okay. Now, in the case of someone who says something inflammatory that may incite violence, yeah, I think that person should be arrested, and he or she should be held accountable in the court of law.
So okay,
because if the person says something, okay, that is going to that is inciting violence, okay, to the point where he or she says, what type of violent act should be done, yeah, I think that person should be held accountable for that, because he's a danger. He's a danger, probably not only to himself. He may lose his own life. Somebody may kill him. But at the same time, he's a danger. He's a danger to other people's lives in general, because he's inciting. And he or she is inciting acts of violence.
Okay, I agree with you that we could find some way to talk about incitement to violence. I think it's still a grey area. It's not crystal clear where you can draw this neat line. But my question was more around responsibility, and I presented you with a scenario of the antinatalist, pronatalist, and the pronatalist is making exactly your argument, which is, hey, Mr. Antinatalist or Mrs. Antinatalist, you are not acting responsibly by not only saying that the human race shouldn't continue, but actively telling people they should have an abortion. And based on your view, so I guess why I'm bringing this up is to see whether you would reconsider this thing about accountability, because I hear that quite a lot. But
I think
it sounds good to hear, but I'm not sure that it actually works in any way.
I think sane adult human beings should be accountable for what they say and what they do. This is what I'm saying.
By that? What do you mean by accountability?
And what I'm saying is this: because for everything you do, and when you're in a public forum, everything you say, there's a consequence. I'm saying that, okay, expect there to be a consequence and be willing to deal with it.
Okay, but should there be a legal consequence? I think that's the main point.
Well,
when I'm talking about it, that's the consequence I'm talking about.
I'm not saying a legal consequence. It has to be extreme, as I was saying before. That's why I specifically said, if somebody is spouting out speech that is inciting violence to the point of even perhaps giving direction as to what type of violence should be carried out, that person should be arrested and held accountable in the court of law if it goes to that extreme. But I'm just saying in general that, hey, you want to open your mouth and you say, I got freedom of speech, then fine, accept the consequence that other people may say something that you disagree with.
Oh, sure. Well, I think I think that's
just what that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about going, into the courts to hash it out. No, I'm talking about people dealing with people,
Okay, well, I think that's a given, right? I think that's a given that any rational human being that enters into a discussion or prepares to listen to somebody else, that is like it's an what's the word? It's an innate almost inference that yes, that's the case. There will be, if you say something, there's likely to be a response. There's almost nothing anybody could say, that anybody could say that somebody couldn't present an argument against. So there's very little somebody couldn't say, present an argument. Whether the argument is good or bad is irrelevant. But somebody could present an argument against almost anything that you could possibly say, including whether the human race should continue existing and propagating, right? The antinatalist position is not as weak or as silly as you might think, especially when it's propagated by actual philosophers. And I've listened to some of the arguments and I was like, that's very interesting. I'd really have to think about that. And my intuition is that the human race should continue, but the logical and reasonable and rational position might actually be the opposite of that. But I think whenever I hear responsibility, in my mind, maybe that's why I will clarify with yourself or others, is responsibility, meaning if you lack that responsibility, is there legal consequence? And if there isn't, then that word doesn't have a great deal of gravitas for me.
Why does it always have to be legal? Why does it always have to go to the extreme of legal ramification?
Because I think that's ultimately the logical extension of a discussion. And if we want to have a better society, ultimately it results in a law being passed or something like that, right?
Yeah, but that's at the legal. But that's at the extreme, isn't it? I mean, it's because of what somebody says. It goes to the point where the inciting violence may be giving some type of general generic form of violence to carry out. I think that person is in danger of losing his or her own life because when people hear that, the people who have the opposite view may come to attack him. Okay, but at the same time, I think that in that point, what he said, the instruction that he or she is given, okay, is detrimental to people in general, detrimental to the lives of people in general.
That's
especially those people who.
Yeah, what's the instruction? What's the instruction? Because otherwise, it's rather vague.
I mean, if say for example, okay, well, let's say this, okay, you
could use my example if you wanted, or do you feel like that's not strong enough example?
I think it is, and that's why I'm saying in general what I'm saying is this, okay. If you're a sane adult human being, okay, and you want to say, okay, well, I got freedom of speech rights. Okay, fine. So does the other person have it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and what I'm saying is this. Now, the arguments that you were making, for example, for the antinatalists, okay, if he can show, or if she can show some evidence that how can I say it's compelling, it's convincing, there's some data to back it up. That's one thing. But you didn't say that in the beginning. You said when you were talking about that the antinatalists and pronatalists, you didn't give that example. You developed that example later on.
Okay, so let me just check something with you. Okay, so let's just clear one thing up so that I'm clear on your position. Does somebody, in order to not have a legal consequence or some other consequence from your point of view, do they need to have a good argument? Is that the criteria? In other words, can somebody lie, or can somebody be deceptive and still not have a consequence against them? Or where does the quote responsibility with some form of consequence come in for you?
I don't think so because the thing about it is, you got people dealing with people, okay, and as you said, people are not fully logical, okay, and the fact of the matter is that there are consequences for your actions. For an action, there's going to be a reaction, and the thing about it is, history shows it. Speaker's Corner shows it. People who have demonstrations and protests and things, they show that. They may have a plausible argument for taking a passionate view or having a passionate ideology about a particular issue or circumstance. Fine. But at the same time, what I'm saying is that, okay, if you have some type of convincing evidence or compelling evidence to back up what you're saying, okay, you are holding yourself to account. You say, well, I think this way because of this, and that. This is my evidence. You understand what I'm saying?
Sure, that's fine for those people that want to do that. I'm fine with that. But somebody that comes along and says, do you know what, this is just a personal feeling for me. I don't have good reasons and evidence, but I feel passionately about this. I can't argue it, but I'm going to tell the world about it. And I don't feel like I have to have a responsibility to myself or in fact to anybody else, but I want to say whatever I want to say. What's your view on that sort of person?
I think it's too extreme for me. When you talk about freedom of speech rights and you're dealing with sane adult people, okay, who are interacting and having expressing a point of view.
Yeah, when you say it's too, hang on. When you say it's too much for you, what does that mean? Does that mean you'd walk away from it? Does that mean you'd prevent it? You'd legislate, or would you have some social penalty against them? What does it mean when you say too much for you?
Okay, I'll put it this way. Okay, let me take it off the let me take it off the subjective now, and be objective. What I'm saying is this: when two people talk, right, they have different opinions, they have different views, right, and you say, and we're saying, okay, well, objectively speaking, okay, people have the right to freedom of speech, fine. But to say that people have a right of freedom of speech and to say that there's going to be no consequence, that other people may not hold them to account for their views, come on, man. It doesn't happen like that.
Yeah, but I'm not. But hang on, Eric. I think we're missing each other here. I'm not saying that people aren't going to be held account. I'm asking you, what sort of account should they be held to? I'm fine with somebody being held to account with somebody else coming along and arguing for it. I want to know specifically what sort of account. When you say it's too much for me, then what does that mean? Does that mean you don't want to listen to it? Does it mean they should be prevented? Be clear on that part for me.
Okay, what I'm saying in general is that, okay, if they're going to use their basically what I'm saying is that, okay, then freedom of speech for everybody, and for whatever you say, expressing your freedom of speech, accept the consequence that someone may object to what you're saying, and they may just speak just as passionately about something else, or they may check you on something if you do not have any compelling evidence to back up what you say. Okay, because this happens. It happens on a daily basis.
Sure.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay, that part I'm agreeing with. But when you said it's too much for me, I didn't know what that meant. So is it too much for you? If somebody were in Speaker's Corner, let's say, and they said, do you know what, they took the anti-natalist position, but they didn't have good reasons. It just sounded good because they'd had a shitty life, let's say, and they thought everybody else is actually probably having a shitty life, and the human race should stop existing. And and if that was, and they said, and you said to them, hey, but you need to have reasons and responsibility to think about this for yourself. They said, no, bugger that. I just want to say this because I really feel like it deep down. And perhaps your position is, well, that's too much for me. Does that mean too much in the sense you go, oh, this guy's a lunatic, I'm just going to walk away? Does it mean too much? I'm not going to stand there just let him say this. I'm going to respond back.
Most likely. Me personally, I'd walk away. Because I'm not going to listen to him.
Okay, cool. So when you say, just so I understand in my mind, when you say it's too much for me, that means you're going to walk away from something
for me,
rather
for
than.
Me personally, I will walk away rather than argue the other side, because the thing about it is that I don't want to get into a heated argument. I don't want to get in the debate with this person about this, because it goes back and forth, and the thing about it is that the issue is not resolved either way. So I would probably walk away just to de-escalate the situation rather than argue and debate with the person that made such a statement.
Okay, but you'd be fine with them continuing to say what they say, and they shouldn't have anybody coming along and stopping them from speaking.
Oh no! They can speak. You know, I mean, I don't have that. No, I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with people having freedom of speech. I'll put it this way. My view is that the delimitation of freedom of speech is when someone says something, okay, that incites violence, perhaps even to the point where that person may give some type of generic or even specific means by which to carry out these acts. Okay, through instruction while he or she is saying, you know, his point of view, his ideology, verbally expressing his point of view or ideology. Then I say, okay, well, that's where I would draw the line, because I see it as objectively that person who does that and it speaks to such an extreme. Okay, puts him or herself in danger and puts other people's lives in danger because of the fact that that instruction that he or she gives, okay, inciting violence, okay, by generic or specific instruction endangers the lives of other people that he or she may be speaking against.
Yeah, I think we're in agreement about direct incitement to violence in principle. It's just very difficult to actually, even in principle, draw an actual line for that. But I think we're in agreement on that. So that's not really I don't think that's something that we would contest. It's more a case of what other restriction would you have apart from that? And if you say none, in the sense that there shouldn't be a legal consequence, fine. I am in favor under certain circumstances of a social consequence, like a racist or something else where we should shun them as in like they're entitled to speak, but I wouldn't employ them. I wouldn't want to be associated with them, and I wouldn't want to have them as a neighbor. I couldn't stop them legally, but I wouldn't give them the time of day. So I think there are those sort of social consequences that can be invoked with regards to certain ideas, but I still wouldn't stop them having a view on saying something about it. I would challenge them, but I would also, at the same time, from my point of view, ostracize them, at least from my life, my influence, and whatever else there is to it. Once I've heard the argument and I've sufficiently debunked it, at that point, we're done. But they can still speak. We're done from the point of view of me wanting to interact any further, but they can carry on speaking, right? But that's why I always bring up because you asked me the question, why the legal thing? Because I think that's the ultimate expression of what is preventable or not. Because otherwise it's just a personal opinion. And ultimately, I talk about principles rather than pragmatics, because pragmatically you can always say, well, we can't really do this in practice because we don't have enough manpower. Those arguments are irrelevant to a case in principle, because we start with a principle and eventually that's how we derive a law. Somebody at some point said that slavery was in principle a bad idea. Now, people could have argued at the time, oh, we can't say anything about that. Look at all these slave owners. I mean, they would kill us. They would make us slaves. We can't talk about slavery, right? So the principle eventually came about by Christians, if we talk about that, or maybe some Muslims or whatever, depending on where the slavery was taking place. And that eventually became the norm, because the principle was, hey, this is a principle. We shouldn't own other people as property. But the pragmatics at the time would have said, we can't say anything about this. I mean, look at all this. They're driving the economy, right? All these slave owners. No, they're far too rich. We can't say anything about it. So I never argue about on a pragmatic point of view, rather on a principle. And then how do we implement that pragmatically? Because that is more difficult under certain circumstances. But we've got to agree a principle, and eventually that's what would become law. And the law is the ultimate instantiation of a principle that we try to adhere to in some way.
Yeah. But I mean, but then, okay, fine. I agree with you in principle on that. But then this is why I'm saying if it goes to extremes, it goes to extremes in speech, then such as inciting violence and giving instruction for how to do it, then I would say, okay, yeah, in principle, okay, that person is endangering people's lives. Therefore, she should be arrested and be held to account through legal remedy in a court of law. Okay.
Yeah, you just have to build a case that it was direct incitement to violence. That would be the burden on you, and it'd be a fairly significant burden, I would argue, for you to discharge that, or in fact the state or anybody else to do that. And I think in the UK, at least, they've gone the opposite route, which is have this vague definition, have some people subjectively enforcing that. And I think that's extremely dangerous. If I was Prime Minister here, I'd repeal that instantly. There'd be no such thing as hate speech. There'd be no looking on Twitter for mean words. There'd be no knocking on people's doors if they said something against the trans or the homosexual community, or indeed any other community for that matter. But that didn't mean that the society can't shun certain people. If you perhaps a homophobe or a racist, then people can shun you if they wish. But you shouldn't have a legal consequence that the police come knocking on your door for those sort of things. Unless you are saying, go out there and kill. Here's the address, go and kill this homosexual, go and kill this racist, go and kill this person or that person, or whatever the case is. That's, of course, an entirely different story. And I think the case could be made for incitement to violence in that case.
Yeah. Eric, can I ask you a question? When you say free speech.
And I guess the question is for people who are listening, who maybe are not on the panel, and those that are, that if anybody disagrees, if you are in favor of some sort of limited speech, then, as I always ask the question, where is that limitation, and how do you draw that up such that I, who's a free speech advocate, or mostly free speech advocate, would agree with your methodology? So if there is somebody listening, or indeed if there's anybody in the panel that says, no, I want to limit it, here's my methodology, here I go about limiting, and Rob, I'm sure you'll agree when I present you these rational arguments that this is how we limit freedom of speech, then I'm open to hear that, apart from incitement to violence. So if there's something else that somebody wants to bring, then I'm open to hear that.
Because I wanted to, because it's like the same question that I wanted to ask you. Who?
But otherwise, we can move on to something else, and I'll just listen in for a little while.
Who determines?
I'm sure want to speak here.
Mm-hmm. Well, go ahead, Ola Isa.
Oh,
I'm listening to you.
I think he asked the same question. I wanted to ask.
I can't hear him, so I'm just going to hop off and go back on again because I can't hear him. He's muted, so I apologize if I'm talking over him.
Oh, okay.
I wanted to ask you who determines, what to say and what not to say, because when you say free speech, I think it means you could say whatever you want and it's unlimited.
Yeah. Me myself, I don't think that free speech is unlimited, because I think there's a demarcation from absolute freedom of speech when it comes to the incitement of violence. And there's any type of generic or specific instruction on how to carry out that violence, then I think that person who does that, speaks in that manner, should be arrested and should be held account in a court of law, because he or she, the probability is very high that he or she is putting people's lives in danger.
Wait, so you said that freedom of speech is, you support freedom of speech without, except for inciting violence? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
But when you say it's free, then it should have no limit to what people can say.
Except for exciting violence, because that's when it affects other people.
But certain people might see it as being as being kind of bringing violence, and other people might be like, it's just a free speech.
No,
I'm not saying
but the point of the matter is this: what I'm saying is that at the extreme, okay. For example, freedom of speech that incites violence, that gives any type of generic or specific instructions on how to carry out that violence, puts people's lives in danger. In general, it does. Human interaction has proven that over history. So I say for a person that uses freedom of speech to that extreme, yes, I think he should be legally held accountable, or he or she should be legally held accountable in a court of law. Yes.
So outside of that, you don't have an issue with freedom of speech.
But outside of that, no, because the thing about it is this: I can walk away. I'm not. If somebody says something, okay, and I disagree with them, fine, I disagree with them. Okay, I live my life differently. I live my life the way I choose to live it. Okay, so therefore, that's why I'm saying, if somebody has a view that say, for example, they say, well, a white person is inherently better than a black person. Am I going to debate him? No. Because in my mind, he's insane.
Can somebody get away with free speech with a president, like somebody who's of a higher figure?
Yeah, I mean, the president did. Okay, in the USA, right? The president is not above the most basic law and the most supreme law in the United States Constitution, which gives freedom of speech rights to people to criticize their government and to criticize their president. Yes, so they can do that.
But I think it's certain things that you could say to a president and you get arrested, and if the president does vice versa, he get away with it.
If it seemed to threaten his life, yeah, you probably will. You probably will get arrested, but you probably won't get any time for it. If you're not inciting violence, if you're not giving the instruction on how, how to kill the president, or saying that you will kill the president, something like that. I mean, that's open verbal expression of freedom of speech.
Well, that's kind of different though, because I was trying to say that it's certain things that the president could say to you and nobody says nothing to him, and then there's certain things that basically you have a limit to what you could say to a president, because that's like power in between. They could get a.
Well, you know what?
Say for instance,
yeah. No, I'll say the president's outside the White House, right? He's giving a press conference, right? And as a matter of fact, I'll give you even more. Okay.
Right.
He was giving an address to the full Congress, right? And during the time he said that he had the right to say it. It was disruption. It was distraction. Okay, it was offensive to say against the president. He had the right to say it for. There's been situations. There's been situations with witnesses to a congressional hearing or protest. Okay, are they removed from the venue because they're distracting the purpose of having that venue? Yeah, they're removed. They're removed, but they're not arrested. You know, they're removed from the venue. Okay, so that I can listen to them, but they had the right. They said what they said, and the cops moved from the venue, but they weren't taken to court. They weren't arrested, and there are ways in which, of course, in different venues and different circumstances of things, there are ways in which free speech rights are limited. They're limited. It depends on the venue you're in, and like you said, it can very well depend on what you're doing. You know, if you're trying to disrupt, for example, a congressional hearing, okay, and you got your placards in there, and you're shouting, you're making all types of noise, okay, fine, you can do that up to a certain degree. When they get tired of hearing you, they're going to remove you from the venue. But you had your right to speak. You had the right. When they get tired of hearing you, they remove you.
So can I say
for it?
So do you think it's absolute? Do you think it's absolute freedom of speech if I say I will kill you, and then seconds later I say, oh, I was only joking. I was only trying to be, basically I was joking. Do you think it's what I'm trying to figure out where's the absolute freedom of speech, because it could be determined, or it could be judged by, like, certain people could see it very offensive or very kind of leading to violence, while the other party might be like, it's just freedom of speech. It doesn't mean it, and whatnot.
Yeah, freedom of speech practically, okay, and practically, okay, is delimited depending on what you say. I mean, that's how it is, and it is based on a principle that if you incite violence, if you say I'm going to kill,
yes, and then I say, oh, I'm joking,
and you say I'll kill you, right, like that, okay. If the police officers there, okay, and they hear you say this.
No. Don't use the example of police officer. It's just me and you in a region where freedom of speech is allowed.
Well, then the problem, because it's just me and you. Okay, I said it depends on the venue. It depends on where you are. You know what the situation is. Okay.
So doesn't that mean is no such thing as like is it absolute freedom of speech, or
For
basically
example,
it's no such thing as freedom of speech?
yeah, there's no such thing as absolute freedom of speech. Okay.
Okay, so why is it then called freedom of speech when you have?
It's not absolute, man. Come on now.
Okay.
That's how law, especially in the West, that's how laws are, and even it is even more restricted. There's a certain amount of things. There's certain things that you can say. Okay, with plaque
Man, you're really breaking up.
Am I? Oh, sorry about that, man. I wonder why that's like that. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. I hear you better now, because you was
Okay.
really breaking up the other time. Yeah.
Okay. But what I'm saying is that no, I don't think we believe in action with no heart. With no heart.
So don't you think if it's not absolute, then it's certain things that certain party might feel is offensive, and then they'd say, "Oh, you're you're going against the level of freedom of speech." Say basically, I call you a certain name, and then you don't like it, and then you're saying, "Oh, you know, that's leading to violence or something."
Oh, calling some
Like
name
who?
calling.
What kind of law? Who really determines what to say and what not to say?
The law, the law determines how far you can go in your speech, and it is based on certain principles, because when you talk about, for example, hate, and if say for example, you know say for example, if a member of the Klan, okay, is having a march, they're having a march and they're being guarded by black sheriff deputies, okay, in the South, in the deep South, right? And Klansman says, well, all niggers must die.
Okay.
Does that give the right to those officers to put that person in handcuffs and take him to the county jail? No, it doesn't.
Why not?
Why? Because it's not necessarily inciting violence. He's not saying he's not saying that all niggas must be killed. He's not saying kill all niggas. No. He just
So what if somebody else hear that and then they just take it into
and they decide to do it,
or just act on it? Yeah.
That's on them. That's their personal responsibility, especially if they're adults. That's on them. That's not on him. He didn't say he didn't give them any instruction to kill people. They took it upon themselves to interpret what he was saying gives them license to kill someone.
But that's what I'm saying. Like a lot of people have a different way of interpreting conversation.
But that's why you have laws, and that's why you have courts. So that people can seek legal remedy. I mean, most countries throughout the world, they have a system of law.
Yeah.
A lot of them have written constitutions. A lot of them don't. You know, you've got countries in the Middle East that say, for example, the majority population is Muslim. They have Sharia law,
right.
But they have Sharia councils, right? They have Sharia courts, don't they? to apply Sharia law. So if you live there, you know that you're under that law. You don't get to say, well, no, no, I'm an American. I'm not going to adhere to Sharia law. Yes, you are. You're not in America. You're in a country that has Sharia law as a system of law and governance. So you will follow it because you are obliged to do so.
So basically, in freedom of speech, you really have to watch what you say. Also,
I would say yes to a certain degree. Yes, you do, because for example, if you know if you had a Klansman, okay, even though he's being guarded by sheriff's deputies, if the Klansman says kill all niggers, okay, it is in the judgment of the officers. Is he putting and they know, and when he says niggers, most likely they know that he's talking about black people, right? He's talking about black folk. So he says that it's in the police officer's judgment, really, to decide whether to arrest this man for what he said or not, because that police officer that's guarding them against violence, against being killed, and he says totally something out of the way or contradictory, okay, to the position that he's in, okay, and he says, yeah, well, you know, I'm being guarded by black sheriff's deputies, but hey, well, I'm still gonna say it, kill all niggers, okay. That sheriff's deputy may put handcuffs on him and say, why? Well, hey, you know, when you say niggers in general, what it means, when you Klansmen say niggers, you're talking about black folks. I'm a black man who's guarding your life. But then you turn around and you say, kill all niggers? Yes, I'm going to put you in handcuffs.
but what if it says I'm not talking about all blacks, because I see some certain black people also call white people niggers. So what if his right to freedom of speech twist the whole scenario and try to still favor himself?
Why? Because the Klansman's history is long and well documented. We know that members of the Ku Klux Klan do not like black people in general. And if they could, they would segregate. And what they do, they segregate themselves from black people. As a matter of fact, they segregate themselves from anybody who is not what is a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. That's their viewpoint. If you're not that, you're not us, and we don't want to live. We don't want to live in the same area with you. Of course, they have to interact.
So what if they apologize? So what if they apologize on the spot and be like, okay, I'm sorry, don't arrest me. I made a mistake. You know, I went to if y'all think I went overboard, I'm sorry. And then a couple of minutes he brings in another example which is totally different from the same mistake he just made. And then he goes on to say something else.
Well then, but like I said, then it's the judgment. It's the judgment of the officer in that case. Okay, this is I'm saying that this is an extreme case. A most extreme. This could be considered the most extreme case.
Okay. Right, but I'm saying what you find to be extreme might be normal to somebody else, to the otherwise.
Well, it's normal to a Klansman, but it's not normal to that black police officer that's guarding him while he's in parade in the public street.
Yeah, it says freedom of speech. So why would you want to arrest me, or why would you want to blame me if when you say it's freedom of speech, I have the right to say, okay, I want to kill you. Oh, I'm not gonna kill you. It was a slip of tongue, and then please don't arrest me. Okay. And then later on.
In that case, then he probably it would probably be in the better judgment of the police officer based on principle. Okay, he's just running his mouth, yada yada yada. Okay, in the perfect world, yeah, it would work that way. We don't live in a perfect world. We have to make judgments based on what people say. And when you knowing the history of the Ku Klux Klan in the United States of America, what they did, okay. The lynchings of people, lynching and burning people alive, black people in particular, and for the most part, okay, you know what they're about. You know what their ideology is. Their ideology has not changed. It's just that they don't carry out the acts, okay, the violent acts that their ideology may promote. Okay, and they do have a right to peaceful assembly. So if the Klan, if the Ku Klux Klan says, okay, we want to permit to march down this road between the hours of 5 p.m. and 6 p.m. We're gonna be wearing our full garb, okay, and we're just gonna march down the road, and we're gonna have placards in our hand. They're allowed to do that. That's peaceful. That's the right to peaceful public assembly. Okay,
but at the same time,
yeah. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No. But I'm saying what I'm trying to say is basically, no matter what you say, no matter what you do, will always be kind of offensive. Right. It's always right. Somebody might just basically, be aggressive and just. So I'm trying to see when you say free, why would you put a judgment or a scale to something that is free?
Because first of all, freedom of
I'm trying to be the devil's advocate here.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and what I'm saying is that what people think principally, okay, by principle,
right,
okay, and how people react to how people's words that they speak, it depends. People give value to words. People give power to words. You see, so
exactly. That's my point. So when people
theoretical philosophical world where people don't act and react, to what we say to one another, even though we say that in principle, yeah, well, this is freedom of speech rights, but okay, how far does freedom of speech go?
All right. So that's my point. Who really determines if you're saying it's the law? What if the law trying to favors the other party? Say basically the Lord knows that this person is right, but they condemn the person being wrong.
You go to court for legal remedy. That's the best you can do. That's the best that you can. That's the best that you can legally do. It's justifiable if you say something and it's not, and you say something that doesn't go to the extreme of provoking violence from people who are hearing or inciting violence. Okay, when it goes to that degree, yeah, I'd say that should be arrested. Okay, it should be off. If you don't have and that's why I say that that freedom of speech is not it's not absolute. You can do consequence, and depending on how extreme your views are, if it incites violence to the point
where
it is, then yeah.
So how can there be freedom?
That you are.
So you really believe in freedom of speech when they have certain people that have a certain way of interpreting your actions or your words. I might be talking to my people and then it means violence, or I might be giving them a violent speech in a coded way that you don't know. I'm speaking to you in a violent form, and then at the end of the day, they know what I'm talking about, but you don't know what I'm talking about. And then what if the middleman's trying to interpret what I'm talking about, and he tells you, listen, he's saying he's gonna kill you or whatever. So where is the freedom of speech when there's always somebody who would say, okay, you're going off limit, or what you're saying is gonna
Okay, well, this
is gonna lead to violence. It's definitely gonna lead to violence, and the other saying no, it's not gonna lead to violence.
well, what I may do,
Man, you in the basement, man. You be cutting up,
get as
man.
far away. I don't understand.
Yeah,
I
sometimes
don't understand this, man.
feels like you're in the basement.
Because, wow. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me
Yeah, I
now?
do. Maybe when you're going in, yes, I do. I hear you clearly.
But um, you know, I don't think that
Are you in the UK right now?
because no, I'm in Finland.
Do you? Oh, okay. Because I was about to ask you what's the rules or how is the rules at Speakers Corner when they say people just could just come over there and then just say whatever they want. So who kind of determines what people
Well,
what people
but you,
should say and what
yeah,
people shouldn't say?
yeah, but you got police officers walking through Speaker's Corner too,
Right.
and they provide security for the protection of all people. And I think that
Right.
if they hear something that's really out of line, they're going to step to you and say, "Okay, I understand we're in Speaker's Corner, but you're in
Right.
public, and what you're saying is highly inflammatory. Can you tone it down?" You see what I'm
What if
saying?
what if I say, yeah, I understand how you feel, but I'm only. I mean, the other. It's don't take it personal.
Well, look, but
And I
that's the
say,
point. It's not that.
that this is how I talk. I just, they think I'm very aggressive when I talk, but that's my tone, and people get offended. So what's the police
Okay,
officers gonna say?
yeah.
I wish somebody
Then the police
could
officer,
jump in from UK
yeah,
that goes to Speakers Corner that could kind of explain that to me because I really wanted to know what's the limit to what people could actually say in Speakers Corner.
yeah. I think, well, I mean, from people who I've spoken with and who have been there, Speakers Corner, and who have done, video recording of Speakers Corner. I think you can pretty much say what you want, and as long as you don't directly incite violence against another person, you don't say something in the form of saying, well, you know, kill these person, beat up these people, beat up this person, beat up that person, beat up this group of person, these group of persons, or you say, well, I don't like this group of people. In my mind, they're troublemakers, and we should do this, and that to them. That type of speech, I think it's will get the attention of the police who patrol through there on foot in Speaker's Corner, because
But
it's
what
an
if I?
incitement to violence. And
Mm,
if it's an incitement to violence, they're going to come talk to you and say, you need to tone that down. Now, if you start giving instructions as to what people
right.
to beat up, by what means should you beat them up, things like that, then they would probably arrest you, because in their judgment, they would probably say that in general, um, what you're saying, your speech incites violence, like it compels people to commit acts of violence. okay, against other people, which means you put other people's lives in jeopardy.
So can I tell the police, oh, in my culture, we just talk that way, and then we don't never fight nobody or
Not
never kill.
no, because you're under the laws of Britain. You're under the British government, man. Come on now. You gotta follow the laws of the government, the country in which you reside. That's
true.
It is what it is. That's what brings law and order. General sense of security and safety that that they can live amongst each other. That no other group of people can come from the outside, inside, and change their way of life forcibly.
So you don't think I'm sorry contradicts freedom of speech?
Do I think the statement "I'm sorry" contradicts freedom of speech?
Right. When somebody says something and then try to back off and then try to act like they never meant what they're saying, and then goes into something else and then brings up another a statement that could lead to violence, but still he try to put the "I'm sorry" and try to twist the whole phrase or whatever. So what happens to
the person may be being deceitful, okay? But,
deceitful is still freedom of speech.
Yeah.
How could be deceitful?
It's still that's freedom of speech. But what I'm talking about is the extreme to where you go to the point where you incite violence. You say, go beat up that group of people. Go to this person's house from here and go beat him up. Go beat her up. That's inciting violence. That has a high probability of putting another person's life in danger. And because that person has said that, okay, all right, listen, a lie, because when that person that, okay, so they have to make a judgment. That judgment is going to be right then, right there. Okay.
Right.
This person, okay. If they have people or that person, or go to that person's home and stab him, I mean, that's inciting violence. That's obviously an incitement of violence, even though the person may argue in the court of law that it's freedom of speech. Well, time out. Lives on the line. I'm a police officer, okay? In my judgment, and I'm protecting these people here so that everybody else can say what they want to say, okay? But in that way, in extreme inflammatory, then in my putting somebody's life on the line, and you don't.
So
I'm going to take you. So I'm going to arrest you and take you from this, and the person perhaps can sue and fine court of law. But the point. But the point is that they hear this, they have to. They don't.
So what if you're speaking to somebody who couldn't control their emotions? Say for instance, you say the slightest thing, and then next day you heard they committed suicide, and it says, "Oh yeah, freedom of speech." He writes a letter. I'm committing suicide because
you didn't.
It's all freedom of speech though, and then this person already committed suicide, so is that not something that was said that lead to violence or leading to somebody hurting themselves?
Oh, what happened? Well,
I could hear you though.
No, I got a message up there.
Yeah. So in a situation.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, listen. Go ahead.
Yeah. So in a situation like that, what how would you judge that that's not a violent speech or that's not a violent phrase for that person who was emotional to kill himself?
Well, if you're not, for example, if you don't straight up and down, say to someone, "Hey, go kill yourself,"
And he says, "Don't tell me that," and then you keep saying it. And he said, "Don't tell me that," and then he goes home. He got so angry or he got so emotional, and then he does whatever. Yeah. So how would you reconcile on that one?
That's
Because we have me and you would
because
definitely know we have people who's very emotional. So how does freedom of speech deal with people who are very emotional regarding to violence?
that you know what? There's no hard and fast answer. If that person, right?
Okay.
And that person kills him or herself, right? Now, how would it get back to you? If it's just the two of you, how's it going to get back to you? Even if that person does commit suicide.
Because somebody would say, yeah, I heard him talking about, oh, he went to speaker's corner, blah blah blah, and then somebody said something, and then I didn't even know he was going to take it serious. Although yeah. It could be one, it could be twos, it could be in twos, it could be in threes, or a group. A group of emotional people against a group of people who is not emotional.
And the group of non people, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and then even though it's not been repeated, basically it's been said, and the emotional group takes it personal, and then they either go they hurt themselves, or because they was emotional, they put the emotions on somebody else or a certain group of people.
Well, the thing about it is people can be emotional, and simply because they're emotional doesn't mean they're in. So you may have, and if the person and does actually goes and commits suicide,
right?
If you don't know if that person is just being overly emotional, or is it's diagnosed with is and you say that. But if you don't know that, then you can't take responsibility for what you don't know.
So what if I claim not to know and then I know? Say for instance, it's somebody that I do know is very emotional, and I know certain things that I could say that could trigger them, and I still said it, and then at the end of the day in the court, and I was asked about it, and I said, oh, I don't know.
That's right.
Who has to prove it?
I don't know. The would have to provide evidence beyond reason. At least they have to show some documentation like that maybe this person told you that, you know, a certain.
Wait, hold on. Do you have access to the? Do you have Eric? Do you have access to the chat room? Because I don't know if it's me that's really hearing you stutter, or it's like everybody could. Can you see if you could read any comment that you're kind of breaking up? Okay, see, Speaker's Corner said, "Damn, can't hear Eric now." Oh, because I don't know if it's me or it's just it's from your end.
You know what I'm gonna do?
Yeah.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take the headset off, and he said that they couldn't hear me, or that I'm
Right.
breaking
So it's
up. Then
so
most likely
it's not from
I
me.
probably
It's
am breaking up.
most likely it's from your end.
Anyway, okay.
Okay. So let's see
All right,
how
so
this
can you hear me
goes.
now? Okay, all right.
Yes. We could hear you, but it's like when you start talking and then you keep going in, it just keeps stuttering. So let's see how this goes.
Right, okay. Hold on a second. Let me plug in my speakers. Let's turn the sound down. Oh yes.
It says StreamYard is problematic with phones. Okay. Yeah, I hear you. So let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah. So okay, let's say basically you dealt with the single. Let's say you dealt with the single one-on-one problem. What if it was a group? How would you deal with that problem? So now it's me and my friends who's who's not emotional against certain people who's very emotional, and then we either say something one time or two time or you know continuously, and then the other group find it very kind of emotional, and then they either hurt themselves or hurt other people because of what was said at the free speech corner.
Right.
So what kind of how would you
again?
Okay, it's the same example that I gave you, but now we're dealing with okay, it's the same example that I gave you, right? But it's now we are kind of dealing with a different scenario that involves more than one person. So now it's a group versus a group. Emotional group versus non-emotional person group. So in that case, what would be your judgment?
Okay. And this is that the case? Is that what you're saying that you would have said to them?
Yes, same scenario basically. It's freedom of speech, right?
Okay.
And then they are now it's they are very emotional. Whatever you say, or is certain things that you would say that would trigger their emotion, and then when it triggers, it's either they hurt themselves or they hurt other people. So can we say it was due to freedom of speech, or it was due to, oh, they don't know their limit. Y'all should have had a limit.
Well, I mean, if you know emotional and when you say something like "go kill yourself," if you know this,
not in those.
Then
yes.
If
so what if they don't say
this,
directly? What if they don't say? What if they don't say? Okay, go kill yourself is a direct statement. What if they don't say it that way? What if they say something basically that will trigger? I'm just talking about triggering emotions.
Right. Well, see that's the thing. So I don't know what you're saying. You see what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't know what you're saying to trigger them. I mean, in general, I would say that it's on them how they interpret it, especially if they're adults.
Yeah, but adults are also emotional, just like kids.
Yeah.
So
that's true.
What's
but
yeah?
So simply because
now
adults are emotional like children, they're not adults. They're not children. They're adults, and if they're sane adults, then it's up to it's up to them. If they're sane adults, it's up to them. How would you say? And you didn't you didn't force into hurting themselves.
Yeah, but the speech did, and it's due to the freedom of speech. I'm saying, if my yeah.
I'm saying is this, okay? If they're relatively sane adult human beings, right? Okay, they decide how they're going to interpret what you say. Okay, you can't how they interpret what you say. Only they can control how they interpret what you say. So it's on them what they. If the fault is not yours.
So you're saying the fault is not mine, it's not ours, but it's the same speech, or it's the same words that led to them being emotional and acting violently or being violent. That's my point, because I'm trying to bring you back to the violent point where you said if somebody says go.
But I understand what you're saying. I understand. I get what you're saying. But when you talk with somebody, right, and you claim it's freedom of speech to direct someone to go and harm someone else, that's inciting violence. That's the principle. It's inciting violence.
And that's my point. Okay, but
you're directly
I agree with that.
It, though.
That's direct. What if it's indirectly doing it? What if it's indirect? Like, okay, I'm indirectly doing it, and at the same time, this set of people, they are very emotional. 1 second.
Then I would say that they would interpret. It's up to them how they interpret what you say and what they do to themselves thereafter. I wouldn't put the fault on you in that situation.
Why not?
Why not? Because it's not a direct incitement. When people say when people use freedom of speech tournaments, that means that you're instructing some person to commit an act of harm or violence against another person. Okay, it's clear. Okay, that you're putting some other person's life on the line. That means you're a danger to them. and the people that are listening to you there's a high probability that they are a danger. But the person who's using the speech to incite the violence, that's okay. Who is held to account in the court of law because the freedom of speech that it incites doing physical bodily harm to a person. You endanger another person's life.
Are you still talking from a direct perspective or indirect perspective?
Yeah, from a direct perspective, yes.
But you didn't answer my question about the indirect one, like about the emotional.
You said indirect, and I said
yes,
it's up to those people.
Look,
if they're saying
either it's been said directly or indirectly to a group of emotional people, and they do the same thing. When I said it yesterday directly, it was the same result. When I said it indirectly today, it's the same result. So how would you reconcile both ways? It's still speech, even though I mean it or don't mean it. They are emotional and they take it the way they want to take it.
Yeah, and that's just it. If they're sane adults and they take it the way they want to take it, and they act upon how they think thereafter, that's on them. That's not on you. When you directly incite someone to commit violence or harm against another person, that's direct. It's obvious. Okay, you're breaking a principle of law. Okay.
So how do we know now? How do we know it's direct or indirect? Because both ways, either
it's directly
being, because some people might interpret it as, okay, what this statement is very direct. In a court of law, they might say this statement is very direct, and then at the same time they might say it's indirect, but at the end of the day, it leads to the same result: violence.
Well, then I say, if it comes to a court case, then you're going to be held accountable in the court of law. I mean, it is what it is, man. I can't give you a perfect answer to that, man. You know.
Okay,
I do that,
that's I feel you, but that's the answer. That's the answer that I've been waiting to hear.
Oh, I can say this.
Hey,
I don't
guys.
know. Mm-hmm.
Okay, because I was just trying to, trust me, I was just trying to because when we say free, I don't see how a certain group of people or a law that has interpreted something to be free and then puts a limit on it, saying, oh, because you said something, it means direct, and it's kind of it will cause certain people to go do some stupid shit, and then at the same time, okay, it's not, it's not really direct, but they still do the same thing. So how can we say it's freedom of speech when it goes both ways, and then you're trying to put a limit on it on people's freedom of speech?
Well, I would say this: it depends on the law in your country. That's how I would say. It depends on the laws of your country. How far they allow people to use freedom, how far they allow people to speech.
Don't
in the meantime they utilize it.
Don't you think freedom of speech? Don't you think freedom of speech is based on power, either by money or political or physical power? Because I know if you're talking if you're talking to somebody that you could beat up, then you could say whatever to them, and then they will be emotional. But if they could beat you up and then you say something that they don't like, they coming after you.
True.
And it goes
True.
It does go with power of political power. When I say political, it could be a group of people. If you're a white man and then or you're a black man and then you stand in the midst of black people, white people, no matter what you say, they might beat you up or do whatever they want to do. And then if the police or whoever comes, they might just say, "Oh, he said something," and then we don't like it or whatever, and then they beat you up. So I think it's kind of based on power, or political power or physical power.
Yeah,
but certain things, trust me, certain things you would never say to a president or to certain people. They wouldn't take it as freedom of speech. They would say, "Okay, you just crossed the line and you're gonna get it."
Oh, I agree with you.
Yeah, but I think your example, Holla, I think your example though would show that the president or other people are being inconsistent, right? So what we are talking about, or seemingly talking about, maybe we need to just make sure we're talking about the same thing, and that is the principle of free speech. And I was just thinking about it as we were walking. To me, there's also, if I can use that term, there's a philosophical principle of free speech, which is the following. I'll put the argument to you. And it's not the one that I'm making because I am allowing for the caveat of direct incitement to violence. But again, I think that's not a clear line, as I've said. But the philosophical point is the following, that all free speech should be allowed because humans have the capability to make some sort of decision based on the sounds that they hear and the meaning they attach. Right. And they have got the ability to make a different inference or to attach a different meaning to whatever sound comes in. And on a philosophical point, could the argument be made, because you'd have to make a philosophical argument against this, not a pragmatic argument, but a philosophical one, that the only time we could invoke even direct incitement to violence would fall under free speech and would be allowed unless you could demonstrate that humans were automatons or in some other way it was impossible for human beings to avoid some act based on certain words they had. So from a philosophical point of view, I think everything would be allowed, including incitement to violence, simply on the argument that you would have to present a reason to show that that's not the case by virtue of a human being being unable to prevent themselves undertaking some action based on certain words.
So in other words, are you trying to say there shouldn't be a limitation to what people say? If it's classified
No, there's two cases. No, there's two cases. One is a philosophical case.
Yeah.
Which I want to see anybody can bring an argument. I don't think anybody can remotely do that. Good luck with that. But then there's the case I would bring, which is freedom of speech apart from direct incitement to violence, which I acknowledge is not an easy thing to clearly delineate.
Rob.
Yes, sir.
Do you work?
Yes, I do.
You work for a company?
I'm not going to say. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, you don't need to say what company. You don't need to say what company.
Yes.
You work for a company, right?
Right.
Yeah?
Right.
Can you go into work and say what you like?
No. And let's we don't go off on that tangent. Let me make clear that when I'm talking about freedom of speech, I'm talking about somewhere like Speaker Corner. I'm not talking about institutions, organizations, or educational institutions. So they can invoke different things.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Much of the discourse is philosophical, and then there's ideas of which circumstance that you're in. But what I think that the main crux of the argument is that, so this argument around hate speech and stuff like that, is that we have had for a very long time equal opportunity policies in in private and also in public places of work. Okay, yeah, and those types of discourses have led to the public have gone in now into the public discourse. So it's worked well in places, public places, and also in private places of work, where you say there's an equal opportunities policy here. Everybody has the right to have respect, and we will not tolerate discrimination, right? And that has seeped over into society, and we now have seen the rise of hate crimes. So I would be interested to hear from the panel what they think about hate crimes and whether they have any validity in society.
So from my point of view, the other guys can answer for themselves. From my point of view, no, I don't think there is such a thing as a hate crime. I think there is a crime, an act of violence. If you want to characterize it by hate, if somebody says, I hate you, then I suppose you could characterize it like that. If someone said, I really, really hate this person, that's why I committed some act of violence, you could call that some version of hate crime. I'm not in agreement with that. I think there is a crime. There's physical violence, or whatever the case may be, something that where you're acting against somebody other than words. And certainly, I don't think hate speech is something that is. I would immediately repeal all hate speech.
Yeah, but
other people can have their views.
Sorry, go on, Issa.
I was, because when organization, then we're talking about a limitation. I take it to Speaker's Corner. I want to know, how does the policeman or the people that goes to Speaker's Corner, what's the limit to what people can say?
It's public order. It's a public. So there is the Public Order Act, and so the definition of causing a public disturbance is to cause a person or persons alarm, harassment, or distress, and that would then give the right for a constable to be able to arrest you or detain you.
Okay, what constitutes alarm, harassment, or distress? What constitutes alarm?
Exactly.
No, but what is on the person's part? Because, hey, if nobody complains, presumably this law cannot be enacted. So it requires a complaint from a member of the public, correct?
It requires a complaint, yeah.
Okay. How do they decide whether there's been alarm, harassment, or distress? Is it simply the person feeling that they've been alarmed, harassed, or distressed? It
will be for the as I understand it, it will be for the constable or constables at the time to make a determination and use their discretion.
Okay, but they're just humans. They haven't got a methodology. So, and they're often wrong, right? Like, let's use an example like Tan, right? Muslims thought Tan was a despicable character. I didn't agree with everything he said, but he should never be marched out the park. Any threats of violence, the threats by those people should have been marched out the park. So there, the police, in my view, were entirely wrong. And if they did it for his safety, what they should have done is get rid of all the threats, the threatening people for his safety, not him for their safety.
I think.
So how do you determine somebody?
The alarm, harassment, or distress has to have a physical element to it. Yeah. So it can't just be, you've hurt somebody's feelings. Of course not. But remember this, okay? If a police officer arrests you, okay, they're going to have what's called probable cause. Okay, and police use this all the time. So, for instance, I often try to teach young men and young girls and young people how to deal with police officers, and just being, especially black boys and black girls, being just pulled over by police and asked, what's their name, what are they doing, blah blah blah. There are rules to this. There's PACE. Okay, there's police powers and evidence that they have certain powers they can use and certain powers that they can't. So if we use that medium and we say the police could arrest you, so under the Malicious Communications Act, we now know that, for instance, there was a lady in a European country. This is a very recent case that's gone to the European Human Rights Court. Okay, a lady said that Muhammad was a paedophile, and she claimed the right to say that. Okay, the Human Rights Court found or ruled that this was a gross offensive statement, grossly offensive, and therefore it wasn't for it didn't cover her human rights to be able to say that.
Why not?
Exactly, and that's a extremely disturbing precedent to be setting, I believe.
I agree with you.
Being grossly offensive to someone.
The fact that human beings are fallible The fact that human beings are fallible, we are not going to be perfectly logical. We're not going to be perfectly moral.
That's my point.
We must get our heads around that. And that's why I said that in general, when you're in a public space, okay, if you say something, say, for example, Speaker's Corner, when you're in a public, okay, yeah, you can talk. You can have discussions. You can have heated discussions. The point where you're saying things that may put other people's lives in jeopardy because you're inciting violence in your speech by what you're saying, and perhaps some generic or specific instruction that you're giving in order to carry out that violence. If the police officer hears that, they have to make a judgment, and most likely that judgment is going to be put you in handcuffs, arrest you, take it, and then you're going to have a court date.
But that's why I think that, you know, I have never been to Speaker's Corner.
That's why what repeat that? That's why what about Speaker's Corner?
Yeah.
I've never been to Speaker's Corner, but I imagine, you know, that, you know, the police officers that are looking after that beat in the in Hyde Park is Royal Park, they have to be able to, you know, make the distinctions and also be available for people to be able to come up to them and say to them that there are people that are possibly making incitements. And I feel alarmed, harassed and distressed by this, because if something was to escalate, you know, and I believe that there has been some altercations at the park. Is that correct, Rob?
Right.
Yeah, there have been. And that's just obviously people, you know, a few individuals. It hasn't happened very often.
Right, and the fact that it doesn't happen very often is it explains it. What it indicates to me is that human beings really do know how to have a discourse with each other when it comes to the crunch. They really do want to have those conversations. They really do want to give space for other people to speak. You know, that we can't say that in every single country, but if people are given the where, can you name a religious country that has a Speaker's Corner apart from America?
UK, you mean?
So the UK is, you know, it's half and half. The UK is half secular and half religiously established, but it does have, you know, open secular laws. So the laws that are built in this country are not predicated upon, you know, theocracy.
Yeah. I mean, that's obviously a separate point. But I think the important one you raised was the whole thing of alarm, harassment, and distress.
Yeah.
This is entirely subjective, and depending where you look online,
it's not.
Look at Citizens Advice and elsewhere.
I haven't studied this.
It's purely based. But it's purely based on somebody's opinion or their emotion at the time. They don't have to present evidence, and it isn't necessarily about some sort of direct or even a spurious link to some sort of violence. If somebody feels offended, they can claim alarm, harassment, or distress. And that is a black hole that can eliminate free speech entirely.
Can I qualify that? Because you obviously have a problem with any kind of methodology that restricts freedom of speech, but you still, like, it's people do make. I hear theists making this argument, and I tend to agree with it. Yes, you have freedom of speech, and unless you're a freedom of speech absolutist, you have to understand that there is going to be, and you've said it yourself, you agree that there is one curb upon freedom of speech, and that is incitement of violence. But there will also be subjective determinations made upon that too, and who gets to decide when somebody is objectively making incitements to violence and when they're not. People, you know, within their sophistry can make wonderful arguments that can incite people to you know, hatred without, you know, tipping them over the edge at the time. I could go to Speaker's Corner, for instance, and not say a word, but I could start drawing Muhammad. What would happen to me?
Yeah, probably people would dislike it, which is irrational. You should
people would
still
dislike it.
be able to do that, right?
I think that's an understatement. I think people would go a bit further than that, especially if I was doing it.
Okay, but Doc, that's only because we've allowed them to do so. You go and draw anything else from virtually any other demographic group, they're not going to react that way. So we have allowed in that case, and we have to pick on on Islam in this case, as you brought it up, but we've allowed Islam or some Muslims, not all, to behave in that way. Had we not allowed that from the beginning, we wouldn't have this problem, but we've allowed it and we've normalized their, in my view, unreasonable response to this, and nowhere else does this happen.
No,
well,
on that point, I absolutely agree. And from my standpoint,
where is the free speech? Where is it?
You draw this taste.
Eric, your audio is not very good.
Images.
I can't hear you properly, Eric.
Eric,
you're dropping in and out.
Eric,
just drop in and come back in again, or get closer to your mic or something.
It's all good. We'll try to figure it out. If we can, we can just try to figure out what he's talking about.
The human spirit is that if you tell the human being that they can't do something, they're going to try and do it.
Yeah.
All right.
So if you say, we can't,
and that's like,
that means you can't draw Muhammad. That's not going to fly.
But Doc, I think we're going off slightly here. I just want to check whether you're in agreement or not. Are you in agreement with a view that this subjective view of harm and harassment and distress, etc., is entirely subjective? And would you agree that we should abolish it, or do you think we should keep it? And if so,
so we're having this discussion because it's hard. It's hard to be able to find a methodology in which you can, find not a utilitarian way of dealing with this issue, but find an objective way of dealing with this issue. Because as we would probably all admit, it doesn't matter how objective you try to be, there will always be some subjective bias involved. Yeah, can we agree to that?
Right.
Yeah. So you try to find the best methodology, the best formula in which everybody gets a chance to speak, but you have public safety at the same time. Okay. So yes, of course, there is going to be some subjectivity involved in saying, here is the standard. It's alarm, harassment, and distress to person or persons, but there has to be some physical element involved. Yeah, so the alarm, harassment, or distress needs to be of a real possible danger to your person physically. Yeah, so it's literally the same as what Rob's saying, is that free speech up until the point of basically causing somebody danger to their person physically. Yeah, incitement to hate, to violence. It's exactly the same, but it's set out in legislation. So it's under Public Order Act, under British legislation. Now, how do you enforce that? How do you enact it? You give a police officer who has sworn an oath to uphold the Queen's peace, which is called a constable's attestation. Okay. And they have some level of discretion, whatever way you cut it, whatever, if
emotional
you want to
discretion.
live in a free, in a way, yeah, but they have to look at, because there will be repercussions for the police officer if they try to abuse that power. Now, obviously, there is a discussion to be made where police abuse their powers. Of course, they do. They can and they do, yeah? But the methodology is there. The methodology says if a police officer just comes up to you and says, I don't like what you're saying, I feel there's been a complaint by somebody who I can't tell you who it is, but the police say this all the time when they pull over black boys. They say to them, we've had a call from somebody in the area that you've been walking around the area. They don't tell you, they haven't had a call from anybody. But if they were to be, if that person was to be arrested and they knew the law, they could hold that PC, that constable, to account, because they would then be able to find that they didn't have probable cause in the first place. The police know this. Okay, so the methodology is there. Is it perfect? No. Is it abused? Yes, it is. It's abused on both sides. Of course it is. And that's where Eric was saying, we're not perfect. We're never going to get it absolutely right. And nor should we try to. Trying to strive for perfection is the wrong thing to do. Anybody who says this is perfect, reject perfection. Reject perfection. Yeah.
Let me ask you a quick question. Can we make it perfect if when you go to Speaker's Corner and then it says free? So that means whatever they say to you or whatever you say, you don't have to be violent about it. And then when you do, it's either you go to jail or you never come back. Basically, Speaker's Corner is for speech if you can take it. If you cannot take it, do not come here.
Personally, I would agree with that. Personally, I would say that's really should be the methodology. Yeah, that people, if you want to live in a free and open society, if you're gay, if you're Muslim, if you're black, you're a group that's probably oppressed in some way. Yeah, you have to be able to risk being offended. You have to be able to risk being ridiculed. Because that is the price that you pay for living in a free and open society.
And if you cannot handle it, you got to leave.
You've got to lump it, I guess. But you see, society is going the other way. So for years now, for many decades, since the 90s, we've had this idea of equal opportunities. So I'm talking from a UK perspective. So if you're working for the council and you're in a public area, or if you're working for a company, they don't want bad press, they don't want racists, they don't want homophobes working for their company because it's bad for their brand. And so they have followed with these codes of conduct. They have entered in at equal opportunities, no discrimination. That's part of the free market capitalism. They have the right to hire and fire who they like based upon their own charter. They have a private charter. And that now has seeped into the public square. It's worked well in those areas and it's seeped into the public square. And we have things like hate crimes. So if you're being homophobic to somebody, that can be a crime now. That can be a punishable crime with a fine.
Can you tell me what a hate crime is?
So, for instance, we have what's called the Equality Act, and under the Equality Act, we have protected characteristics. Characteristics are such as age, race, ethnicity, disability. Okay, and if you are discriminating against people, for instance, inciting hatred against them, for instance, if you're calling people the N-word, and there is, and it's constant. So if you're in public and you're on public transport and somebody comes up to you and starts being racist to you, police officer has the right to remove you, has the right to detain you. Okay, you have to understand.
But you're talking about law in public. I'm talking about it could be a country, it could be the whole world, it could be a specific point where they say free speech. We're talking about free speech. So when you say it's free over here, that means if your mind is not free or you're not free, then don't go there. But if you're free, then you could go over there and do whatever free you want. So that's why I'm asking when we say something is free, freedom of speech, free speech, then who determines what is offensive or what is not? When we know we have people who's very emotional.
The principles of law and order. The principles of law and order.
I'm not a fan of hate crimes like Robbie's. I'm not a fan of hate crimes. I don't. From a lawyer's point of view, how do you legislate against hate? I'm not a fan of them. I think that you should be able to be able to say what you want to say, but also there is a responsibility with what you say. There will be consequences for what you say. You can't get away from that fact.
What sort of consequences?
It shouldn't be considered free speech.
You can lose your job, Rob. You can lose your job for saying certain things.
So there's no such thing as free speech then.
That's possibly arguable. Yeah.
Okay.
So would you guys agree though? The philosophical case for free speech is rock solid. Would you agree that?
Yeah, absolutely, of course. And but I would go further than that, Rob. I would say, I would say that the cornerstone of if you want to create the just city in the Plato tradition, you need to. The cornerstone is not freedom of speech; it's freedom of thought, and you begin.
Well, we got
from
that
there.
already, right?
Yeah,
We got that already.
You said, hold on.
Not in every
You
country,
said, wait. You said freedom of what? Freedom of thought?
yeah, freedom of thought is the cornerstone of any just city. That's the statement that I would make.
And don't. That's like speaking inside of you. So make it. Say it
We've all
out.
got that already, though. We've all got that, right? We can say one thing and in our head mean something else, or we can,
Right.
So
but it's
we've
not.
got that
It's
already.
not universal. It's not universal by any stretch of the imagination. There are countries in which, for instance, just simply being an atheist is a death sentence to you. Just simply being
No, but hang
homophobic.
on. Sure, but you can think I'm an atheist in your head because that's what you talk about, freedom of thought. So when you say
Yeah.
freedom of thought, you don't just mean a thought in your head. You mean
Good.
expressed in some way, right?
Right. That's my point. If you could
But
think it, then you could do it.
Say what if people decide that you are one thing because you're acting camp, for instance?
No, but you'd obviously you would if
I say
that
I'm an
society
atheist,
outlawed that.
If I say I'm an atheist, I don't particularly say that that what I'm believing. I just say that I have a position. I don't believe that there's a God. I haven't laid anything else out there. I've just said that you've made.
There are certain.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Doc, there are certain implications of saying there's no God, right?
Of course there is, but
what is the implication? What is the implication of saying there is no
We'll get
God?
to that. We'll get to that. Let him
I
finish
don't
his
necessarily need to say anything else. I don't need to say anything else. For instance, people can say I'm a Muslim, yeah, and people will make up all sorts of ideas about that.
Right.
Yeah. So it works both ways as well. So the cornerstone is that you should be free to manifest your thoughts as you see, up until the point where you what I always talk about this is the concept of two liberties by Isaiah Berlin, in which you have positive and negative liberties. When you live in a society, you are free to do whatever you want to do up until a point in which you are, encroaching upon somebody else. And we're always trying to find that fine balance between the two.
Okay, so in your mind, drawing a picture of Muhammad, does that encroach on somebody else's freedom?
Yes, but not to the point where it should be banned and it shouldn't be allowed.
Okay, but tell me how it encroaches on their freedom, because they're free to move away from it.
No, I didn't. No. If you said freedom, then I don't agree with that. No, but does it encroach upon them as a person? Yes, it does, but not their freedom, because obviously they will take offence to that, and they will see.
They don't have to look at it for any longer.
Wait, let me finish what I'm saying.
They can avoid it.
Yeah, sure, I agree with that. Yeah, but saying that there's going to be no reaction is not helpful. There is going to be a reaction.
That's a different point, though, Doc.
No, it's not. The reaction is the reaction going to be justified? No, it's not.
Do all Muslims react negatively to Muhammad being drawn?
No, I don't. No, I don't.
I could never say that. I could never say that.
I'm a Muslim, but I don't.
I would go as far as to say that if Muslims say to us, "You cannot draw Muhammad," we should go ahead and do it to make that point, because that is part of saying, no, this is a free and open society, and we will not be told what to do.
Sure, that
doesn't necessarily mean that there isn't going to be consequences for that. There is consequences, because if you want to have parlance between groups, yeah, you do have to have some respect for them. Yeah.
But there's a difference between criticizing even the ideology of Islam and purposely mocking it by drawing the derogatory drawings of its prophet.
But what if you then what?
Who decides when it's mocking?
Why is it necessarily just drawing?
It's mocking because it says in the Quran itself that you're forbidden from drawing figures of Prophet Muhammad.
So what about the non-Muslims? What about the non-Muslims?
But
you're talking for
what I'm saying is this. If you allow, what I'm saying is this: if your law states, okay, that people who come into your country, okay, If they have the right to practice their religion, right? Okay, you have a right to disagree with it. You have a right not to practice it. You have a right to criticize it. But when you just simply openly mock it for the hell of it, come on, man.
Listen, Eric. You have a right to close your eyes, and then you have a right to put some headphones on your ears.
The laws of your government in Britain do.
No, there's no law. There's no law in Britain
the laws,
that we can't draw Muhammad.
Okay, so
if you're in a Sharia, if you're living in a country that is governed by Sharia, that's different. But when you're living when we're talking about emotions or free speech or what else? I think you should be allowed to certain things. I don't know how to say it, but most people is just emotional, and then they would go by what they feel is offensive and then act on it. That's why I said it's either you close your eyes or you put some headphones on. If you don't want to hear it, go to sleep.
Okay, I think this came about.
Okay,
this question came about.
And what do you do? What do you do when you? Okay, so in other words, there's no legal redress, no legal remedy for if someone draws a figure, okay, a derogatory figure of Prophet Muhammad, like the Charlie Hebdo deal, when they drew him with a bomb in his turban.
But they did the same for everybody else as well. They did Jesus, they did everybody.
But the point I'm making is this: does it make sense? Does it really make sense to blaspheme somebody's face simply because you can?
Eric,
really?
they're a satirical magazine. They did it not just to Muhammad, to Jesus and other figures. It wasn't just focused on Muhammad.
But this is what I'm saying.
Exactly.
They are a satirical magazine. This is
what I'm saying. The point of the matter is this: okay, simply because you're allowed to do it, should you do it?
Yes, if you want to.
Yes, if it's the law.
Well, it's not even the law. We talk about a principle, right?
Okay.
I think we can
The
agree.
law, the principle, it's the same thing. The laws and the principle, it goes hand in hand.
Yeah, but the laws
okay,
are not
but does the law say that you can do this? Oh, that's right, because there are no blasphemy laws anymore. So okay, so they're fine. Okay, fine, do it.
Eric, should people do it just because they want to? And the answer,
the point I'm making, no. The point I'm making is this. Accept it. Okay, you do that, right? Fine, because you can, right? You have the freedom of speech right to do it. Fine. There's an expression of freedom of speech. Fine.
Yes, free.
At the same time,
free.
If there's a free. If there's a consequence, and those people have right, the freedom of speech right to express their disapproval of it. So expect.
Sure, nobody's denying that. But Eric, you're not making an argument against any point that we're presenting to you. We agree with it. So I don't know what you're trying to argue.
Okay,
Eric,
Eric, let me ask you a question. If I attack you verbally, do you have the right to attack me physically?
I would say no, but I would say this though, and I don't know, how the laws exactly how the law works in Britain, okay, in Great Britain, but okay, or the area where Speaker's Corner is located, okay,
right.
But if the freedom of speech, the expression of freedom of speech, okay, incites physical violence, physical harm against another person.
We've been through this, Eric. We've been
what does
through
your law
this
say?
already.
But that's
what does your law say, though?
Why are you?
What I'm saying is
about
this.
The seventh time you've said it, to my count.
Okay, well,
seventh time you've talked about.
Why? Because
when they incite
the only point I'm trying to make is this.
If you get attacked physically, you have the right to defend yourself physically. If you get attacked verbally, you have the right to defend yourself verbally.
Can we get off this part? We've been over this many times. I don't know why Eric keeps going back to it.
What is your law? What is your law?
Eric,
okay, my question is this. Rob, my question is this. Rob, I got a question. My question is this. Okay, what does your law say? What does your law say about
It is
expression
irrelevant
of
what the
freedom of
law says,
speech
Eric.
that leads
It
your
is
law
irrelevant
matters.
what the law says.
Your
I
law is
don't
what
care
governs
what
your
the law
country.
says. For the purposes of this
Yeah,
discussion,
you
we're
don't
talking about a
care, but the fact of
principle.
the matter is, you're under that law, and if you act outside, you act afoul of it, freedom of speech or otherwise, you're gonna have to deal with that law. That's what
I
I'm saying.
understand that, Eric.
Okay,
Hey, Eric, I understand that. I'm not arguing against the law. I don't care about the law in these discussions. I'm saying, what is the principle
okay.
that we should go by? Because you and I would agree probably on certain points the law is wrong. So we can't appeal to the law as our ultimate foundation for a discussion as a foundation in a discussion. We've got to appeal to some principle or other, irrespective of the law. The law is the outcome of a principle.
I would disagree.
But we start with a principle. We don't
Disagree with that
ago,
too, because
Doesn't
200 years
principle
ago,
go hand in
principle
hand
that
with
leads
law?
to the
okay to have
law.
slaves.
Exactly, that's my
Principle that leads
point.
to
What is the
law.
difference? What is the main difference between principles and laws?
I'll explain
They
it
go.
to you. You start.
Okay,
I'll
let
explain it to
say
you.
it.
You start with the
Okay.
principle,
You start.
and then
You
Can I
start.
finish
You
the
start with
sentence
the
or not?
principle. For example,
No problem, Eric. You
Rob
tell us how it is.
Eric,
used
let
the
him
example
speak,
of.
please.
Okay, go ahead.
No, don't mute.
I was saying.
Just let him speak. Let him. Oh, I think he got upset. Go ahead, Eric.
You can't finish a sentence with Eric here.
No. Okay, he's back. Eric, let him speak, please. Eric, let him speak.
It's becoming
Eric, let him
tedious
speak.
now.
So
There is
what's
a
the?
principle.
Go ahead.
Based on a principle.
Law. Yes.
Okay, Holla. Then you've also got to stop speaking, right?
Okay, sorry.
There is a principle. We derive laws from principles. We don't derive principles from laws. It only works one way.
That's what I said.
So don't appeal to a law as a principle. Then you are confusing the two. Don't ask me what my laws are here. I don't care about the law when I'm talking about a principle. But you can continue to interrupt me incessantly if that's what you want to do.
All right, come on, guys. We're all adults here. We can work this out. Come on.
Okay,
it's such a battle. I don't know if I'm not speaking proper English. Maybe there's a comprehension or a listening problem somewhere along.
Okay, I'll put it this way. All right, fine. Me speaking subjectively, no, I do not believe in the. I do not believe in the principles of freedom of speech as you describe it, as you argue.
Can you justify why and set a
why?
limit?
Because law doesn't work that way. People don't work that way. That's why. And until you can give an argument for why people should think this way, the way you're talking about, okay, in an objective manner, okay, and there are principle and it's based on an objective, consistently objective principle.
We do have them. We do have them though.
But what is it though? How is it carried out though?
The European Convention on Human Rights.
Is it carried out?
Is it carried out? Of course, yeah.
Is this right of freedom of speech? Is it carried out consistently the way Rob argues it?
No, of course not.
Okay then. So what's the point? What's the point of arguing a hypothetical if it's not being carried out? I can see if it's developing towards that way where
it's more than developing. It's more than developing.
That principle,
Eric. It's more.
It's not happening though.
It is happening.
It's not happening though.
It is happening.
How is it happening? If it's not being carried out consistently, then it's not happening.
Because as you said, Rob. I'm sorry, Eric. As you said, human beings are not perfect. Yeah.
That's right.
Nor is the system. Any system that we devise is not going to be perfect, and it never will be, and nor should we ever strive to have such a thing. Yeah.
Because then. So what? Yeah. So what? So my argument is this: as long as you're not striving for, as long as you're not striving for this principle,
we are striving, but we don't.
Principle of well, you just said you should not strive for perfection.
I didn't say that. We are striving. We are striving.
So what is the law for? What is the law for?
So
you're talking about. You're talking about people who's not perfect.
Wait. I got a question. So now are you arguing, Dark Magician, that we're striving for a perfection of this principle,
and always falling short.
Freedom of speech.
We're always, of course, yeah, and we're falling short, and we shouldn't be afraid of that.
Fine.
interject a little bit? Hey guys.
Hey Mel.
Yeah.
I found the conversation really interesting when you all were talking about like the drawings and so forth, and
Yeah.
Eric seemed to get really upset at the idea of there being allowed for there to be drawings that were offensive to another group. And
I'm sorry. I'm a Muslim. I close my eyes and put
It's
some
offensive to another
and
faith. It's written
play
in the
an
Quran that you should not draw. You should not draw figures of the Prophet Muhammad.
Shut my ears off the
That's
wall.
all I'm arguing.
Both of
Go
you guys
ahead,
are
Goddess.
talking at the same time, so
I'm
like
sorry.
I don't.
Go ahead.
So Eric's position, right, was that if it was offensive to another group, and I'm really surprised. Like I don't understand how you don't hear something wrong with that. Like
No. I didn't say group. I didn't say group. I didn't say Muslims. I said that in the Holy Quran, it says that you're not supposed to draw images.
Okay, so
figurative images of the Prophet Muhammad.
So
this is against the faith. This is not against the group.
So they shouldn't do it, but other people who aren't part of their faith aren't held responsible for the things that are in their faith. Do you see what I'm saying? That doesn't like there are lots of people.
It's like saying, can I put a simple question?
Okay.
People take Bible and the Quran, they burn it, they read it, they do all types of stuff with it. So what would you say about that?
Does that mean you should do it simply because you can?
I'm not saying you should do it. But
He said they should be able to if they choose to, though. That's exactly what he's saying. If they choose to, they should be able to. No government should say you can't do that.
Right.
No, if it's against the law, then you cannot do it. But we're talking about free. We're talking about freedom of speech.
That they should be allowed to if they choose to. And then when Eric hears that, he keeps saying, but why should we're not talking about the individual person, their choice to do it. It's their freedom to do it.
To say it.
Right? So if someone wants to draw a picture of Buddha smoking weed, someone wants to draw a picture of the Netaru smoking weed, the Orisha smoking weed, Allah, they can draw the picture.
Isn't the irony here?
Yeah.
Isn't the irony that if you wish to have freedom of your religion, you also have to allow for people to be free from your religion too?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, I have no problem. I have no problem with people being.
Eric, what I would say to
you don't have to believe in it. You can criticize it.
Yeah, Eric, what I would say to you is this.
The only thing I'm saying, but okay, all right, fine. I understand what you're saying. Do what you want in expressing freedom of speech.
Eric, this is what I would say to you.
This is my point. I don't believe there's such thing as freedom of speech because it's gonna be either influenced by power or political position or physical power. That it has something to do with that. Let me give you that's why I gave you the example. If you're gonna say something about women and you're in the midst of 20 women, they will beat you up either regardless of what you say, either right or wrong. No matter how they take it, that's what they're going to act against you. So I don't believe in such thing as freedom of speech. And if you say there's such thing as freedom of speech, let it be free. And I don't think nobody could put a limit on something that is free. That's my point. So how do we reconcile on something that you're saying is free, but now you want to put a limit on it?
Okay, from the argument that you make, Hala I agree with you. I don't think there ever will be freedom of speech in that matter in which we're arguing. I don't think it will ever come to pass. I can't say it won't, but from the framework that we're working in, I don't think that it will ever perfectly be that way. This is why I say that in this case, the animal speech.
I think y'all are misunderstanding what
be enacted.
Speech is. To be honest with you, I think you're interpreting freedom of speech to mean free from any feedback, free from any critique, free from any
Yeah.
response, and that's not
There
what
will
freedom of
always
speech
be
means.
consequences for
That's not
what you
what freedom
say.
of
Yeah.
freedom of speech.
So what is it?
Freedom of speech means under the law.
I mean,
So if you said all women are stupid, no one is going to arrest you. That doesn't mean that a woman who heard it is not going to have a response.
Right.
But you don't have the freedom.
I agree with that.
You don't have the freedom to yell fire in a movie theater because that causes harm.
That is physical harm.
Yes,
That's look, sister. That's a difference.
Listen, brother,
I
don't
already made that argument.
Let me listen.
Melanated goddess, I already made that argument that you made just now.
Let me finish though. If it's going to cause physical harm to a group of people, to other people, that is the only time legally it is your freedom of speech is hindered. But if you wanted to walk down the street, you want to walk down the street and say, "I hope all crackheads die." If I want to say, "Fuck," they got a song called "Fuck Donald Trump." Fuck Donald Trump, a whole song. You can Google this shit and listen to it. Speech. I'm saying you can't going to go to jail now because you made a song that says "Fuck Donald Trump."
But I guess it's not going overboard. But it's certain things that you would say about Trump, you get arrested.
But Melanated goddess, I made that argument that you made.
Say you're gonna kill him, but if you say "fuck him," his orange skin, they make pictures of him with cheese doodle skin and his ugly toupee on his head. You're not going to go to jail for that.
So what if he gets emotional about it? What if emotion kicks in?
No. If his emotion kicks in, what? He can't legally arrest you for calling him orange. He can't legally arrest you though. That's the whole point of freedom of speech. That's why you can say certain things if it's not causing any harm.
Right. So under UK law, if somebody comes up in your face and says some real horrible shit to you, yeah, like "fuck your mother," whatever, blah blah blah, and you were to put your hands on them, yeah, the law would interpret that as you have broken the law.
Yeah, you wait. One broke the law. The person who
the person that put their hands on the other person.
Oh, it's like that in the US.
What they've said to you, yeah, might be offensive to you, and it might be taken into account when they're sentencing you, but you would still be the one that's arrested for causing a common assault,
physical harm,
EPH,
right? Physical harm,
yeah.
Verbal harm is different from physical harm.
Because all of this type
when
of
someone
stuff
attacks, you should go by a verbal attack.
Basically, what's happening is people feel provoked by someone else's statements, and that's my point. And they feel justified by responding physically when they shouldn't. You know what I'm saying? Imagine, I don't know how many of us on here are parents, right? But when you have a child, you do not. Somebody say, "Oh, that's why you got big old ears," and your kid punch him in the stomach. You understand? Why did you hit them?
Right, but do you guys
Agreed.
also agree as well?
Agreed.
Yeah? That under British law as well, there's such a thing as psychological abuse is regarded as physical abuse, and it can be taken into account as a type of abuse towards a person.
Okay, that's when I said, what if I'm very, very innocent and I say something to somebody who's very emotional?
No,
but
so
man, what you say? If you say A, they get emotional just for you saying A.
The context of what I'm saying is that you're in a relationship with someone, yeah, and that person is not physically abusive to you, but they are mentally abusive to you over a long period of time.
Walk away.
But that can be classed as, in a court of law, that can be classed as a type of abuse. And so there are, you know, whatever way you cut it, there always are going to be consequences or limitations to, you know, freedom of speech. But again, it's like what Rob said, that would be in the category of causing someone physical harm.
But at the
Well,
end of
this
the
is
day, it
what I
depends on
said.
the
I've been
individual.
arguing
Listen,
that
you,
all along.
I'm not trying to put this example, but I will definitely do it. You have women who like to be physically abused when it comes to sex, and then some people don't.
Why are we going here?
But I'm just okay. Basically, what I'm trying to say is you have people who's very, very emotional. No matter what you say, they will take it very emotional. So how do you reconcile with emotional people?
Yeah, I'm not going to get into that.
Yeah. I don't want to get into that.
I mean, yeah.
But go on, Eric. Sorry, I wanted to say. So my position is this, okay? Yeah, on the drawing of Muhammad. Yeah, can I just say it to you? Yeah, and tell me what you think of it. Okay, I have Muslims in my family. Okay, and I have great Muslim friends. Yeah, they're close to me, and I respect them. And I would never draw Muhammad because I love them and I care for them and I don't want to cause them, offense, right? But if they ever said to me that no, you're not allowed to do that, I would draw it immediately. Do you think that's a rational position to take?
I think that's where the law comes in.
You know what? Okay, well but see now see that becomes subjective with me, because I mean, when they say that you're allowed, that you're not allowed to do so, and the Quran says that you're not allowed to do so, for me it would be tantamount to blaspheming their faith. Do even though as an expression of freedom of speech, okay, yeah, I could do it. I'm not going to get arrested for it. I'm not going to go to jail for it. I understand that. Okay, so as objectively as I could be about that, I see where you're coming from. Okay, but then of course I'm going to think about how I'm thinking about that situation too. Okay, and even when we talk about this, the freedom of speech and how can I say, the absolutism therefore, or the perfection of it. I'll put it this way. I'll say I don't know. Okay, I'll leave it at that. I'll say I don't know, because because for me because it's not simply a question of whether you can do it or not. Of course you can do it, but also when I'm thinking as a logical person, simply because you can do it, the question always comes to me in my mind, should I do it simply because I can? So with that said,
but Eric, Eric, that's not the point. The point is that
I don't know.
Yeah, sure.
I know it's not the point, but for me, it's not objectively. I'm not.
The real one in the chat says that you saying that you would draw the picture if they said that you're not allowed. They said that is petty, ego filled, and a low IQ reaction.
Oh, okay.
And I was in the process of responding. I think telling someone what they are allowed to do is very arrogant, equally ego filled, and it really doesn't pose as a good representation of what they say that they believe in. Yeah.
See,
So
it's interesting that they would say that, okay, because they obviously feel, emotional about what I've just said.
That's my point.
I think that what they've just said is more to do with how they actually would be acting, and that's their subconscious piercing through there. They're trying to project that onto me.
Look,
I'm taking it.
Well, you don't want to. I just don't understand how like one person's actions. Like I mean, like when I was a Christian, if I saw like I've seen memes of instead of Jesus being on the cross,
right.
they have Jesus on a pole, like he's pole dancing, right?
Right.
Yeah.
When I would look at that as somebody just hates they need they're full of the enemy, they're full of the devil, they need Christ, or God have mercy on them, and that's it. I'm not gonna be like, you do a picture of my Jesus, and like if you believe that, if you believe in your text, then you already would expect people to come against that
Right.
person, right? So
Right.
to me, like in a weird way, this is confirming your own bias. This is confirmation of your faith.
Can I just reply?
So let me say something real quick about me personally being a Muslim, and then
Okay.
if my best friend or my best enemy sitting next to me draws a picture of my prophet, trust me, the only thing I would tell them is that is not my prophet. Simple.
Okay.
I would.
Yeah.
I'm kind of very emotional, but at the same time, I would know how to control my emotions, because now it's a physical harm, but at the same time, you're not touching me with the picture, or you're not hitting me with the picture for me to defend myself or to hit you back. But I don't care how much picture of Muhammad. I don't care.
I think that's a really good position to take.
Look, I don't care. I don't care how much picture. I don't care how much picture of Muhammad that you draw. The worst thing I'm gonna tell you is, look, that's a wrong. You don't know this person, and then whatever you do, you're just doing it just to
there's the old
make
saying,
yourself stupid.
There's the old saying, he who angers you conquers you. Yeah,
exactly. That's why I keep putting the point of emotional people, because we have two kinds of people. It's either you curb your emotion or you make your emotions physical.
Can I just reply to what Real has said in the comments? Okay, he said, because of something one person said to you, you can't do something. You want to offend the whole community of people. Makes no sense. You're missing the point here. It's not about, for me, it's not about offending a whole community of people. If you tell me that I can't do something because of your beliefs, you're offending me.
Exactly, that's my point.
You're offending
so
me.
It all goes back to the emotions.
What about my offense? I'm offended. I am offended that you're telling me that because of a belief that you have, which I respect, by the way, but it's not my belief, If you tell me that I can't do that out of principle because you've offended me, I'm not going to, whip up a crowd or get angry or try to cause any violence. I'm going to use my intellect to try and show you why you are wrong.
Exactly, that's my point.
Immediately challenge your decision to do that because you've offended me. Now, who gets to have the right to offend? Whose offense is the most? Because I can look, if I can go to certain countries and say I'm an atheist and be killed,
right, and that goes back to the law. It goes back to the law. So you're not gonna go to a Muslim country and start drawing a picture of their prophet. They will fuck you up.
I think if they were to say, you know what, I'm not allowed to draw a picture of the prophet and leave
That's
it there.
Against the law.
That's fine. You know what I'm saying? If they were to express that to me, like we're at a painting class or whatever, and they're like, oh, when are you gonna draw a picture of? And I say, I'm gonna draw a picture of the Prophet Muhammad, and they go, oh, I'm not allowed to do that. I'm going to draw a picture of, I don't know, a tree, right? That's fine. I'm not now. It would be wrong for me to be like, man. So what if you draw? Do what you want to do. Draw. You want to draw a picture? Like I'm not going to push you. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to push you to violate your belief and your doctrine and so forth to draw a picture of the Prophet Muhammad. But for you to tell me, no, Native, you're not allowed to draw. I'm gonna say when I ain't taking no shahada, looking at you like I'm crazy, like you crazy.
And that's where the law comes in.
You can't tell me what I can and cannot do, because I don't live in those places where they tell you what you can and cannot do.
Exactly.
So You
And
might
this
want to be there.
This is why I disagreed with Rob, because Rob was saying that we don't begin with law, we begin with principle, and I don't necessarily agree with that. I mean, we begin with traditions that we so believe in, so care for, or to help the life of the nation, that we put them into enforcement. We enact them into law so that they are forced upon, not forced, but that they equally abide to everybody in the
Right.
society.
It's been implemented. Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and how we do that in secular democracy is we elect legislators to enact legislation that then is beholden against all of us equally. And is that a perfect system?
Right.
Of course
I'll be
not.
back.
But
Okay.
there's no system that can ever be made. Even the Quran, even the Bible, even Judaism, there's no system that is going to be perfect. And my submission would always be, if somebody's saying that something is perfect, you should reject it.
Is Veli around? Because I think DC trying to come in.
Oh, DC. Big up DC.
DC's trying to come in. Knock knock, Veli. Yeah, man. I think that
But
I
then,
think
of
that
course,
we all deal with each other, and we want to try to be courteous, and there's benefits to being courteous and so forth. But I think when we get into dictating what people can and cannot do, I think that's when it gets a little murky. And Dark Magician, you respect the laws of the land, you occupy, you stay like someone's oppressing you. You can do whatever you want. There's consequences for every action, right or wrong. Right. And there's
I think I've
consequences.
said that, haven't I?
Yeah,
I've said
everyone's saying that. Dark Magician, you know within yourself what's right and wrong. Just be a decent human being. And other people should be decent as well. And we would all hold hands to be kumbaya. It would be great and beautiful. Like if people kept their rules and regulations for their system to themselves and not impose them on other people, that would be them being a decent human being as well.
so. Real is saying that he's not a Muslim; he's a Sikh. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, can you hear me? Can y'all hear me?
I would, me being a decent person, I would be the first person that would come to his aid if somebody was being disrespectful to him in a racist manner.
Oh, so my favorite godless person. What's up, Dark Magician?
What's happening in DC, bro? Pick up.
My favorite godless person right there. I'm sorry. No, I had to say, no, I agree with you on your stance, because if you intentionally go out to disrespect a Muslim or something like that, no, that's wrong. But if you maintain a genuine and very sincere approach where it's like, you know what, you don't want to see your prophet drawn, I'm not going to draw it.
Exactly.
But the moment you threaten me, like saying that, oh, if you draw, there's going to be repercussions. Yeah, I'm gonna draw him 1,000 times.
Let me explain why I say that, okay? Yeah, because one, like I just said, what about my offense? Because that was the context in which the question was asked at me. Well, you're going to offend the whole community. Well, what about my offense? But the main context for that is that this is, if you allow that to become normalized, then you start to traditionalize again blasphemy.
Yeah.
And if you want to live in a free and open society, we can't have theocracy anymore. I agree. Secular democracy is much better. It works better. It helps people much better. The inescapable irony for any theist is that if they want to have freedom of religion, they have to allow other people to be free from religion. Otherwise, it doesn't work. Otherwise, you're talking about fundamentalism. You're talking about theocracy. Theocracy.
And that's one thing I wonder, though. Every time you talk about a secular, we call it secular democracy. I always wonder, from your take, do you think that the Byzantine Empire was an example of that, in regards to like how everyone could worship and wasn't no big issue?
Yeah, I mean, plural in its, but there would have been an overarching prevailing ideology, which would have been Christianity.
Of course,
yeah. And so, for instance, if you live in ancient times, if you lived under a caliphate, you're a dhimmi and you have to pay taxes. Yeah.
Yeah.
So there is, there would always be some encroachment upon you. Whereas in a secular society, we say from the beginning, that all people are free to manifest their religion as they see fit up until a point.
Yeah.
Okay. Where it starts to encroach on other people. So, and these arguments have been borne out through the European Courts of Human Rights over many, many years. We've had many theists bringing cases to the court saying they should be free to be able to have time off to go and pray on Friday. They, all these sorts of things. And there has to be an objective standard where we say, well, no, you can't have that, because then that would be encroaching upon everybody. It can't then be applied to everybody. You see, there has to be an objective value that's placed upon there. But we will try to find a common ground. Yeah. So there is a positive and negative liberty that you will have. For me, it's not perfect, but it's the best that we have.
Do the school systems over there with holidays? Because that's
Who is that noise coming from? Who's got the background going?
Marty's outside.
It's not me.
Hola, that was Isu. Do like in the UK, the school system, do they well, not just the school system, but I guess like your government system, do they recognize Jewish holidays at all?
Hanukkah.
Hanukkah, Yom Kippur.
Not officially. Not officially. No, not officially. Not officially, but in public discourse, more and more now people celebrate Diwali more and more in the UK, because
what I'm saying, would y'all call it a bank holiday? Would that be a bank holiday? Would
no. Hanukkah, Diwali, Eid,
Yom Kippur. What about Yom Kippur?
Yeah, they're not bank holidays, no.
Man, listen, depending on where you live in the United States, if they have if the population, and it doesn't have to be really, really significant, but if there's a decent Jewish population, schools closed.
Melanated, you just described Montgomery County. That's exactly
Montgomery County, New York City public school.
Yeah.
You just feel like, you might as well just be Jewish.
Yeah.
So, like instead of the students being marked absent, and instead of the teachers who are Jewish, instead of getting substitutes, they just close school. They just add those days onto the calendar.
From an atheist point of view, if that's going to get me a day off work and be paid for it, then I'm not going to argue against that.
Yo, that'd be funny. Yo, excuse me, sir. Do you believe in God?
Well,
do I get half off? Yeah, let's do this.
You're saying that, but instead of working, so like the difference is, I would get out of work. Let's say in Georgia, where they don't do that, they get out of work near Memorial Day, like May 30th, May 31st, right? Their summer vacation begins. Area in Maryland, it'll be somewhere like June 13th, June 11th, somewhere around there. In New York, they get out of school. Around June 29th, 26th, 20, like the last week of June, because of those holidays. So they're not free days. Every school system has the same amount of instructional days. So all you're doing really is making your school year longer. See what I'm saying?
So would you say that affects you?
I mean, I don't work there, but I feel like it would, because we get a week off in February. We get a week off in February because we don't have those days, right? So we get a whole week off of work. That's personal time that you could actually do something with, versus having 2 days off this week, 2 days off another week, 1 day here to accommodate someone else's spiritual system.
Yeah, and I guess that, look, you live in America, right? And America is highly evangelical, if not it has, you know, a massive Jewish communities. And, you know, if you do have those large communities, so if you live, for instance, if you're an atheist and you live in the Bible Belt, you're going to be discriminated against 100%. But no one's going to fight for your offense. No one's
They
going to fight.
legit had to create a club where they met in the backyard.
Yeah, so there's the American Atheist Alliance. You know, I know that they have like YouTube channels now as well, like Heathen Talk, where they allow people. Yeah, check it out on YouTube. Heathen Talk and the Atheist Experience.
Yeah,
they're great shows. They allow people to come on and speak about their faith, and they discuss them, and you know, it furthers the conversation. But it also shows that there's an atheist presence in the area. Whereas, you know, like a lot of people, you see it on streams and you see it on talk threads. There are people that are living in the Bible Belt in America, and they are completely subdued in their, you know, habitat. They can't even tell their parents that they're actually atheists.
Yeah.
Because they would be completely, you know, ostracized in their own community.
Takia.
My cousin had to move to California because of that. Shit's real. You take Christ seriously, man.
So I was speaking earlier. I was saying to Rob when Rob was here that there is in Hackney in North London, there is a ultra Orthodox Hasidic Jewish community, very insular. And there are people trying to break out of that community because from birth to adulthood, they are not taught English. They are kept away from the Goyim. So the Ofsted and the local authorities have had to intervene in many schools and communities and stuff like that because there is discrimination going on where they're not teaching children the proper syllabus. And in some instances, they don't teach their children how to speak English. They just speak in I think it's Hebrew, where the language that they speak. But you know, this is insulating their communities in a secular community.
Why does
so they
the
live in a
Parliament
secular
allow for
country.
that?
So
Why does the
this
Parliament
is
allow for that?
Sorry, say again, Eric.
Why does the Parliament allow for that?
There is a law.
Why does the British? Why? No, I'm saying why does the British Parliament allow for that?
They're not. They don't. Technically, they don't, and there's laws against that. But you know, we're talking about religious communities, and it's not politically viable to offend, especially Jewish communities.
Yeah.
Religion is it's like what Ricky Gervais says. Yeah, it's not religion's greatest trick isn't that it convinced us that there's a God. It convinced us that it's beyond critique, and it's blasphemy to critique.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
That's what religion's greatest trick is. And people like myself, atheists, have been pushing for years. If we were talking, say the internet was around 100 years ago, or we were having like the same type of discussion where we were all around a table having a drink or whatever, I'd be having this discussion and giving you my opinions at the risk of my life. The Spanish Inquisition, you know, so yeah.
Yeah, because they have more people who's against your opinion. That goes back to numbers.
It was unthinkable. It was unthinkable.
During those times, if you had more atheists, you would never have such thing as religion, because they will kill all of them that believes in the God.
Right. So in the 19th century, when
that's Nietzsche, power relations we're talking about, right?
When Nietzsche first said God is dead, yeah, and declared that God is dead, like in a philosophical sense, as to say, you know, we don't need God anymore. We're secular, and we found a better way. Religion hasn't dissipated; it hasn't gone away, like it was supposed. Like these academics have said that it would. Right. Like Durkheim and people like that, yeah, they said that the secular would take over. Religion has subsisted; it's carried on. But what we've been able to find out is through qualitative and quantitative research is that the reason why religion subsists in places, and America is the exception to this rule, is that when people have existential threat to their life, whether it be to their actual life or whether it be economically or socially, they tend to lean more towards religion. Like South American countries, the Middle Eastern countries, when these people have a very low level of living, they will turn to God. But when you come further to the West, where you have European countries and they're more secular and they're more socialist and they have a higher standard of living, they don't need God anymore. So it's the mental discussion, the philosophical discussion that we're having is that God, or the idea of God, only subsists wholly where there is an existential threat to people's lives, and that they need that as a purpose for them to carry on and see them through the day. So if we were to be able to deal with that issue, poverty, and I guess we can all agree that we would like to get rid of poverty, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You would probably see religion fade away.
Also, you would say so. If that's the case, then does monetarism and materialism supplant religion and faith? Then, because that's what it sounds like.
No,
Let's
what I'm
say
saying
it's basically saying rich people don't follow God, and it's only poor people that incline towards belief in
you
God.
don't need to pray for food.
But
you don't.
But that's not universally so, though, is it?
No, but it is actually it is, and it's been. I can point to a very good book that has borne this out in statistical analysis. It's called the secular and the sacred.
So what we're saying is that there are no millionaires, no billionaires who have faith.
Exactly.
No. Where it subsists, where it is prevalent. Okay, that's not to say that there won't be people that won't believe. So, in the UK, for instance, people are more going more and more towards atheism. I think it's around 50-50, but that 50% that say that they're still religious are not practicing religion. And so there are levels, there are degrees. Yeah. So even in countries like the UK and America, there are people who say that they believe in a God, but they don't practice it in any real sense. They don't read their texts. They don't actually do any. They're not actually doing what their edicts tell them to do.
Okay.
They just
well,
believe.
That's actually more of a problem, though, for those people who claim they are of faith. If they don't study it and practice it, because actually, in all practical terms, they're not that. They're pretenders.
But Eric, it could honestly just be someone who recognizes that there's something bigger than them.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, but the way that Dark Magician explained it is that these people who claim to have a faith, okay, not only that they just believe in God, but they have a faith, right? And they say that they're not practitioners of it.
No, they believe.
Yeah, but it's like that isn't, because I know people who are Muslim. I know people who were raised in Muslim homes that don't pray 5 times a day. They'll eat pepperoni and stuff like that. But there's some cultural things that they will maintain. Just out of respect.
But that's what I'm saying, though. Then you're not. Then in fact you're not a Muslim, are you? If you don't live by the tenets of your faith, then you can't claim to be of that. I know nobody does it perfectly.
Right there. What do you mean that they're not?
I think it has to do with
I put it this way: if you,
Eric, let me help you. I think it has to do with people's behavior. Say, for instance, if you have a friend,
what I'm saying.
If you have a friend and both of y'all was poor, y'all would have love and respect for each other. But once the other one has money, he is never coming back to you. So it does apply to religion also. But the thing is, you could be poor and you could be religious, and then you could be rich and you could be also religious too. But 9 out of 10 times when you're comfortable, you don't got nothing to do with religion. I think that's what magic is.
What I'm saying is that like when you start saying things, okay, for instance, like who determines when somebody is a Muslim?
Yeah.
Is it God? Is it Allah? Does Allah do it, or is it you're getting approval from man? Because
What's
to
from you?
me, what it sounds like, to me, it sounds like man gets to determine who
Yeah.
is approved, who's in the group and who's out the group, and it's not a
Yeah.
like, you know what I'm saying? Like if I ate pepperoni today, right, and then I repented, but you saw me eat the pepperoni, and then tomorrow you're like, man, get out of here, melanated. You a fake Muslim. Like who are you? You're another fallible person just like me. So
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah. That's
sorry.
why.
So I need to come to you and say, oh, some Arabic word. Oh yeah, I ate pepperoni yesterday, and Allah forgave me, brother. Please, I know my behavior. Like, am I supposed to come to you and say, I know my behavior is not that of a Muslim. Please forgive me too. Or you know what I'm saying? Like to me, you are in no place able to say if someone, like if you said, well, I pray that they, that their behavior falls in line with that, or that's something that they're struggling with. You know what I'm saying? That where's the recognition that everyone has something that they're struggling with in this walk of faith with towards your, the right place? Like I
Can I
just
give an
find it
example?
it's
Can I give
crazy.
Can I give an example where the difference between ethnicity and actual creed? So, if you take the Jewish community, for instance, yeah, over 40% of the Jewish population is secular.
Yeah.
So they retain their Jewish identity and their Jewish culture, but they don't they're not practicing Jews. Okay, the other things like 38%, and then the other 20% are either practicing Jews or are ultra orthodox. Yeah. So what the Jewish community have been able to do is retain their Jewish identity without actually being a practicing Jew. Yeah. The same you can't, it's the same with the Christians. The Christians, that many people will say that they are culturally Christian, but they don't actually go to church. They don't practice it. Now, you could argue that they're not actually, Jews or Christians or whatever. But there's a difficulty that with the Islamic community, ex-Muslims or people that like atheist Muslims or gay Muslims, they are completely thrown out of the community. Completely thrown out of the community, and that's a problem.
It's not a problem because now you're gonna. It's not really a problem because now you're gonna put immoral stuff into, or you're trying to teach moral people immoral stuff, and that's when it becomes a problem. But you could be a individual gay Muslim. That's on you, but you don't have to go in where you're not accepted. If you have a gay community full of Muslims, that's on whatever y'all practice, and that's on everybody over there.
Okay,
but once you start going into
if the Islamic community don't want to accept ex-Muslims or gay Muslims, fine, right? You're gonna have to reap the rewards of that. Yeah, that's not going to be nice, and it's not nice. It's happening in the UK right now, and it's terrible. Yeah, people are being thrown out of their families, and they have like risks to their lives. But here's the point that I would make: culturally, and if you're taking everybody into account here, they will still be seen by the very vast majority of people as a Muslim. Yeah, and they will still receive Islamophobia, and they will still receive some type of racism towards them. They will still receive some type of discrimination against them. That doesn't go away. So whether you want to say that because somebody's not practicing as a Jew, as a Christian or Muslim, or they're not proceeding to the edicts, there will still be a wider issue that they will still be seen as Muslim, as Christian, as Jewish.
They'll
They will still
they'll be
have
perceived as such.
So exactly, and they will
Yeah.
there will be external difficulties that will happen to them because of that. So there's that conversation to be had as well.
I agree.
I agree with what Melnated said in regards to like who can decide who's who within the, like if the religion is always taught us to.
Nobody is deciding, but I think it goes back to the law of whatever whatever you live, because if you live in a Muslim community, and then they are very strict about their Sharia. If you're not a person if you're a non-Muslim, then I think you should either, if you can abide by the law, then you should abide by the law. But if you cannot abide by the law, then you have to do something about it, which is probably leave.
Well, either you change the law or you leave the country.
Exactly, that's my point.
Otherwise, you have no other practical choice.
Yeah.
Right. So nobody could really say, "Oh, you're a Muslim because you pray 5 times daily and you do zakah and do everything that a Muslim does," and then tell the other person, "Oh, you're not a Muslim because you're gay."
But what about a
it doesn't work
non-Sharia?
that way.
What about a non-Sharia, non-Muslim country though? That I think
So if in a non-Sharia country, if they accommodate your faith, then you could stay. But if they don't, then you have to look for your own people.
No. I was saying in a non-Sharia country, if a person identifies as a Muslim, but they do not pray 5 times a day, I feel like it is unfair for another Muslim to tell that person, "Oh, you're not a Muslim."
No, you can't. I don't know. I just think that's not fair.
That's literally why I interjected, because Eric made that statement. Well, they're really not a Muslim, and I was like, whoa, what? How does that just come out of somebody's mouth so quickly? Like, I don't know. Maybe it's because I know that if a person was to let me just finish. If a person to take their shahada today, or profess that Jesus Christ is their Lord and Savior, or just profess whatever new deity they decide they want to take on.
Right.
I know that in that moment, instantly, they are not changed as a person, and that change is a process.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like the group of members, it's very judgmental of them to criticize somebody while they're on their process of changing, and that could deter people from that very belief system because of all this judgment. The only person that's supposed to be your judge, that supposedly is this deity, this God, but the people take that upon themselves and give all of this judgment. It's just crazy.
And that's why I might be wrong, and that's why I say that even though you live in a Muslim community and you want to be gay, then they need to make room for whatever you believe in, and make you believe in whatever you believe in without using your belief to contaminate the law that most people follow. So there's a difference between me saying you're not a Muslim. It don't work that way. But when you're doing things in a community where there's Sharia and then you're going against the Sharia, then that's when they could label you, because now you're doing things that will oppose the Sharia. But individually, no one could say somebody else is not a Muslim or somebody else is not a Christian, because we have levels of faith. So some people is very low in faith, and then some people is very high in faith, and then some people is just like what Magic was trying to say. I think he was trying to say when people incline towards money, they tend to forget about religion, which I kind of believe in. And then when people are very poor, trust me, you find them in.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying,
okay.
Okay. Existential threats to life, whether that be economic or social or actual threats to physical life, where those things are dealt with and the quality of life improves, religion dissipates. Yeah, the need for a God is no longer needed. So you start to see people change their ways of living. They don't need a God. They don't need to pray. They don't need to think about an afterlife. That's not necessarily anything to do with money. That's a quality of life, which could be happiness. success. Doesn't necessarily mean monetary value or nominal value.
Measured by what standard?
But
What's
okay,
your standard for success or happiness?
Happiness.
Exactly.
That could be anything.
Yeah, security. I like that. I like that viewpoint.
Security, yeah,
So-
security. But when we're saying existential threat, yeah, to somebody's life, where it could be economic, it could be social, it could actually be a threat to their actual life. Where these things are no like where's the meal going to come for their children?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to pray to God.
Oh yeah,
for
I'll agree with you. I'll agree with people. I'll agree with you. People who are impoverished, which leads to which comes from the fact that that they may not have employment, they may not have education that affords them work, the opportunity to get work, and therefore they don't know where the next meal is coming from.
Yeah.
Okay, which results in poverty. Yeah, I can understand that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I agree with you on that. You get no argument from me. You get no argument from me on that. But and I would say that okay, there's a trend. There's a trend in the argument that to what how can I say, it validates the argument that you make. I'm just saying that okay, while fine. While you have people who are coming away from faith, okay, when they have less external threats to their lives, there are plenty of people throughout the world who don't have these external threats to their lives. They're not impoverished. They have money. They have education. They have workable, marketable skills, and they're still people of faith.
I just wanted to interject because somebody named Amir Timur. I'm not a Muslim. I don't how could you tell me I'm shirk? I don't even know how to speak Arabic. I don't know nothing about.
She's jerk pork.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
I don't eat pork now. Come on now.
That dude is saying
That stuff is bad. That stuff is bad for your health. I don't need to read the Quran to know that pork is bad for your health.
Well, I've
but
been.
there's but just to my own defense, I have a good relationship with Rafu. I have a good relationship with Queen J. I have a relationship with other Muslims here. They don't just feel the need to correct my name and tell me, I'm not a goddess, and they don't feel the need. I know that they love their deity. They know that they love their God. And maybe even when they speak to me, they do a little inward prayer on my behalf. I don't know, but they're not offensive. They're not pushy. That's why I give them much respect, and I hail them up every time I see them in the chat. I don't need no pushy believing person to come at me. You know what I'm saying about your your belief system. I'm not doing no shirk, no takfir. I'm not a kafir. Not none of that bullshit. I speak English and a little bit of Spanish. You know what I'm saying? Like that's it.
Right.
Shout out to Melanie.
Big up Mel. Big up Mel. Love you, Mel.
Man, I don't think there should be a such religion where forces people to their belief system. It's either you like it, you understand it, you put logic into it, you put it into your human nature, and then see if it works for you. If it don't, trust me, you could leave that. I don't know. I might be wrong, but I tell people you could be a Muslim every second and then be an atheist every second. That's your individual, personal decision. It has nothing to do with nobody.
Yeah.
But
that was something that changed with me, because at first, when I first got on here, I was looking at just this thing called Takia Watch and looking at their videos solely, and then Sarah's videos. And I was just intentionally trying to be like spiteful and disrespectful to Muslims. And then when I started to read the Quran itself, I started to realize, like, all right, cool. It's not as bad as, you can't blame the religion for the individual. You know what I mean? Because
it's to separate things, people and religion.
Want to be real, like this is something that Christians have to adjust to. Is that in America, the Ku Klux Klan is a Christian organization, and there's no church that's ever dealt with it. So I realized
up until the 1970s, The Mormon Church, or what they call themselves now, the Church of the Latter-day Saints, they were teaching that it was an abomination to be black.
Yes.
This was an official this was an official teaching.
Wow.
Yeah.
No,
So
like if you look up, I think if you go on YouTube and you type in like Mormon curse black or something like that, like if you put like Mormon curse black, there's a cartoon like narrative describing how the curse of being black came about. And like you see like it kind of looks like the old school drawings of the Bible. So you see like these white people and such, and then something bad happens, and then boom, this black man comes out. You know, it's just like, what the hell? These people really believe this stuff. Like,
do they not realize that Jesus was not white?
Of course they don't realize that.
Dark magician, you talking way too much. You're gonna scare some
They
people.
definitely don't believe that part. They'll be like, the devil is a liar. You know,
this cracks me up because I've been debating with on YouTube and on not on YouTube, on Facebook and many other forums with Christians for a long time, mostly Christians. Okay, yeah, because they're just such fun, and they're like showing pictures of the whitest Jesus you've ever seen, and I'm like, the cognitive dissonance here is incredible. It's like, what are you talking about? This guy was a Jew. Yeah. They've even done a mock-up now of what he possibly would look like, and they say there's a meme. Most American Christians would not sit next to this guy on a plane. You know, it's incredible.
Man, listen. Not only that, but you know, when you if you guys ever want to just have a good laugh, right? You got to watch this video of Sonetta TV. I think it was either Sonetta TV or Sonetta Studios. He has multiple channels, and so he's on 125th Street in Harlem, New York. He has a picture. He has a picture of
I know White
it's a
Jesus,
picture of
Marcus
White
Garvey.
Jesus, Marcus Garvey, and Malcolm X, right? So the people could really have picked either one, like Malcolm X, and then he has people come, tell me who has done more for the black community. Who has done more for the black community? Every single person, Jesus. Sometimes they touch his face, they say God, Jesus, or God. Then he has another video where he has a picture of Jesus on the floor, right? And he's trying to see if anyone would just step on it, right? And you see people jumping over the damn picture, right? And then he's taking his foot and he's trying to slide it to their foot and make them step on it. And they almost falling over. They cannot step on the picture of Jesus. It is crazy. This guy, he said he called Jesus a bastard. He called Jesus a bastard. And the guy said, why would you say that, man? You don't went too. Oh, he went off. You don't went too far, man. You don't know who you're talking to. He was like, it's like y'all gotta, man. Sonetta, he does that to show, like, he's like, look at your community. What has Jesus done for the community? You mean to tell me Jesus did more? He's like, Marcus Garvey lived. You know this. Like, you know Malcolm X lived. This is Harlem. He was right here in Harlem. And people was like, nope, nope.
Yeah, but the thing is, for every why, that's always a because. What I'm trying to say is, he might not really find. I'm Muslim, but he might not really find a Christian that's well knowledgeable to tell him a whole bunch of, he might say, oh, the white Jesus, it's an interpretation of, if you paint him blue, somebody's going to object and say, oh, why didn't you paint him green? If you paint him green, somebody's going to say, why didn't you paint him black? If you paint him black, somebody's going to say, why didn't you paint him white? So we might as just, make him white and then blah, 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 blah. Trust me, there's always an answer for every question.
That's not a good.
Can I ask you a question?
People
that is not a good response. Why don't you pay him the color that he is? Why don't you pay him the color that he was?
People always try to justify bullshit at all costs.
Oh, they
Hey,
do,
yo,
and they
Malik.
do, and they do, Isu. They do. Like
Of
so,
course, it goes
the
for every
conversa-
religion.
How like these conversations are usually like, how can you say that you're how are you having a picture and of a white Jesus with a halo around his head? This is this is European centrism. This is brainwashing you over centuries.
Yeah.
You're and this particular Christian I'm talking about, is not even white. Okay, he's an Indian Christian. Yeah. This guy that I'm particularly talking about, I used to debate a lot. Okay, yeah, and it's like there's an intention behind that. Yeah, it's not just something that's just happened that people have decided to, start painting Jesus to represent their own their own. There was an intention to do that, to make Jesus white.
Yeah, I
There's a
know there's an intention behind it, but at the end of the day, what I'm saying is they will always justify why he is white, just like certain Christians will
Look, we
tell
got a
you.
Christian in the chat, y'all. We got a Christian. We got a Christian in the chat, and he says exactly what they always say. The truth is, we don't know what Jesus looked like. You got a freaking idea there, Walter. Come on now, don't
No,
play
there's only a
around,
scripture that said he
right?
had skin like bronze.
No,
So bronze
here is
ain't
the
pale.
truth. Here is the truth. Walter,
there is
No,
a scripture given for Christ in the Bible. There is a physical
that's what I'm
description
saying. There's
of him given. Yeah.
and I mean you have an idea of what the people of that time in that location, in the geography location, right?
Right.
So
There's a reason why people don't know what Jesus looked like.
so Jesus don't look like he came from Russia, like he was a blue-eyed. He don't look like that. Like you could just take that if you just put everyone on like all the different shades, take a pencil and just draw a line through that, right? We just know that's not. And it says his hair was like wool. So all the straight stuff, draw a line through it. Shoot, shoot, shoot. So he's got an afro, right?
Yeah.
Like wool, and it's white. Bruh, how you gonna say we don't know what he looked like?
Oh, okay. So, do you know there will be certain people that will say, Jesus is black. He was from Africa, but when he started preaching and doing gospels, and he migrated, and then his skin, when you you understand where I'm coming from, right?
And I would just say, and I would listen. I would just say,
and
listen. My answer to that would be, I
10
get
out
it.
of 10. 10 out of 10 for the acrobatics.
This is the child of God. This is the son of God to them. So anything is possible. All I want to know
I would do it based off this. If we're made in God's image, right? And Adam, I think it's the Quran that says, I think it's Islam that says that God used black clay. I mean, if God had to make man in his image and he had to use black clay, obviously his son wasn't going to look like no.
I mean, even the Bible is that he used
Can
mud.
I say something
He used
about
mud.
the image?
What color is mud?
Yeah.
The only thing that I could represent with image is when I say my son is in my image, it could be literal, and then it could be what's that other word for basically non-literal. When I say literal,
it's figurative. Yes.
Right. So when they say I kind of lost for words. I'm trying to justify.
I can tell you why Jesus has been free reign on Jesus. Yeah, because in all likelihood, Jesus never existed, and so it's been very
Boom,
easy.
shakalaka.
You can say in all likelihood that Jesus only existed, but is there proof that he didn't? That he actually did not exist? That he never existed?
Why do people ask for proof that something didn't happen?
There's a lot of evidence.
You quote Josephus, that's not reliable.
Is there proof that my grandmother didn't have a baby at 80? Is there proof that she didn't? What kind of thing is that? How do you ask for proof that something did not happen?
When God says, I have created man in my image.
People say that when they make the argument that Jesus never existed, but so far nobody has given any evidence that he didn't exist. Nobody has.
Yeah, they actually have.
So I mean,
Eric,
so if you go.
They have, Eric.
They've proven that
There's
that,
many
that, that
academics.
Christ never.
There's many academics. Richard Carrier being one of them.
What's their proofs based on?
Yeah, I've been reading this stuff.
No, but Eric, what you're saying is, okay, if I say there were dinosaurs, I have to prove to you that there were dinosaurs through the use of fossils and the imprints and the sedimentary rock. I can't say, prove to me there were no dinosaurs. That is crazy.
No, but here's the point. That's easily dealt with, yeah?
Okay.
Do you think everything can be proven?
Okay, I understand what you're saying, MG. But go ahead, Dark Magician.
First of all, the burden of proof is on those that make the claim. You say that Jesus existed. Where's your evidence for Jesus?
I didn't say Jesus existed. I said that many people say that Jesus didn't exist. You didn't hear me say Jesus exists. You didn't hear me make an argument that Jesus exists.
No,
it's not rhetorical because I didn't say it. If I didn't say it, I didn't say it.
All right, you good, Eric.
So now, go ahead now.
It was actually rhetorical. It wasn't actually. You don't necessarily need to answer it yourself, but you know that would be my response to somebody saying, you know, when they say, "Well, how can I can't actually falsify that argument." Okay, what I can do is present what the academics have shown. Yeah. So what evidence do we have for the existence of Jesus? Solely, we have the Gospels. Yeah, the Gospels were not written until at least 30 to 100 years after Jesus was supposedly around. There's no contemporary writings of Jesus. Yeah, no contemporary writings at all. The only contemporary piece of writing that we have is in Josephus's Flavian Testimonium. Yeah, and that has been shown by many academics to be a interpolation. Yeah. You have a pious historical Jew calling someone the Messiah. Yeah, that would have been blasphemy of the highest order. Yeah. Over time, scribes have interpolated that into his writings. So then all you have left is the Gospels. The Gospels are attributed to Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, Paul. Yeah. The only one who can be close to even saying that he was around at the time is Paul. Yeah. Now, what Richard Carrier has been able to show quite conclusively is that when these people who the original Christians who were actually Jews, but they were trying to change the tradition, move away because the old Hebrew tradition was becoming stale and they wanted something new. Yeah. They were writing about these things. Yeah.
Okay.
We don't know who wrote them. Yeah. It wasn't Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. It was not them. They were attributed. Those names were attributed to them. They are not eyewitnesses accounts. They've been changed over time. Yeah, they're not historically reliable, right? And also, it's been shown, from my mind, quite conclusively, that they were not talking about a Jesus that lived, but a Jesus that was in spirit. Yeah, he's never walked the earth.
Oh, man.
That destroys Christianity straight away, and it doesn't. And it leaves Islam hanging on a thread. Like,
I forgot about that. I totally forgot about how destructive Dark Magician is.
Hold on.
I totally forgot about that.
How do we prove that people existed? Our grandfathers existed about 500 years ago, when we could barely dig out their bones and we could barely.
Through DNA, but you probably don't believe in DNA. Through DNA, but you probably don't believe in DNA.
Where? How? I know, but I'm saying it's like the same point that he's saying. I have like 5 generations of my fathers, and I can't even have their bones or nothing. So am I gonna say they don't exist?
Yeah.
It's like,
what do you mean you have 5 generations?
saying,
But you can know their names, even if you don't need their bones. You can know their name. And the fact that you know science, you know that for you to physically be here, right? You had to have had parents, right?
Right.
Okay, so is there a person alive right now that has the last name is Christ? We don't even know what Jesus' last name was, right? Jesus. I don't know.
Yeshua,
Mary, whatever, Joseph,
Jesus
whatever.
bastard.
Jesus Christ, and who is walking around? Maybe Thomas Christ, or at this current day, he could be Deshaun Christ. You know what I'm saying? Keywan, whatever his name is. Who is it? You know what I'm saying? Right now they got Smith. People last name Smith. They don't have to know who their great grandfather is, but they know there's a line of Smiths. They got this last name Smith from somewhere. So all he's trying to say is, where the frig is Jesus, Mary, and Joseph? And then all their other siblings, they had some names, some last names, right? Did they own property? You know what I'm saying? Did a descendant of them own property, and now they got the last name Christ? We just want to figure out what's going on here.
But we know that there were people that were around at the time, like Pontius Pilate, who was actually the governor of.
So Pontius Pilate is also a fairy tale.
No, he's saying that was a real person. That was a real person.
So how can we say he's a real person when we cannot say Jesus Christ is a real person?
We have coins with his face on.
So what about the people who's not as rich as him or had figures like him?
This is the King of Kings here. Nobody made a coin for the King of Kings.
Josephus.
Here's the point, right? Here's the point.
Okay.
What evidence do we have that this person existed? The Gospels alone. That's it. Now, if you go and have a look at the Gospels, those writers are not talking about somebody who walked the earth. They're talking about a spiritual God that was giving them revelations.
Yeah, metaphysical.
Yeah,
So,
my
word for it is and humorized. So what they did is, later, what happened was through the traditions, as they changed, they made Jesus real, that he was actually walking the earth. But originally, what these Christian writers were talking about was a being that came to them in visions and gave them revelation, just like what happened to Muhammad. Now,
how do we know that this people that wrote the book that you was talking about, how do we prove their existence?
Because we have their writings.
Yeah.
But okay, so it's not. What if I told you? What if I told you my father's father wrote those books?
How old is your father?
Exactly, that's my point.
How old is your father? I mean, we can apply
my father's
logic.
father's. What's that man named? Methuselah.
Methuselah.
Yeah.
For the historical standard, it's widely accepted that Paul existed. Yeah.
How?
Just because they have so much writings of him, and of not just talking about these visions that he was having of Jesus, but there are other letters that he was writing as well. Yeah. So for the historical standard, you're able to show that there was most likely a figure called Paul. Yeah. But you're not able to show that there was a man called Jesus who walked on this earth. Yeah.
Or even Abraham at that point. You can't prove Abraham, you destroy it all.
Yeah, like Moses never happened. None of that happened. Yeah.
But there is no proof that the Exodus ever happened.
No,
what about Joseph? What about Joseph?
So basically, we're saying
I feel like those stories.
People, everybody that y'all just talked about, they never existed. Period.
Some people did though. Some people.
I would say it's unlikely.
It's a mixture of truth and fabrication or like like fables. Like you got to understand listen. One of the things, like when I do talk to people, it's not often about like African spirituality, right? Because when you read some of the stories, you're just like, whoa, what is this? And this is so different than like what I was reading when I was a Christian. And I had to keep in mind that these stories are put in place to teach a lesson. They are not literal. When they are saying, oh, and this person put the, basically put the phallus in his mouth and procreated, they're not saying he did some homosexual act. They're saying because he represented the land is what brings forth vegetation for people to eat and so forth. So that was their way of telling a story, right? So now when I read even the Bible, I'm able to extract the principles, the stories, them talking about the importance of faith, them talking about family, them talking about pride and ego and fruits and the land and the trees, and not necessarily like, oh, this person literally walked on water, or this person touched a lady and all the warts left her body. Did that really happen? But they're saying that You can
No, in
put
that.
when you think about the law of attraction, it talks about when you meditate and you think about certain things, you can make it manifest, right? Imagine this woman who had this issue of blood, how much she thought about, how much she meditated on when I finally meet Jesus, right? So she made manifest her healing through her belief, through her thoughts, through her meditation. It's the same principles as of traditional spiritual systems. It's just told in a different story, right?
So my
So you don't have
question.
to take a literal.
Okay, my question is: after the nuclear war and technology is over, do you think the 9/11 event is going to be a fake story or a real story to our kids?
Well, they already organized it.
There's
What are you
already a
talking? I'm
lot,
Say
sorry. What do
what?
you
lot of
mean? What
myth
do you mean?
around
What do
it.
you mean?
I missed that question right there.
Yeah,
I don't know
try
what
Okay,
the
again.
hell.
There's already a
9/11.
lot of myth. There's already a lot of
9
myth around it.
9/11 happened, right?
Yes.
Okay. So after the nuclear war, where there's no trace, no technology, no
Uh-huh.
videos of 9/11, nothing. Are you telling me that our children will say
Our children won't be
9/11?
here because if we gone, then they
Yeah.
gone. What
Now
you
I'm
talking
saying
about?
I'm talking about the people who would
Well,
exist then, the life
Ethan,
that the,
can
the
I make a
people.
point?
Well, see, here's the thing, though. We have the internet, so that with the internet being
No, he's
created,
making a
all
good
the
point. He's making a good point.
yeah.
Yeah,
No,
that you are.
I'm trying to
Yeah,
relate Jesus Christ to 9/11, because if you're
yeah.
saying
So
Jesus
all you would
Christ
have
doesn't
left then,
exist,
all you
yes.
would have left then is an oral tradition, wouldn't you?
So you're telling me that every oral tradition is a false tradition.
No, because they have a method. There's a method to prove
I would
oral
say
traditions. Like,
that
for
oral
example,
tradition is not a
So
reliable way of accounting for historical evidence.
Listen, if you got
say
an
that
oral
again.
tradition and they're saying it
All
happened on
oral tradition.
September 11th, it happened in June 14th, it happened January such and such. Oh,
yeah.
you know what? The people who did it was from Iraq. No, the people who did it was from Mali. The people who did it
Right,
was from Nigeria. Then we
right,
gonna say, man, this shit ain't even happened. You see what I'm
right. But
saying?
at the
Right?
end of the day, that is at the end of the day, it's going to be your view. But
You know about
you will definitely have certain people who would give you certain proof about 9/11 after 2,000 years from now.
What is gonna be
You
their
might,
proof? What is
if
gonna be
you're
their proof?
I don't know. It might be something somewhere. It might be oral. It might be basically it. What that's what I'm trying to tell you.
well, if
9/11
it's
did
oral,
it
But
did
the reality is
happen.
9/11
We
wasn't
know
something
about
that
it.
was supernatural though.
Yeah,
It
That's
doesn't
a
matter, but it
you can't
happened.
you can't
It was an
denote that.
event that happened history. What I'm trying to say is,
yeah.
if you go to basically me being an African, if I go over to Jerusalem, I know there should be a history of certain people, a father's father, a great grandfather, and then a story about certain people, and then it might be a physical proof or not. But what I'm saying is there might be certain people that's going to lie about history, but at the same time, there are people who really uphold history for its truth. So if you're
yeah,
saying
but
Jesus
like,
Christ doesn't exist, that's probably because you
So
haven't um, um, you haven't heard from people or studied or seen proof that he existed. Just like 9/11 did exist,
no one's seen any
9/11
proof.
did happen, but in the future people in the future will always refer to 9/11 that it did happen because they never saw it, they never could prove it, but they from either oral tradition or either certain, basically something is gonna really is gonna prove that that there was a history about 9/11.
I think you're coming at it from the converse. You've just accepted that Jesus existed without questioning it, whereas I've done the opposite.
I'm not
Yeah,
saying I'm not saying I don't
I've gone and
question
had a
it.
look at the evidence for Jesus existing, and it's very, very slim. Slim to
Very,
none.
very truth is always
Slim,
slim.
slim to none.
no,
No,
Slim
it's
to
not true. Why do you just
Yes,
say
it is.
you just saying stuff because it just sounds like a good, because that doesn't even make sense. Truth is not slim. If I tell
It
you
is because when
it's
you look in
40
the
degrees
world, it's a whole
outside,
bunch of lies. It's a whole bunch of
no, no,
lies
no,
out
no,
here.
no, no.
You
When we
listen
say
to
truth is
everything,
not
but
slim,
you can
when you
always still find the
wait.
truth.
No, when we say truth is not slim, you can prove truth. Okay, just because there's not a lot of truth doesn't mean truth. Truth is Truth is solid. Like, we know that we can't live on the sun. We know we can't go through space without some advanced technology to allow us to breathe. We know we don't have gills to breathe.
Those are truths, man.
Okay? Just because people may make up fantasy books showing, Atlantis, all that stuff, doesn't mean that the truth is not, doesn't mean truth isn't real. Okay?
I'd rather use the word fact.
Thank you. Fact. That's better. That's a better way.
Okay, we got echo real bad.
It's not me.
Microphone check.
1 2 1 2.
It's a little echo.
Here's the thing that I always say about when it comes to Christianity. You now have to prove, the burden of proof is on anyone that's a Christian to prove, based off early Christian history, that Jesus, we can go even earlier than that. You have to prove that the Exodus happened. You got to prove there was a guy named Moses that was able to leave out of Egypt, or would have been Kemet at that time, with half of their riches. You have to prove that there was an Abraham. This is where, this is why I say, and then if you disprove Christianity, Islam is next.
Wait, so do you have to disprove? Okay, so Jesus is not real. Does that mean Abraham is not real? Was that what you're saying?
That's my point. It's like saying history is not real. It's like saying history is not real.
Let me hear what he's saying.
Come on, seriously. Look, we know that Moses never existed, and here is the reason why. Yeah.
Wow.
There is a very strong tradition in the Bible, in the Torah, that says that there were over 2 million Jews living in captive in Egypt, and then they were emancipated. They wandered the desert until they found the Holy Land. There is absolutely no evidence of that whatsoever. Yeah, none whatsoever. If you had 2 million people wandering the desert for 40 years, there would be archaeological evidence for that. They have been trying to find it. Believe me, they have. And they have not found one pot, one piece of ceramic. Yeah. Now, you can sit here and say to me, what people have said before. I think Eric has said this to me. Lack of evidence does not mean that it didn't happen. But I'm sorry, you're talking about an omnipotent, omnipresent, omniscient God that that we would be able to fight. It would be
maybe God cleaned up. Maybe God cleaned up. When you leave a place and then you gotta clean up before you go somewhere else.
It's the tester.
She said God cleaned up.
God cleaned up. Remember, he came through with the vacuum and he was like, we got to clean up our mess before we go, y'all. Y'all can't be leaving all your crap all over the place. You know what I'm saying?
We don't want them to know we took this stuff.
Yeah, like everybody pick up your stuff. Let's go. Make up your beds and then burn them. Destroy the beds that you slept on.
But in regards to the Gospels, right? So if you're a Christian, you accept that the Gospels are divinely inspired, yeah. And if they're divinely inspired, like many Christians will say, that a lot of it came from the word of mouth of inspired directly by God Himself, yeah. So why is it that we find huge contradictions and disparities in the Gospels themselves that talk directly about Jesus? These were supposed to be eyewitnesses that were with Jesus at the time, his disciples. They can't agree on the day that Jesus was executed. They can't agree on the day that Jesus arose. These sorts of things are. So then all you're left with is just there's no supernatural being. Yeah. It's just an historical event. But
I actually
when you
heard
look at
that
the evidence for the historical event, it's not there either.
Yeah.
So
even if you look at the Pentateuch, you see
all
that
then you're left with is the motif, the teaching. That's all you're left with. That's all that you're left with. And Jesus is very thin on morals and ethics, in my view.
Yeah.
Very thin. So you'll get more morals and ethics from Confucius than you will from Jesus.
Velly said they're gonna say you're lying, dark magician, because you're white.
It's the white man science.
Yeah, it's the white man science right there, man. You spitting the white
Oh
man
man, I hate
science.
that term so much.
You know,
Yeah.
'cause, you know, the white man, he's so much more intelligent than us and
He
powerful.
wants
Like,
us to believe that because my people
yeah.
don't know.
Ridiculous. Absolutely
But
ridiculous.
So
Boy,
it's like saying,
we were supposed to be talking about freedom of speech and dark magician over here.
yeah, and
He
then
G blocking, yo. He G blocking right now. Dark
Like,
magician G blocking right now.
one time, Dark Magician, we were talking about, like, I think we were talking about Islam and hellfire, and he just calmly said, "There is no such thing as hell," and like no one had anything else to say at that point, man. He's the
Oh
king of
man,
that.
I think that came up in the chat earlier, you know, and I was gonna respond, and then I was like, nah, you know, because you know sometimes you just gotta pick your battles, and I'm just like,
if there's such a thing as hell,
why do
then
people feel like they want to scare you? Like, if I tell you right now, you know what, I'm gonna, you know what, because I just make up something like, yeah, you know, that's why I'm gonna pour lava on you while you're asleep. You're just like, if you don't believe I can really
but
do that,
I'm
is that
gonna
gonna really
burn
bother
you.
you?
It says quite clearly in Revelation, yeah. It says that Jesus is the Lamb of God and will open up the book of life. And if your name is not found in that book, he will personally throw you into the fiery lake and burn you for all eternity. This is called the second death.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, lovely. Thank you. All I'm saying is politely, I'm saying that, you know, if there is a God, I'll pass. Thank you. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be part of such a thing. For
But if I
me,
told someone that I was going to make my God that they don't believe in, if my God that they don't believe in was going to put them in, you know, my fire, my belief system's hell,
you're atheist, yeah.
you know, like, would they believe it? If I said, you know what, you're going to go to, if you don't accept voodoo right now, you're going to go to the voodoo hell. They're going to say, okay, thanks a lot. They're not going to believe it. So what makes you think you telling me about your hellfire? I'm shaking in my boots right now. I'm not shaking.
It's Pascal's wager. Pascal's wager is you know, like you might as well make right with God. And
yeah, you don't believe in my God, so
you
know what?
you may end up in hell for all eternity. But here's my idea. Here's what I say. I would rather burn in hell on my feet for all eternity than live on my knees in heaven for all eternity.
Well, no, I can't agree with you right there, Dark Magician. The only way I want to burn in hell is if I'm holding a big bag of weed while I'm burning, so I can get high. Fuck that.
Hopefully, God is willing to negotiate with you. You know.
But no. This is the thing, though. This is the thing about the Abrahamic faith that I think is the most detrimental to the belief is that if you disprove the earlier ones, everything that falls after that, just done. Like, because I saw a woman, I forget her name. She did a presentation on Judaism, and she was talking about the Pentateuch, the Torah. These things are not historically sound at all. Like the time, I think it's in the Book of Numbers, where you see the Israelites fighting all these different people. It's merely like an infighting between Canaanites. That the Israelites and the Canaanites are all part of the same people, but the people that came out on top. You know, so I think
that's true.
this thing has been dead in the water for a long time.
Yeah, I think that's true. I think I'm not too up on this, but I believe that the Canaanites and the Israelites are archaeologically indistinguishable between.
Yeah,
they never existed.
No, there's archaeological evidence.
Yeah, they actually existed. It's just in the context that it's being said. The context that, like, the Israelites were God's chosen people. How can that work if they were much more powerful people around them?
Listen. Right now, right? If I told you, see, this is my thing. When you ask a religious person, if I told you that there was a human being right now who levitated off of the ground like 12 inches and stood up over the ground for like 2 minutes and then came down, would you believe it?
Wait, say that again.
Like I'm specifically talking to Issa Esau, right?
Yeah. What you say?
If I told you that there was a person who levitated off of the ground, right? This was a spiritual man of God, and as a manifestation of a miracle, God had this person levitate off of the ground. Everyone in the room saw it, levitated off of the ground for like 2 minutes while he was talking, and then he just came back down on the ground. Would you believe it? In present day, in 20, so basically, the God that was able to do miracles in the past is unable to do it now. Like, why wouldn't you believe it?
Since the invention of Kodak, there's been absolutely no.
If there's people who are alive that you can hear them say, "I saw that," why wouldn't you believe it?
But that's faith.
See, because I don't understand how you can have faith. You can have faith on things that Peter and John and these people wrote hundreds of years ago. And somebody is saying, yo, God is not out of the business of doing miracles. I saw the miracle. You wouldn't believe that? That's crazy to me. And the reason why I'm saying that is because there is such a story that people I heard the man say with my own ears. So I'm not even telling you what I heard. I heard the man say, I saw him levitate. And I said, what the hell? Right?
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
No, I'm saying that.
Guess which man they're talking about?
Who?
Dr. York. Dr. York. Yes. Mm-hmm. You see how y'all laughing, right? Mm-hmm. Dr. York supposedly levitated. Yes, he did. And the people said,
I've seen
Dr. York levitated, and the people, he was giving a speech. He was speaking to the people in the room, and the man said, and I saw him with my own 2 eyes lift up off the ground. I was like, what kind of bullcrap? So what if this man now starts writing a Dr. York book, The Life of Dr. York, and I heard his teachings, and I heard the master teacher say this, bloop, 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 bloop. Should we believe that he really levitated? Should we believe that this stuff really happened?
You better believe that some people will. There's cult that's how cults begin.
Oh, okay. Well, so there's people saying that Jesus took his hand and put it on somebody's eye, and they was able to see. Should we, even if Jesus, so let's say Jesus did live, Dr. York was actually a human being and he lived. Does that mean that he literally did all these things?
There's a man in the UK that walks on water. Dynamo.
He did what?
Dynamo. I was going to say, I've seen Dynamo do some mad shit.
And Chris Angel too. I've seen that too.
But he had to give up his career because he's got Crohn's disease. You know?
He needed to get more iodine.
He needs the THC cannabinoid.
THC cannabinoids?
Yeah.
That helps?
Really good for Crohn's disease, apparently, yeah.
But isn't Crohn's disease, that's when your thyroid is not working properly, is it?
No, I'm not sure. Yeah, but any mutated cell type of disease, it's incredibly potent against.
See, man, I need to go into business myself so I can get all the cannabinoids I need.
Ali,
cannabinoids.
Come on, man, come in.
Where go on, Ali?
What's the Ayatollah gonna do, man? Is he gonna push the button?
Ayatollah Khomeini is gonna do something special.
He about to change. He about to
even a fucking joke, guys. It's not even a joke.
He about to change the topic. He gonna change the topic. He gonna come up with some random something now.
I know who your son is. What's that guy called on Hangout? He's your son. He's a Hangout son. You can see him as email. He talks a lot. Very similar to you. I forgot what his name called.
That's someone doing his voice because you do it really good.
Mark.
Man.
What's he called? Mark. What's that guy called? Veli.
Is that actually Ali? Or is that someone doing his voice?
No, that's really him.
Essentially, Ali.
Veli, what's the
Yo,
guy
his
called who comes on the show? With that picture?
doing an impression, bro.
What
No,
guy?
that was Veli.
No, what do you call him? Mark Callum? I forgot what his name is.
Mark Callum.
The guy who came on the show saying ban all the Muslims, kick all the Muslims out of the country. And I was just sitting on the panel. I tried talking to him, and you said, "Can any of the real Muslims jump on the panel, please?"
What's that got to do with anything?
Ali be wanting that smoke. That's what it is.
His name's Liam. His name's Liam. Yeah, he was saying ban all the Muslims. He was agreeing with him. I'm like, man, what the fuck's going on here?
What was the guy called?
Well, listen, Liam, when Liam, they all get scared. They get scared.
Ali,
No. It was Liam and Thomas Frampton, aka Dave Smith.
Yeah. Melanin Goddess. Is Dave Smith your son?
Why do these white dudes have the most British
But Dave
pseudonym?
Smith, is actually a full white guy with a white mum and a white dad.
Listen, they all get scared
with melanated goddess.
He's the same as you, melanated Dave Smith. He sounds very similar to you.
What are you trying to say? Yo, Ali, you better
Dave Smith's American. He's actually American.
It sounds like you, melanated goddess. And you know what? Empress Becca sounds like you.
No, my ideology is At least I'm not called. At least I don't go around calling myself goddess when I don't even believe in a god. Melanated. That's what you are.
Oh, he must have got you there. Oh no.
Oh darn! You know, I didn't think about that when I named myself.
Ali, let me ask you a question, please.
Yeah.
What is Ayatollah gonna do? Is he gonna push the button?
No, that Ayatollah's gonna push. I think it's just gonna be another cold
Is he
war.
gonna give the order?
No, it's gonna be a bunch of threats. I doubt Iran's gonna take any serious action.
At the end of the day, it's going to be a war, either now or later.
Well, after that attack on Iraq,
Oh, it's going down. It's
happening now, man.
Yeah,
you know what NBC and CNN and all that and Fox News, they're going to be grinding that out, man.
Yeah. Right. 24 hours every day. But I think
when Tucker Carlson
until they get blown out.
Now the scary thing about this one is this new attack is it's not going to be like it was before. America's not trying to occupy no more. Trump doesn't try to occupy. He's trying
boots on the ground, man. Boots on the ground. What does that mean?
Ali,
he's not trying to occupy.
Next time I get Rob from Speaker's Corner on here, you're going to debate him, Ali.
I don't debate with disingenuous people.
With what?
How is he disingenuous?
I'm gonna let my elders. How's I gonna debate with someone else? I don't debate people like
Why don't you should say that you don't debate with smart people.
Exactly. Who's smarter than you?
Listen, stop bullying my man Ali. Yeah, come on, seriously, big up Ali.
Yeah. Who
Ali,
have you made up your mind who you're gonna vote for? I can't make my mind.
Rebecca Long Bailey.
I did so because he did some bad behavior today. Still, I was like, Ross.
No. Rob supports my right to say those things. He believes in absolute free speech. I was just using absolute free speech. He said absolute free speech, and then I said, well, and then started.
But think about it like this, yeah. Imagine how smart you are, yeah. And the smartest thing you could have said with your absolute free speech was what?
No. All you think his own stands on him.
What you said. With your
speak about his mom. Speak about his mom.
You were so smart. So how you're going to use your free speech to challenge his method and why he shouldn't have free speech. What did you say to him?
I'm not going to repeat that on the panel.
Really, man, come on, leave him alone, man. Seriously.
I called out his mom, but I was challenging his ideology of absolute free speech.
No, seriously, bro. The code is you don't the mum jokes. That's it. It's all bets are off.
No, but you believe in absolute free speech. I was just testing how when absolute free speech goes off.
She went straight to his mum.
I'm going to get that.
Went straight for his mum's, mate.
Ali's
Oh,
moving like Dave Chappelle and fucking Black Bush and that.
that was a bit below the bomb belt, wasn't it?
My favorite thing is it true that you're in Iraq for the oil? Oil? Oil.
There's a conspiracy theory that Cheney signed paper with an oil company before the Iraq War happened.
Now, big up Ali though, man. He always comes on the panel and supports still, man. But like I say, he always gets an easy time in it. So sometimes I have to rough him up and drape him up a little bit. You get me?
Ali, make sure you vote for Rebecca Long Bailey, yeah?
Well, I was gonna vote for Keir Starmer.
No, come on, man. He's a centrist. Drop him out.
Or Ian Livery or someone.
Huh?
Ian Livery.
He's not standing.
But there's stuff that he might go for leadership though.
No, he's not. He said he's not standing. So he's paved the way for Rebecca Long Bailey and Angela Rayner as deputy.
I was tempted to go for Keir Starmer because I want to get a government quick in power.
Well, what's wrong with Rebecca Long Bailey? She's northern. She's a socialist.
So is Keir Starmer socialist?
He's not a socialist at all. He's a centrist. He's a Blairite.
He was against the Iraq War, no?
He abstained against the welfare bill that brought in devastating cuts to the disabled people. He's not a socialist.
He calls himself.
Yeah, of course he does. Of course he does. Of course he does. He's a wolf in sheep's clothing.
In about another 5-10 minutes, yeah, I've got to lock it off here. I need to lock it off when I get home now, man. Because it just stays on for ages, isn't it?
People just don't go home.
It just stays on for ages, man. So I'll lock it off when I get in there, innit? Like, I want to make that as a new rule still. Like, if I get home late, it stays on a bit late. If I get home early, then it just locks off a little bit earlier, innit? So it's just depending on what time I get back still. But I'm nearly finished still. I've got a little outro tune. You get me?
Bring
so big up
Rob
everyone
back
on the
on,
panel.
yeah?
Huh?
Bring Rob back on, man. I like talking with that guy.
Yeah, Rob's a G, man. I've got another guy for you to chat with as well, man. Another man called Lister. If you and Lister link up, boy, Rob's going to be in some danger, cuz.
No. This is he's genuine Afghanistan.
Ralph's already in danger. Ralph's a crank. He's a fascist. You don't have to worry about Ralph. He's just...
Ralph is an Indian white supremacist, so like, man, I'm definitely not worried about Ralph. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Ralph is like that skit of David Chappelle when he was in the KKK. Ralph is like when David Chappelle was in the KKK. He was like,
in it. But the thing about Ralph, yeah, he's not even blind. Imagine they couldn't even trick him. Yeah, they didn't even trick him, fam. He tricked himself, guys.
It's called the Stockholm syndrome. Look it up.
I guess he feels like he's better than black. You know, it's like
like you're saying. Imagine if it. Let's be fair, yeah, or let me be fair, yeah. Is that if one of his parents is white, yeah, then in the description that we're sort of giving mixed race people, he does have a right to fight for his white side as much as his Indian side.
But if he has
he looks like 100% Indian. So to me, he's 100% rat ass. That is like he's definitely lying.
He said to me in the feed, right? He said to me on the stream. He said that based on, and he put up this map of Europe, and he used all these mitochondrial percentages, yeah. And he said, if you're not within this mitochondrial range, you won't get British citizenship and you can be deported. And there are certain ways in which we would do that. We will offer you money or we'll force you to do it or, certain ways. And I said to him, that would be you too. And he said, yeah. The guy's got Stockholm syndrome. He's got Stockholm syndrome. Yeah, he's a crank. He's a crank.
Hey, Doc, imagine, yeah, living in a place, yeah, where you're going to try and make policies where it's going to make it harder for you and you're going to eventually kick yourself out.
It's called Stockholm syndrome.
No. You know what? I think that one of his parents, I think that Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, I think that one of his parents is white, and he got like those big ears. You know, like that's where it's showing is in his ears. You know, he probably got his daddy. Maybe his daddy's a white man, and he got big
No, but he's
ears.
got
And
an undertone of an Indian accent though. So
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, he's got an undertone of a full Indian
and his
accent.
nose is kind of like, isn't his nose kind of like
I
wide?
believe yeah, that Ralph was born in India, cuz. You get me? And really and truly, yeah, I reckon Ralph is playing the best game, yeah, where he's like the spook that sat by the door, and then like once he gets into power, he's just gonna let all the Indians through the door, and then
let me set your mind at ease, yeah. Ralph's never gonna get into power, yeah. Never. Ralph's not even his local branch. He's not even on his local council cabinet. He's nowhere.
Ralph couldn't even fill Weatherspoons, let alone fucking get enough people to vote for him. If he was saying, yeah, I'll buy you free drinks, all that at Weatherspoons, yeah, he couldn't even fill that fucking Weatherspoons, let alone get enough people in the UK to vote for him to make him fucking Prime Minister. Or even that biting man Mark Collette. He couldn't even get fucking...
He's getting catfished, mate. He's getting catfished by all these
I reckon
networks.
both of them together, yeah, and their YouTube fame, yeah, with my fucking air quotes, I done that no one could see, yeah. Yeah, that fucking them two together couldn't even fill a fucking Weatherspoon of people offering free drinks all night, let alone get enough people to vote for them to get them into parliament. They're man some idiot, bro. Trust me.
What's his name tried to do this, didn't he? Sargon of Akkad. Have you heard of him?
Yeah.
Yeah. He tried to get elected on a UKIP ticket. He got fucking obliterated because he was in his past. He said that about Jessie Phillips. He said that he wouldn't even lick her pussy or something like that because she's too much like a man. And when and politically, when he was pressed on that by the British mainstream media, he folded because when you're on YouTube, yeah, you can say stupid shit like that, get away with it. In the political discourse, you have to be silky smooth. You have to be able to be able to, you know, distance yourself from things that you've said and done in the past in the most extraordinary way, without apologizing for it or without taking account for it. And if you haven't got those skills, you're not going to get elected. That's what
listeners made documentaries on Ralph, yeah, calling people niggas multiple times. Yeah, I don't know what he's voting for because he's a donut. Because it's like, bro, how could you even try to get yourself?
Oh my god! I think I know this dude is. He's made a documentary, hasn't he? And he was on your brother's. Wasn't they have debating each other on your brother's content over everything not too long ago? They done a stream.
Yeah.
You related to Leon?
He lives like Captain Jack Sparrow.
Yo, Veli, you related to Leon?
That's his brother.
Yeah, it's my brother, man. It's my little brother.
Where you been, man?
This Sunday, next week, James SC is finished. No more James SC after Southampton wipes the floor.
I can't see how that's gonna happen, man. Like, but you know what's gonna happen? I'll tell you what's gonna happen in that debate, yeah. James is gonna kick the shit out of him, yeah, and then everyone's gonna say, James lost. James lost.
How James?
It's gonna be like, what? No, the other James. Another James.
No, but Ali, he quoted the most weak sources, and he's trying to get us to accept weak narrations.
But okay, if it's a weak narration and it's in your books, yeah, whose fault is it that is it in your book?
Are you talking about hadith? This is what he's
no. But wait. Let him answer. Let him answer that. Just answer that then, bruv. If it's a weak narration and it's in your hadith, whose fault is it that it's in your hadith?
It's not the model.
It's not eyewitnesses.
It's not the eyewitnesses. Huh?
Ali, they were eyewitnesses. Who are you to say they're weak? Just because it contradicts your
Because it
Quran.
don't fit with what he wants.
Look,
That's what
here's
it
a
is.
radical idea.
Not
Here's a
funny, man.
radical idea for you to think about. Yeah?
Yeah.
If something doesn't fit with your Quran, doesn't make it untrue or false or unreliable. If that person was a eyewitness, they are reliable. Sorry, mate. That's the historical standard. And if you're trying to like dash way hadiths, you've got to be really up on what you're talking about here, because if these people were eyewitnesses and they saw it, that would stand up in a court of law.
Yeah, but if a person is not known to be a trustworthy person and he's bringing narrations from weak people who were not trustworthy, we can reject authentic narrations based on if they go against logic.
He said from weak people.
All right, fair. If you can do it based on logic, then fair. But if at the end of the day, you would have to have a standard on which to do that. If your standard is it contradicts the Quran, then I'm sorry, that's not a good standard to use.
Hey, Doc, you're answering bare questions, yeah? When man didn't answer the first question. Whether it's a weak hadith or not, yeah? Whose fault that the hadith is there?
The writer's
Surely
fault.
God willed it, yeah?
Right then. So don't talk to James about it. Talk to whoever wrote it. If it's in your collections, how can you complain to James about it? I don't even get that. That doesn't even make sense. All the Muslims all together need to go to the brothers, whoever's keeping the weak hadiths, and tell them that they need to erase the weak hadiths because they're weak. Why are they there then if they're weak?
Their job is just to put a collection forward, and then for people to authenticate
any collection, any collection, their job is to put any collection of anything together. They don't have to. I thought it was like a chain of, to authenticate and all that stuff. I thought it was some sort of process,
At some point,
process is to collect the book. Once we have a book, then it goes through authentication.
At some point, that hadith was not rejected; it was accepted, and that's why it became a hadith. Yeah. Otherwise, if it was completely logical and against the Quran to begin with, then it would have been.
So you're trying to innovate. You're trying to innovate, Ali. That's what you're trying to do, man.
Now you've got people have pointed out the contradictions and the irregularities and how it contradicts with the Quran, and now it's convenient to dash it away. But at the end of the day, these people were eyewitnesses. They were there. They lived at the time of the Prophet. Yeah. So it's very hard for you to be able to say, okay, based on logic, based on the Quran, we don't want to accept it. You don't have to accept it, but we can, and we can based on our logic, which is based on evidence, which is the eyewitness historical account. If somebody was there and they've written that as an eyewitness, it can be accepted under the historical method.
It don't even make sense anyway, yeah? Because like I just said, how can you have a collection of books and say some of them are real and some of them ain't, but they're all in one book together? How does that even work?
Well, that's acrobatics. What so the hadith is okay in parts.
But bro, listen, yeah. Sorry, man. I need to wrap up, man, because I need to jump out the van, innit? I need to go in the store.
Big up, man.
So,
I'll speak to you
yeah,
later.
big up, Dark Magician.
James is done out here. He's done out here, James. He's done out here.
Yeah. See that?
Yeah.
That's why Ali's funny, because after I said all that, all he's gonna say is James is done out here. I was like, bruh. You didn't answer one question man put to you, because you just said James is done out here.
Even listening to what we were saying.
Yeah, I know. That's why Ali's funny story. Yeah. Big up yourself anyway, man. You're welcome back at any time.
Yeah. Big up Vela, big up Ali, big up Dark.
Iso, brilliant, mate. Really great talking to you. It was a pleasure.
Sure, me
big
too.
Up,
take it there.
Come on, say nothing, man. I got a little exit tune to duck out with. Big up everyone in the chat there. All tight, big up everyone in the chat. Not gonna do a register call that, man. Too many names, man. But big up all the people there, all the real ones, all the man there, all the gal there. Come on, you know what time it is. G Block is in this bitch.
I ask this. Then I ain't not joking with nobody. I am for that. Me no want a man try me, try me. Me they go want a man stand up behind me. I will not play with nobody. Fire for a man we touch the body. Me no want you try me, try me. Me they don't want a man stand up beside me. I will not play with nobody. Fire for a man we touch the body. Me also give me things no man no mind me. And if me not have me do without it. Rasta when me name and me not too friendly. Well if you feel your bad then try to hit me. I want that you talk to man be marry. Me never see two man bring no picnic. Me not power with fish cause that no fit me. Never saw the Keisha Tracy and Nixie. Me no want a man try me, try me. Me they go on a man stand up behind me. I will not play with nobody. A man we touch the body. Y'all living, y'all just and y'all keep going. When it come to y'all business, you know we don't play. Cause if any girl them miss them, we want them right away. Too much man dead, then you know we not straight. Every man free about y'all at least more than one. If you love the girl, them let me see your gun on. Me love the girl, them until me the EAD. So push up every hand, it put you band down. Me know a man try me, try me. Me they go on a man stand up behind me. I will play with nobody. Fire for a man we touch the body. Me know why you try me, try me. Me they go on a man stand up beside me. I will play with nobody. Fire for a man we touch the body.